Good morning to everyone. Let me welcome every one of you to the 2024 Graduate Support Mini Conference and Workshop, which is taking place right here at Missouri S&T for the first time. We are going to go through a series of workshops and forums to really educate ourselves with respect to what we are doing well and what we need to do in terms of making sure that we support our graduate students. So, on behalf of the leadership and citizens, I declare the conference duly open. The theme of the conference, Graduate Student Support in the Post-COVID Era, derives from four substantive points. That is, in view of the changing geopolitical dynamics and challenges facing the global community, immigration and integration challenges also facing graduate students all around the world, the increasing cost of graduate education, and the strong and stiff competition of the limited graduate pool, how should Missouri S&T position itself to competitively support our graduate students and thereby opening the flow of graduate students into our community? The objectives that we have before us: number one, to engage faculty, staff, and students on critical areas of support of graduate students. We also want to highlight the significance of graduate support for success within the campus strategic plan, and then outline areas requiring improvements for supporting our graduate students. Currently, there is an ongoing effort, a substantial effort in terms of crafting the campus strategic plan. Now, within that framework, there is a substantial element committed to the success of students, including graduate students. So, at a glance, we will go through these series of events, making sure that we have covered almost all. We have 5 forums. The first forum will focus on academic and research mentoring. The second forum, professional and career development. And the third forum, or probably the third forum, will focus on health and wellness of the students. And then we will have a workshop which will focus on the challenges and opportunities for graduate support in the post-COVID era. Tomorrow, we will also look at Forum 4, Social and Cultural Integration and Support. And the fifth forum will be also organized by our graduate students, looking at their perspectives, balancing the grind, insights, and solutions for success. Our first keynote address will be given by Chancellor Mo, focusing on the future of graduate education at S&T. So without further ado, let me introduce our Chancellor to give us the keynote address.
Thank you, Senator. Swimming. Okay. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, that's more like it. All right. um, let me tell you that I am really I have a script, but I don't do well with the script. So let me just uh, talk about my thoughts a little bit here. I am really looking forward to outcome of this event. I think it's fair to say that for 150 plus years, this university has been sharply focused on undergraduate education. And in fact, I think it's fair to say that we've been sharply focused on engineering and STEM education. The world is different today, and we need to broaden our perspective since there is no single discipline anything anymore. Any major real problem that we tackle uh, is multidisciplinary in nature. Just to give you a quick example of what I mean, truly what I mean by that. I mean, we always hear multidisciplinary, we always hear uh, uh, multidimensional problems. But to this day, I sit on a committee at one of my past places that I worked at Johns Hopkins University. The committee is called the Hopkins Heart. The idea is to create the next generation artificial heart. Okay. And we meet once every 6 months. There is a committee of 12 people. You would think that for artificial heart, uh, uh, addressing artificial heart for the next generation, it'll be mainly physicians. I'm not a physician, I'm a systems engineer, and I'm on that committee. There are two computer scientists that are on that committee. There is a tissue growth physician that's on that committee. There are cardiac surgeons, and the head of heart transplant at Hopkins is in that committee. And the speakers that are invited to that committee are typically non physicians. Okay. In fact, it was interesting that one of the speakers was Bob Jarvik. How many of you know that name? Bob Jarvik of the Jarvik Heart. And he was talking about that there are 5 million people in the country in need of a heart. And there are different stages, 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, meaning they desperately need a heart. 1 means that the heart is still functioning, but it doesn't pump to the extremities. And he said the given rate, which was fascinating to me, for the past 20 years has remained at 25,000 hearts that they transplant. So you wonder, how come? The population is growing. Why is the rate of donor heart steady at 25,000? And then he explained that the answer was motorcycle helmet laws and the seatbelt laws and all of that, that has actually reduced the fatalities of the young, good heart donors, and therefore the need for the growth and development of artificial heart. So in some of these discussions, I've noticed that the most contributors are actually the non-physicians. And they are the engineering types and the computer science types and the systems types. To give you an example, in one of these conversations, a question came up. One of the computer scientists asked the question. He said, does it have to be one pump, or can it be multiple? And so, of course, you wonder, there is one heart in the body. So what do you mean by that? And the head of heart transplant physician, he said, what do you mean? Can you explain? He said, yeah, I just mean, do we need to have just one heart planted in the chest, or there can be multiple? And he said, I mean distributed pumping systems. So the physician asked, he said, is there an example of that? And he said, of course, internet, or your city water supply. There is not one pump that provides water for the city. So what about if we could have small mini pumps for those that their heart still pumps up to the extremities, but not through it. So there will be a pump implanted that can then take the blood and pump it to the extremities. Well, I'm happy to tell you that that is a major line of development today. Okay, there are challenges, of course. How do you sync, these secondary hearts with the main hearts? How do you detect it? And they are overcoming them. And out of the 5 million, 4 million can benefit from a distributed pumping system in the body. Okay, so I highlight this example to say that graduate education in particular, PhD doctoral studies in particular, has to be multidisciplinary. Not to take away about focused area of research that you do, but if we conduct our research in an insular manner, then we are really not versatile in the sense of how does our area help the broader community. So I want that to be, frankly, one of the topics of conversations. How do we ensure that our graduate students are aware of areas adjacent to what they are working on? I tell you one troubling trend that I see is remote PhD education. It's becoming more and more common where PhD students never do residency. Now, when I was doing my PhD, there was absolutely no way that you could not be on campus for a significant period of your education and end up with a PhD. So it's really troubling. And I say this as a segue to what I said earlier. Getting a PhD, getting a graduate education, becoming an expert in a field does not mean that only you and your major professor are working together and solve a problem in isolation. And because of that, you are granted a doctoral degree. Most of the learning I had when I was doing my PhD was really being a part of the team that my major advisor, a renowned guy, was working with us. And every Friday afternoon, a, a dozen of us would get together. It was master's students, it was PhD students, it was the advisors, there were a couple of postdocs, there were faculty members, and every one of us would go through what we did that week, reminding everybody what the goal was. And it was amazing the contributions that I got for my thesis from other PhD students who were working obviously in areas tangent to what I was working on. We were all working in the same area, continuum mechanics, materials forming, and every different one had a different dimension of that problem. It was really for 2.5 years when that was going on. Master's students were learning from PhD students were learning from each other's, postdocs were working together. Now I understand that that is the thing of the past in most cases. There is very little learning from what someone else is doing. It did one other thing for me, I tell you. I remember that before that process, I would look at my problem and I'd say, oh my God, I should have tackled the problem that David was working on. That's a lot easier problem. And I am stuck now on this problem and I should have known better. I should have done this. It got to the point where I was seeking to change my area. But getting together with everybody else that was working on their problems, it made me realize that they are having their own issues as well. In fact, everybody was thinking that they should have tackled an easier problem than they were. Well, that also helped me later on in my own career as a faculty member, where I had graduate students. I noticed that with our graduate students, with my graduate students as well. They would come to me and they'd say, well, this is too hard of a problem. Can I do something else? Well, as I learned in the profession, I remember when a PhD student wanted to work with me, I would tell him, look, I'll be delighted to work with you. You know what my area is. Here are 20 papers. Go read them. You decide what area you want to contribute on, and we will work on it. We will decide, we will enhance it, we will identify the problems in the area you want to work on, and we will work on it. And inevitably, they would come back and they'd say, well, there are a lot of areas. Well, why don't you tell me what I should work on? And I remember I used to tell them, no, I will. I'll give you an area. But I'm going to give you a heads up that a year into this, you wish you were working on someone else's problem and not this problem that I just gave you. So I'll give you the second opportunity to go and come up with an area that you like to work on. Well, you know what would happen. They'd come back and say, no, I'll work on the problem. You'll tell me. Then I would give them my second heads up. And my second heads up was that a year from today, you wish you were working on someone else's problem. I want you to know that they are thinking the same way about your problem. Okay. And the getting together of the team, the bringing the graduate students together, letting them hear the struggles that someone else has, the discoveries that someone else has had, the aha moments of research that goes on, was a huge benefit to the entire team. I didn't know the answer to some of the problems they were working on. Obviously, they were working on it. They were the first ones to tackle that problem by definition. As a PhD thesis work, it was supposed to be novel and brand new, and they were going to contribute to the field that they were working on. I say all of this to highlight the fact that graduate education is important, and it's important in many directions. I submit to you, despite the fact that we've had graduate education for a long time, I think this is a monumental moment for the university to truly embrace the concept of graduate education and research. I don't think, I'll be honest with everybody here in the meeting, I don't think that our gravity to graduate education is as strong as our commitment to undergraduate education. Okay? What does it take for us to grow the culture of graduate education and research? What does it take? I think that would be a great answer coming out of your discussions, your conversations. What do we need to do in order to be just as recognized as an institution with deep graduate education and research as we are known across the country and the world for our undergraduate education? I think that's the big challenge. Now it comes back to the support that we need to provide for graduate education. I am yet to see in all of my years that there was a compelling vision, a compelling reason for doing something and resources were not provided. Okay, so when you come to your deans, your department chairs, whoever you go to in search of support for graduate education, make sure that there is an absolute compelling reason to highlight that no one can deny how important your vision is. What is the vision? Where do you want to go with your graduate education programs? What obstacles do you face? What resources do you need to overcome them? and then highlight the impact that your vision will have on the university, on the broader community, on the country, on the world, everywhere. I think if you can articulate a vision, if you can articulate the reason, and if you can articulate the impact, the so what of what you are proposing, I promise you resources will find their way to you. I hear that all the time. We need to have resources, but when they come, it's just, the question of where is the resources rather than a compelling story for what we need. I don't think there is a better compelling story today at Missouri S&T than enhancement of graduate education so we can attract people who are beyond their undergraduate. They want to narrow down, focus on an area, albeit aware of the impact of this area in the tangential areas that the others are working on within their field. Now, I will also tell you that there is significant, um, really nationally recognizable research that goes on here in pockets, and all of you know what I'm talking about. It's not that it's completely uniform. It's not a monolithic level of research that goes on. We have pillar areas. I mean, you can look at the research that has been funded here. We just recently received a MURI for the first time in the entire University of Missouri system, working on hypersonic materials. So there are innovative areas to develop higher strength, low weight steel has happened here. Terrific historical writings, books have happened here. As we speak, we have significant proposals out for funding. We are recognized in so many pillar areas. I mean, manufacturing is given. As you know, we are building the castle for manufacturing, which is desperately needed if we are to help Missouri industry. And manufacturing is the culmination of all engineering and physical sciences areas. So that's going on. We are, as I mentioned, hypersonic is huge for us. We are very much hopeful that we will build the commensurate facilities for that. An arc jet. Many people are working on getting an arc jet here. Our upcoming Bio X. And the capital project that we are working on, Bioplex, just like Protoplex, we will have a Bioplex. We just started several degree programs in that area. The number of applications in our bio field was the third largest application pool for the university. After computer science and after mechanical engineering, it's bio-related programs. So it behooves us to address those things. How do engineers, my first example that I was talking to you about, how do we engage engineering and scientific minds in addressing the human health? That's the big next dimension for the university that we are working on. There is no better example of multidisciplinary research that's needed if we are to address all the health and particularly delivery of healthcare that's needed. Why don't we have a wearable artificial kidney yet? Why don't we have that? People still go to different centers for dialysis. Wouldn't you think? I mean, the kidney is only this big. Could we have one? Development on artificial heart is growing on. Artificial joints have advanced hugely thanks to material science and everything else that goes with it. But why don't we have advancement in so many other areas? I can tell you, I walked into the most modern, it was the opening day of the Hopkins famous $4 billion hospital. It had 30 ICUs in it. And, we were walking through the opening day ceremonies and all of that. And you could walk into any of the ICUs, there'd be 50 to 100 pieces of equipment in that room, none of which talk to one another. And I immediately saw that's an engineering problem. That's a systems problem. Now, that problem has been addressed by the aviation industry. No pilot in a transatlantic flight sits there and controls every piece of aviation, navigation, and communication individually. Everything has come into an intelligent portal, the glass in front of the cockpit, in front of the pilot, and everything is checked against everything else. Not so in an ICU. Where do engineers come to address those problems? How do we address the broader delivery of healthcare in every field that we know? I encourage you, one other thing that I think we should come out of this is identify a dozen areas that this university needs to become fully and more deeply engaged when it comes to graduate studies and graduate research. Uh, and 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 uh, and as I said, come up with really the meaningful points that we need to implement going forward if we are to become a true graduate studies center, just like we are. We are known as an undergraduate education center. So with that, I wish you well. I think this is going to be a terrific conversation, and I look for that list of things that we don't do or we do and we don't do it fully, so that we can make it a project going forward for the rest of us to tackle and enhance our graduate education. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Chancellor Degani. So our first panel is going to be on academic research mentoring of graduate students. My name is Dave Bayless. I'm the chair of mechanical and aerospace engineering. Before we start, we're going to have a couple of little housekeeping notes, right? So everybody's got your cell phone turned to silent, right? Huh? I didn't. So, uh, yeah, sure. For this panel, we are really lucky. We have our three associate deans and the chair. Well, I guess we don't have our third associate dean. Okay, we have two of our associate deans and the chair of not the largest department on campus, but I think they have the largest graduate enrollment on campus. Um, so what we'll do is for each topic, we'll give our speakers a chance to provide their insight on each of the topics for a few minutes. And then we'll probably have a small amount of time for questions and answers immediately following before we move on to the second topic. And then if there's any time remaining, we'll have more open discussion. So I'm going to start by introducing our panel. Jay Park is the chair of computer science. Dave Inke is the associate dean for the Cummer College. And Franca Obo Eguinobe is the associate dean of the College of Engineering and Computing, and also has been a fantastic mentor and friend to my daughter, who's been working on her PhD. So, all right. So with that, we will begin. Our first topic is to have our panelists reflect on best practices in mentoring graduate students. And that's a pretty large topic, from everything trying to help them continue with progress, help them continue to get funding. So this is pretty wide open. So with this, I'm going to let Franca start.
So good morning, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to talk about 5 very important, I think, nuggets that make up like best practices, at least from my perspective. As Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, I deal with a lot of issues as well as good things, okay, with students in general. But a lot of graduate students come through my office and I hear their perspectives on how they are doing, what is working well and what is not. So the first, and I think the most important, is effective communication. Without communication, everything breaks down. And it's very important to have a very open, regular, and clear communication channels, not just emails or text messages, face-to-face meetings, which are lacking today in many settings. It's also important to receive or give timely feedbacks, either from the advisor, the student perspective, or even the committee. And always encourage open dialogue. With those, I think there's usually a very good grounding for success. The second point is individualized guidance. Every student is different. There are some who can think on their feet without even being told what to do. And then there are others, you really have to hold their hands. Like most people, I tell most people I've had the good, the bad, and the ugly. I've been here over 30 years. It just tells you that every student is different and offer professional advice and personalized advice and also support that would help them to achieve the reasons they've come here to S&T, and that is to get their master's or PhD. And then pivot in the way you mentor them once you understand how your student learns. My third point, fostering independence. I talked about some students who you have to hold their hands. There are others who just hit the ground running. But even if you have to hold their hands, you have to be able to mentor them such that they will be able to start working independently and thinking independently. Always provide opportunities for them to head projects and present at conferences. The fourth is professional development. Assist students in building their professional network by introducing them to your colleagues, your friends, or even people you don't know, but work in similar or adjacent topics at conferences. Offer guidance on how to write grants, because it's really important. We all know that funding is important and fundamental, in our ability to support grad students. And one of the things I do is all my students have to compete for research grants from professional associations. Some have been successful, some haven't, but they continue. And that's how they start learning how to write grant proposals, especially if they end up in academia or even in R&D, where you have to write grant proposals, and also prepare them for job interviews and just ways they can navigate life in the job market. And my last point, I have only 5 minutes, it's supportive environments. No student will succeed if there's toxic environment. So it's really important that that research lab or wherever you have all your students working together is inclusive, it's respectful, and that respect flows both ways. Not just the student being respectful to the advisor, but vice versa. So there are always differences in opinions, but it's good to always agree to disagree, but be professional in how you do that. Promote work-life balance. That's very, very important. I've heard some people who call for meetings on Christmas Eve. It's happened on this campus. That should not happen. So I'll stop talking.
Thank you, Franca. So I've got two apologies to make here. First of all, I didn't introduce Jade. I'm so sorry. Jade's going to be the keeper of the microphone. So if you would like to ask a question, make sure you get her attention. And then I'm going to apologize to Dave because that's a tough act to follow. That was pretty comprehensive. So anyway, give it a try.
Thank you. I guess one thing I would mention is also you want to really try to establish clear expectations. I think sometimes when students have been working with me and they maybe are confused, I maybe didn't outline things properly. I didn't actually tell them what the expectations were, what we really were looking for, what we wanted to do. It wasn't so much even the outcomes, because again, the outcomes are going to change over time as you're doing research and learning more things and going down different paths. But if you have an expectation about what the work is, what we want to see, the processes, the methodologies, and so forth, I think that can help students have a little bit better understanding of how they want to proceed going forward with their research. I also think providing some type of schedule and some type of guidance along the way on a weekly basis is good. There's a tendency sometimes when you have something that you know is probably going to take a month to work on, you think, well, maybe we'll get back in a month, but that's typically not a good thing to do. You want to be maybe meeting at least weekly, even giving updates on what's happening. It keeps everybody kind of on schedule. It keeps everybody kind of understanding what's happening. If problems come up along the way, then somebody's not kind of stewing over those problems for a month, not knowing what to do because they're afraid to go back to their advisor because they don't have anything to really talk to about that time. But they really do. They've actually tried to uncover something and they've learned there's a roadblock there and they need help with that roadblock or they want to talk it through. So I think having a scheduled meeting is really important. And that's something I've been a problem myself as well because we all get busy. We have students are also taking classes. They're doing other things. We're teaching classes. We're doing other research projects. So it's easy to kind of say, oh, I'll just push it off for a week. But if you can keep that schedule, I think it really keeps people on pace and allows them an opportunity then to kind of go over some of those roadblocks and issues they might be having during that week then. Franca kind of mentioned encouraging independence, and I would reiterate that as well, but also kind of encourage critical thinking as well. Because early on in the advisor process, again, certainly the students are going to lean a lot on the advisor to kind of help them define what the problem is and kind of understand what the next process or step in that problem should be. But ultimately, you want them to really kind of develop that critical thinking. When you get to the point where, again, you're 3 or 4 years down the road into a PhD program, I mean, that student's probably going to know more about that subject than you are. So you're going to want them to actually have that ability to kind of go outside, what outside what your advice is, and stretch their own critical thinking ability. Because again, Mo kind of mentioned that a little bit as well, is looking at outside even your own discipline or outside, your own degree for clues and ideas and things that can help you with your own research. So I found that beneficial as well. I think it's also worthwhile for mentors to really make sure you're also offering constructive feedback. Sometimes we're kind of afraid to maybe say something negative or something we think might be critical, but if it's done in a constructive way, it can certainly be very positive. And I think sometimes students are actually wanting that. They're wanting to know what's working, what's not working, what they should maybe do a little bit differently then. So being open to actually offering that constructive feedback, I think, is really helpful. And I think it's just really important also just to lead by example. As a mentor, if you're professional, if you're on time, if you're prepared, if you've read the paper as well and have an idea about the paper you're going to discuss, that goes a long way to actually setting that example and making it easier for the student as well. So those are just a few things I would suggest early on.
Thank you, Dave. Jay?
Thank you. Actually, I echo Franca and David's all kind of different suggestion for best practice. But at the same time, I'd like to emphasize one more thing about this mentorship. I'm not sure how many, actually we have some graduate students here. How many you know about the word mentor, where that came from? mentor. Yeah, frankly speaking, I didn't know about that when I was graduate student. And in fact, I remember the time the first year when I started my PhD study at Georgia Tech, my advisor asked me have a meeting actually at the evening of Christmas Eve. Actually, that happened to me because computer science has like really urgent kind of conference paper deadline, and I need to work. If the conference happen at the west side of country, and the deadline of submission of the paper to the conference is almost like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the meeting. So it happened to me, unfortunately. So what I want to emphasize is that mentor, that word actually came from the character in the book of Homer Odyssey. So when the king Ithaca went to fight in a Trojan war, actually he need to ask his trusted friend, whose name is Mentor, to teach his son in the war. So meanings, there are two keywords: trusted friend, right? So as a faculty, we actually learn about how to teach, guide our graduate students. But at the same time, the important function of this mentorship is not only that how to teach in the professional way or for professional development, but at the same time, that mentorship include a function, especially for psychosocial support for students, how to develop their psychological and emotional support. And also role modeling is very important driving force, right? So that student, they actually mimic all kind of thing from their advisor. And this kind of function actually might become successful if you have a trust between mentor and mentee. To make that trust, or to build the trust, student, mentor and mentee should start to understand with each other. In, in fact, as you notice that each mentor and each mentee have different like personality, different experience, educational background, with different cultural background, all kind of difference. They should learn with each other about that before they start. That is the first thing to do in order to, and after you start to build trust between them, then you can actually do all kind of follow all kind of practice for that mentor and mentee working. I believe that is really first thing to do so that I can emphasize that point at first time. Okay, I think that would be from my side.
Well, then, we definitely have time for questions from the audience. And while you're all considering that, I'm going to throw out one here. So, excellent perspectives. I mean, I learned a lot from you all from the faculty side. But can I ask you all to think about it from the student side, especially maybe the more vulnerable of our graduate student populations, the foreign students who, you know, want to stay in the United States, right? Sometimes it's really difficult for them to want to offer up critical thought, let's say, pushback against their advisor, which we know we need to help them develop, but culturally and circumstantially, it's not something that they really want to do. What advice can you give to those graduate students?
I think the first thing to do is voice your opinion in a very respectful way. And if for any reason there's still maybe disagreement, you may want to call for maybe a committee meeting. It all depends on at what stage you are in your studies, because the committee is not formed until you've passed your qualifying exam. So let's assume this is before your qualifying exam. You probably want to talk to the graduate coordinator or the department chair. But by the time you're talking about maybe staying in the US or going on to a profession, you're usually more advanced. So I would say just make sure you have all your facts right, and just engage your advisor in a very positive way. But I do know that there are instances where that cannot, still is not productive. At that point, get the department chair involved. And more often than not, it ends up in our offices, the Associate Deans for Academic Affairs. And we usually try to resolve whatever issues there. And because our job first and foremost is for student success. We want you all to complete your education and be able to move on to bigger and better things. That's my perspective on that.
Say that a little bit, maybe before it even gets to that stage. I mean, just what Branka said earlier, just kind of open up that communication, make sure, you know, your advisor understands kind of what you're interested in. And I mean, they may have certain requirements and they have certain things they have to do, and they may have a grant that they've got to fulfill some need, but there still may be some flexibility to kind of have that project be more adaptable to kind of what you're interested in. And they may assume that all graduate students are also the same as well, and they're just going to want to kind of do the same thing. But again, if you open up the communication a little bit more and kind of give them an idea of what you're interested in, what your needs are, what your professional goals are, that I eventually want to go to this kind of position, it may help better define some of the research, and maybe you get on a better path with each other as far as how you actually proceed your research.
Also, I can add a kind of example. When you start to build a trust kind of relationship between mentor and mentee, it would be really good for each party, like try to understand not only the other's technical technical like capacity, but also personal capacity or personal environment. So for example, like a mentor, when they start to have a meeting with mentee for the first time, to make sure they need to understand the students, the capacity, but their the personal environment. What is their kind of situation in terms of family, or their kind of other kind of concerning environment related with financial situation or something else. Also, from mentee's perspective, they also, I believe that mentee already checked the mentor's kind of publication list in terms of, in order to check the capacity, in order to check the direction of the research. But at the same time, they need to understand the mentors, the personality, or more personal identity, so that they actually could easily start understand with each other. So that is really important part for that kind of perspective, to build that trust at the beginning. So
Class. You don't have to. I just want to give you the opportunity.
Okay, now it works. First, I'd like to apologize for being late. We had a water leak at our house this morning. Was related to me fixing the bathroom. So it was kind of self-inflicted, but it was cutting drywall this morning in order to fix it. So I apologize for that, but I'll skip on this one because I'll get in tune with you guys. So sorry.
Okay, it's on now. I was just going to offer that one of my personal favorite students that I've worked with in the past, what she used to do, if she came to my office and I said something she disagreed with, sometimes you could just tell from her look that she didn't agree, but she would go away, and almost invariably the next day I'll get an email and it would be structured around the literature. She would make points with references to why she thinks we should go in the direction that she was arguing for. And what I liked about that was she wasn't making it about how I feel. It was about what the literature supported to be valid. And I always love that. I tell my students these days about how she approached that. So I wanted to throw that out on the table.
I just wanted to say something about what Dr. Franca had mentioned. One of the things that she had mentioned, it reminded me of a friend of mine who has a PhD in education, but she has ADHD and she struggled a lot. So she would have had to have the hand holding and all that encouragement that you were talking about. So there are, people who are going through certain medical situations that need that extra help, to finish their program.
Thank you. I think we are moving more towards the human side of the graduate students. One important aspect that I just want to throw out is the time period for a graduate student, because that's a very critical time for any human being life, especially mostly foreign students are coming. That's a time where they are getting married, they're having kids, and it's a longer period of time. So this is very important that they are going through a lot of things on your family side, with also a look into how the future would look like. So that aspect has to be very well taken care of, that there's a human person he's talking to all the time who takes care of all those things. Because a very, very critical time, 4 or 5 years of that time where somebody has graduated undergrad, but now he's moving into a different world with all the things carrying along with him as well. So I just want to tell that as well.
So I have a comment, maybe a follow-up to what you just said. I've come across a lot of students who are afraid to tell their advisors about things they are going through in their personal lives. And that is not the best approach. You don't have to divulge everything, but you need to let the advisor know if you're struggling personally. Okay, there was a student who couldn't even eat. I wouldn't let the advisor know, and the advisor came to me because the student was avoiding him. I wasn't responding. Student walks into my office, starts crying, and that's when I found out. Guess what? The advisor helped with providing financial support, but he wasn't aware that that student needed extra money. So it's really essential that there's that open communication, and it's still an element of trust. Okay, that maybe you're afraid of your advisor. Don't be afraid of your advisors, they are human beings.
I'll give you another example. I had a graduate student, and she became pregnant, and I could see her excitement, but also anxiety about it. And so we had to find a solution, because I knew that she would be devoted naturally to her baby for a while. And so I pushed her to get what she had together into a master's thesis, because it's at the lower level. She graduated with a master's and then took basically 1.5 years off, and then came back for a PhD. Finally finished her PhD right before her second child was on the way. This is the human aspect of our relationship as mentor and graduate students. It's not all about the science. It needs to function on a personal basis. And Franca is right. Students are often afraid to tell their advisors what's going on in their life. But I think it is very important that this relationship of personal trust is established very early on.
All right, thank you. My question is, as regards what contribution was made just of recent now, and I want to talk about, and the moderator also mentioned it. So my question is, the pushback, like the layback that graduate students have in terms of questioning, in terms of asking questions, like for instance, what you mentioned, literature review, referencing. Why is that? Because for me, I want to believe even with what she did, with which he likes, it's still a form of pushback, because it's just that there are levels to this. So that level maybe is a kind of good level because she's able to go back and come back and send an email to reference to literature. So, but then I know there are different levels. Some persons would not even send email, would not even talk anything about it. Some persons might come back a few days after, still talk about such a discussion. Some persons just forget it and just take it hook, line, and sinker. So why do we have this kind of challenge? And I'm sure you mentioned it, that was the first question, but then I still think because it's a very serious challenge and it's something rampant, and I would like more clarification on that, on why. And the other question as regards that is, what effects does this bring in the world of academia? Like, what are the consequences when graduate students are not? I don't want to use challenging. I want to say are not like always. Are not the questioning type whereby they question their question the advisors in terms of what they're doing, their researches and all sorts, where they just like try to take everything as it is given to them. That's the first question. My second question is about, though I was thinking I should not ask this, but then I think since this is academia and it's academic and research mentoring, and I think I tend to see it most with graduate students, is it all right and advisable for mentees to also become mentors to others? This is my illustration. So many graduate students, like all over, we are struggling, we are trying to establish this mentor-mentee relationship with our advisors and so many, but we see so many graduate students as well already taking the roles of mentors to other students, might be even fellow grad students, maybe who are in lower levels, or undergrad students, or just every other kind of person. So I want to ask, what's your opinion on that kind of, on this situation? Because unless we want to say, unless we want to lie, or we just want to close our eyes to it, this is what is actually going on very rampant. And if a mentee, in terms of a graduate student, is struggling with trying to communicate with his or her advisor, who is our mentor, how is it okay for such person to start also doing a kind of mentorship for other persons? Thank you.
Students can be peer mentors, and we actually encourage it. So the fact that you are a mentee doesn't mean you cannot be a mentor to a fellow student. It's a very healthy, and I think Mo said it in his opening remarks, how those working in labs help one another. Okay, so a student who does everything the advisor asks them to do without challenging it, that student may end up not being successful in life. Nothing says you have to buy everything line, hook, and sinker. It's actually productive, to sometimes it's not challenge. I wouldn't like to use the word challenge. It's good to look at things from different perspectives. So there might be disagreements arising from the fact that you are not aligned. One thing I tell my students is that they're actually teaching me, because they know more about the literature than I do now, because I'm in administration. So they come with the new ideas. So that advisor might have disagreed with the student, let's say Kwame, for example, but the student knows more now because she's gone through the literature, maybe more than him. He's not here to defend himself, so I can use him as an example. But I know that for me, I learn a lot from my students. So again, it's good to be able to speak up, but we all have different personalities. There are those who will just keep quiet and be very upset and not let the advisor know how they feel. But it's usually very healthy to let your advisor know if maybe they were disrespectful to you, or something happened. So speak up, but like I said, in a very positive way. Don't be too emotional or angry about it.
I would say not only in a positive way, but just as Kwabi said, be prepared. Have some backing for why you feel the way you do. It's one thing to go in and kind of have an opinion, but if you can't support that opinion, then you're more likely to get pushback. But if you go in and say, I've done the literature review, I've studied this, I've talked to my teammates, I'm learning these things, I think maybe this might be a better direction for us. So I think having that backing, advisors will tend to appreciate that, because that's what they want to see. They want to see you're actually doing that critical thinking, you're growing, you're going outside what they think, and bringing something new to the table as well. So I think that'll certainly be positive. And I was also going to mention the ideas of teaming. Chancellor Degani kind of brought that up as well. But if you've entered an environment where you can actually work with the other students that advisor is actually working with, or somebody else's group as well, there's always a positive there. You're going to learn from each other. You're going to learn from their mistakes. You're going to learn from things that they've done, and that's going to give you a chance to also, try out some of your ideas, try out some of your advising as well. So I would encourage that teaming aspect as well.
As a graduate student, you want to become a scientist or a project leader. So we should treat you as a scientist or project leader in order for you to understand how that works. And I'm quoting Werner Heisenberg here, who always said that science grows in communication. That means if you're not having communications with your advisor, you cannot really become a scientist. And scientific communications are often controversial. But you need to make your point not emotional, but founded in data, literature, or so. And as Franca said, we want you to become the expert, or often you are the expert.
We have time for one more, Dr. Bayless.
Okay, excellent. Yes, Jeremiah.
So I think we can agree that one of the necessary skills a graduate student has to learn is resilience. My question is, so you've talked about timely feedback, open dialogue, communication. I think all of those are good things, but when things are going wrong, when you're not making any progress, how do you teach a graduate student to be resilient? How do you teach them to keep going when it seems like nothing's going right? I want someone else's problem, all that.
I would just say one thing I do with my students is I just really kind of frame the discussion differently. So it's not so much that I had a failure; you actually learned something. So yeah, it didn't go the way you expected it to go, but now you know not to go that direction. Now you know to go do something different. Then, so if you try to keep a positive play on it, where it's we've learned something through this. It isn't a negative thing. Sure, we're back. We hope to get done in 1 week, but we're not done in 1 week because we've got a setback. But at least we learn what not to do, and we can hopefully grow from that and move on from that. Then, so I think taking more positive sometimes will help with that.
Just a very quick one. If you don't fail once in a while, you're not challenged enough. Yeah, if everything goes right, you could go to the next level and learn from those failures.
I want to add one more thing. Yes, when we are doing research, we cannot, accomplish all projects successfully every time. We definitely will encounter challenges, problem at the end. We might find end up load. The point is, a mentor want to make sure that mentee learn about the procedure, the process, not only the outcome of the work, so that they actually can work independently after they graduate, after they got PhD. So that is the lesson that a student or mentee can learn about out of that.
So I'm going to chime in on this and say all great pieces of advice, but sometimes what's actually holding us back, I know from my personal experience, it's just some sort of mental challenge to accept that everything that I've done hasn't gone the way I wanted it, and to figure out a new path. So, when they say it's a growing experience, boy, it's a painful growing experience. So.
Thank you. So I have a question, but before going to question, I just want to share some good feelings that you are discussing, that some work-life balance and workload that provided by advisor to student. But I think there are some good sides also. Like I observed that my advisor for replacement sometimes sometimes invites us to his house or Thanksgiving party. So this is good feelings. And also I met another professor for course. So we had lab session, and sometimes it takes time to finish and some extra time. And at the end of the session, then he invites us to go for dinner together. So these are also good feelings that we get from advisors and professors. So I just wanted to share that. And my question is that actually sometimes as a student, we when semester is running, then we have teaching assistantship, and at the same time we have research assistantship, and also our study. So it seems difficult to manage everything. So if you have any advice how to make the time management better. Thank you.
Time management is something I think that even I'm not still very good at. So um, you just set priorities. I think that's the key. Learn how to be able to multitask. Not everybody is good at that. There are some people who want to finish one thing before the other, and that just doesn't work. So it's just to set priorities, but at the same time, set time aside for yourself to rest, to be able to at least sleep several hours at night. Uh, in grad school, I know that's difficult. When I was in grad school, I never slept, but that's not healthy. Okay, so your mental health is very important. And I'm glad we have a section on well-being coming after this. So priorities, set priorities. And if something is not working, stop. Move on to something else and then go back and figure out how to deal with what wasn't working. Because that's when there's that mental block, it becomes a problem. And that creates even more problem with time management.
You saw me this morning, time management. Sometimes things don't work out the way that you wanted them to, and you have to fix things and go another path. But it is very important that sometimes you take your time. Your advisor knows whether you are working hard or you're just sitting in the lab drinking coffee and communicating with peers or so, whether you get something done. And every reasonable advisor will help you to your relaxing time, reflecting on what you have done, and then maybe change the path to a better way of success.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I work in student well-being. And I think the answers that the panelists are sharing are great. And I'm also excited that later on my colleagues will be talking in the Forum 3 of health and wellness. But I just wanted to add a few things to some of the points about time management and then the resilience. I would encourage you all to showcase about the different resources available to you. So, for instance, the Student Success Center, there's resources available for time management, specifically for resilience. In my department, Simran, who will be talking later on, she runs a grit and resilience workshop to help students build their resilience. So, just to explore all the different resources available to you on campus to help you in these areas. So more of a comment rather than a question, but thank you all.
I just want to add a few comments to the resilience. I think that the terrain of graduate education and research is littered with, I wouldn't call it failures, but challenges. There is no graduate student that I am aware of, that I know, that would ever go through his or her research and education without challenges. Okay? If we go back to history, how many bulbs did Thomas Edison destroy before he became successful? We know at least 999, and the thousands one became successful and created the General Electric Corporation. There are so many challenges. If you read the the story of the Endurance expedition to explore Antarctica, you will see that every major discovery has to have challenges. Challenges are part of developing and training well disciplined and determined graduate students. We want you to succeed. And soon you will be an individual handling your own affairs. You are going to also be a mentor to other graduate students. So you have to learn the art of persevering with determination. So challenges, not so much failure, because failure is just throwing in a towel. But when you meet challenges and you meet the challenges, you learn a great deal that you wouldn't have otherwise. So part of educating the best graduate workforce is that they will meet, endure, and overcome challenges. So that's part of your training. Without challenges, you are not properly educated as a graduate student.
Just so you know, feel free to ask questions. Our panel's already blown through the second topic. So, but I do have a question for you all to go back to the mentoring aspect. And that is the issue of keeping your students moving with forward progress, right? And I will reflect on a situation from my own life. I was having the time of my life at Illinois. I could have stayed a graduate student for a really, really long time if I'd wanted to. I was married, so that wasn't an option, as I was told. So, but we've all encountered students who get comfortable. How do you help them continue to make progress when it may not be their first inclination? So,
I would say it's really important to kind of set goals and set milestones. I think sometimes it can be comfort, but also sometimes it can be just you're overwhelmed and you don't know what to do at that point. So I mean, when you're first starting your PhD studies, for instance, if you're a PhD student, you're talking 3 years down the road and you're thinking, am I going to be able to get all this done? And where do I even start? And how do I know whether I'm progressing fine and so forth? So I think if you have goals along the way that, hey, this is the first thing we're going to do, this is the first step, and we're going to have this milestone. And before long, you start to realize you're making progress towards your goal. But I think it can be a little bit overwhelming in the beginning. And likewise, it may cause you to just stay on a little bit longer than you should because, you don't really know where that finish line is. So I think just having goals, having milestones, having successes along the way, having success in those, or celebrating those successes with a new publication or whatever it might be, can help you keep moving along the track then.
Well, as a graduate student, you're, at least in your first years, a huge investment for your mentor. You need to be trained in the skills that you need in order to be successful. And then maybe some say, finally, you become successful. And now, of course, that's the time for the harvest of your advisor. You bring in the result, the investment was worthy. But my own PhD advisor called it the PhD point. And that is when you're most successful, you need to leave because you're done with your education and you need to go on. Now, that is not always realized by the graduate student. As you said, I could have stayed a graduate student for longer. It was really a great time, but that's not sustainable. And for your advisor, it is not good if you are in the group for 7, 8, 9 years, even though you're producing good results. You should do this as a postdoc or in another job. So that takes communication too. And you need to talk to your advisor and claim your goals, and in discussions determine when it is time for you to graduate and go on.
Any other questions? Well, so I guess we'll move back to what you've already dove into, the advisor-student relationship, and also enriching graduate student experiences. Would anyone like to start off making some comments in that area?
We've all kind of answered the advisor-student relationship in many ways, so I'll just talk about enriching graduate student academic and research experience. Again, 5 major points. First one is again mentorship and collaboration, because when you establish a robust mentorship program with your faculty and the advanced researchers within the group, they will help to guide the grad students. Again, encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration can broaden their research perspectives and enhance their skills. And I'll give an example here. For me, as a geologist, geoscientist, the point at which my career took off was when I started interdisciplinary collaboration. And this was by sailing on a research vessel with 30 scientists in the Atlantic Ocean for 2 months. My students today, almost 30 years later, are still working on aspects of that research. The second point is access to resources. When we ensure that students have access to a whole range of research resources, including databases, because now with the internet, life has gotten much easier than when I did my PhD. There are many students who don't even know how to use a library anymore. But now we have all these online databases, very high quality libraries, and state-of-the-art lab equipment. We also need to provide funding, opportunities to attend conferences and workshops, which are beneficial. Those are also resources that enable students to have that successful academic and research experience. And the third is skill development workshops. Workshops focused on essential skills such as writing, academic writing, data analysis, public speaking. Public speaking is very, very important, and grant writing. These will ensure that the students develop the competencies they need that are crucial for either academic or professional success. The fourth point, research opportunities and internships. I know for international students, internships can be a challenge, but there are companies that offer internships to international students. And so the key is to seek out those companies, and because an internship is a 3-month interview process, whether you like it or not, because the folks in that company are observing you, your work ethic, your competencies, and at the end of the day, they will give you a job offer if they like what they see. So seek out internship opportunities at least once during your academic journey. And then finally, supportive academic environment. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, if you're working in a toxic environment, there's no way you will succeed or even have good experience. So those are, and to enable that to happen, almost every point I've mentioned comes into play. And what my colleagues have said here, have that inclusive environment, encourage innovation, critical thinking, and intellectual curiosity. So provide a platform for the students to be able to express themselves, present their research, receive feedback, and engage in scholarly discussions. So those are my points for this question.
I would just add a few things. I mean, one, I think it's important for the advisors to really kind of think about personalizing your guidance to the student. Each student has different goals, different skill sets that they're looking at. I know right now I'm working with 4 PhD students, and I can guarantee you they're all entirely different. They all learn different. They all focus on different things. So it's really important to kind of get to understand your students' strengths, their weaknesses, where they need help, where they can actually help you. Those are going to be important. So making that aware, had open communication really helps out. One thing I also try to do too, when I first started even working with a student, is ask them why they're interested in getting a graduate degree. If they're getting a PhD, why are you here? And typically they'll say, well, I want to get a PhD. But then it's like, well, why do you want to get a PhD? What do you want to do with a PhD? Is it just a matter of getting a terminal degree, or do you want to go into academia? Do you want to be a teacher? Do you want to be a researcher at a lab? Do you want to work at a company? Do you want to start your own business? So knowing more about what they're actually interested in. And if your advisor doesn't ask you that, make sure they're aware of what your ultimate goal is, what you think you want to do with that PhD, because that'll sometimes guide the research and guide how you focus on that research, and whether you focus more on writing grants or writing publications or doing other types of work, whether it's more applied, whether it's more theoretical. There may be flexibility in the research plan or program where they can actually tailor that more to what you're interested in and what your ultimate goals are looking at. So I think that's really important, because we know that one of your goals is not just to get the degree, but you want to get a good job. You want to get a job that pays well, but also something you're interested in. So the more we know about that, certainly the better off things will be. And some of that comes through publishing and just disseminating your work. Certainly, as advisors, we want to get publications. We want to see that the work gets actually sent out to others and they can view it. But that's actually another form of networking. It's another opportunity for people to see who you are and understand kind of what your interests are and see what your skill set level is. So they can read those papers and see what your critical thinking was and so forth. So working on those skill sets and working on publications, working on presentations, going to conferences, networking, those will certainly be things that will help enhance your experience as well then. Coming from the newcomer college, I might also say you might want to look into thinking about innovation and entrepreneurship. How can the work you're doing, how can the technology that you're creating, how can that actually go somewhere beyond the page, go beyond the publication? Is there a way we can actually, put that to work in industry? Is there a way we can actually take that innovation and move it into an entrepreneurial type of environment where now we can actually start up a company or do something that helps, create value for society beyond just actually being inside that publication. So I think that also will help enhance your experience as well, because you realize you're doing something that's even greater than yourself, and you have that greater good for what you're actually working on then.
Definitely, I echo your kind of suggestion. In addition to that, I can share my experience, especially this mentor and mentee kind of conversation. So I had a undergraduate student who want to continue to do research in a graduate program, and the student showed lots of interest about my research and research topics, my paper. He even read most of my papers, and I thought that he's really, really eager to do PhD study. I saw his kind of passion, and I understand his capacity. And one time, we had a dinner together, and of course I share not my technical part, but my personal kind of experience, my story, why I start to do PhD study after I spent 5 years in company. So I become a PhD student at the age of 30 and do kind of lots of study, and I share lots of my personal story, and he started to share his story also. Interestingly, he actually shared that he has parents, both of them actually having PhD, and at the end I realized that he has lots of pressure from his parents. That is one of his kind of motivation to continue to do study for PhD in the PhD program. And I find out that he also started to share about his kind of idea, especially for some software, kind of founding a company for software development, etc. So I find out that he has also another kind of eager to do, software development, like founding a company in the industry, etc. So for this good relationship between mentor and mentee, really they need to start to share their personal experience, their personal environment to learn. So as an example, like all kind of good mentorship kind of plan, or there are lots of tools that you can make use of. But again, at the beginning, before they start to use those tools for mentorship, they need to start to share, and it's really important part. So as an example, I just want to share that.
Any questions?
So you all are giving incredible insight as to how to, I think, be a really strong mentor to these graduate students. And you all, I think, are great examples of that. But we also have heard that there have been mentors that maybe you have had or others that you have seen who weren't doing it as well. And so my question really actually resonates to, how are you, as senior leaders within your departments, within your colleges, how are you helping be a mentor to those new graduate research faculty advisors? Like, how are you helping those advisors learn how to be a better mentor than maybe what they experienced? Because maybe they experienced the come in on Christmas Eve and do a meeting. How do we break that cycle? And so I guess, how are you hoping to help, and how are you empowering and supporting those newer faculty so that we can actually create a more well-rounded and consistent example of good support for these students?
Okay, so we have some departments have mentoring programs for their junior faculty. And right now in CEC, we are working on like a college-wide mentoring program. And we're going to partner with the NSF Advance grant. That's one of the pieces they're putting together, especially for, I think, mid-career and early career. Talk of having bad mentors in the past. I think we've all had bad mentors, but you don't let your bad mentors define you. For example, my closest mentor is not on this campus. This was a lady I met at a conference at the US Geological Survey. And she more or less just, I think, helped me define my career and ended up serving on committees for my PhD students. And then I had another mentor here on campus who was the most obnoxious person in my department. But I'll tell you, when I met him, I defined the relationship right from the get-go. And his wife would often tell me that I was the only one who could tell him off besides her, So he became a great mentor. People would ask me, how could you work with that guy? And I said I had no problem with him. So if he said anything disparaging, I would challenge him immediately. So this was somebody who would say something like, oh, women. And I say, you're looking at one. It's like, oh, not you. It's like, no, you're talking to me. So it all depends. And I think how you define your relationship is very, very important at the beginning. So let's also use myself as an example. When I showed up, I was very young. So I showed up from England, a young African girl in Rolla, Missouri. They'd never seen a Black woman in the classroom. And here I was. The students didn't know what to do. Neither did some of my colleagues. But I held my own, and it was challenging, but I think the students knew right from the beginning that they couldn't eat me for lunch. So that was the bottom line. And I think I probably took it too far because there were complaints. It's like I was too strict. But come on, I was taught in Europe. There you respected professors. It's not like that here. Okay. But anyway, so I'm saying this story just to let you know that mentorship or how you approach any relationship whatsoever also depends on you as a person. So I was an assistant professor, so I did not let not having tenure define my behavior. Because we see that sometimes with the young assistant professors, they don't want to ruffle the feathers. So they don't want to speak up But I spoke up right from day one because for me, I didn't care if I got tenure or not. But it all worked out. Have I had challenges? Of course I have. But like somebody asked a question about resilience, talk of resilience and grit. I gave a presentation on this 2 or 3 years ago to the Geological Society of America on my journey at SMT. So resilience is possible, but always seek help. That was, I think, the best advice I was given was scream if you need help. Because many students think if they are asking for help, it's a sign of weakness. No, it's a sign of strength.
That's why you're here. No. Great story. But as a graduate student, you are not alone. We have talked a lot about the relationship between advisor and student, graduate student. But there's a community of graduate students, there's a community of faculty. And to identify bad relationships or compare your relationship to those with others, it is important that faculty form a community of faculty and graduate students form a community of graduate students that compare. So don't just stay in your own lab. Go out, meet other graduate students, communicate with them how they feel, and maybe you find out what you feel as frustration is part of your degree program, or what you feel as frustration is actually a bad mentorship. I think it is very important that within a department or within a group, you're not staying by yourself, just in a relationship with your advisor. We are more than just your research project.
So regarding that question, I think that right now, most of this mentorship case between mentor and mentee actually are more private, like more individual. So it would be better for us to make that private mentorship to public mentorship within department, within college. There are some good example, some negative example of mentorship. So this kind of way for us to share this kind of good and negative bad examples together and actually learn each other. So that it could be one of good way for unit, department or college or university really start to learn about that. By doing that, I guess mentor or mentee will learn examples.
I might also say, I mean, in our department, we actually require our new assistant professors to actually have a mentor and actually work with that mentor. But you shouldn't just assume that that's only the person you have to talk to, because sometimes that mentor is not going to be a good mentor for everything. We tend to think that they're going to have all the answers, and they won't. They may be an excellent researcher, and they're going to have really great advice about researching, but they're not going to have as good advice about being a good teacher and what you need to do about teaching or how to balance your service and your workload or whatever it might be. So don't be afraid to actually reach out to a number of different people, get a number of different opinions. You'll eventually find those people you're comfortable with, that you're comfortable talking with, that they're giving you good advice. You can be critical of them, they can be critical of you, and so forth. But I think just kind of spreading out and realizing you can have more than one mentor and try to find those people that can really help you with whatever the subject might be then.
Thank you. I think I want to contribute. I want to contribute my opinion and ask a question. And the opinion would be, you spoke about how graduate students should form a community whereby we graduate students talk to each other, try and learn from the challenges. And I think Chancellor also spoke about that. And I also like to share an experience. Like, I think it works. There's a kind of motivation and kind of encouragement that gives when you realize that you are not the only one struggling with whatever you think you're struggling with. Sometimes I have friends that would think, okay, this kind of person should not be struggling. But then when they share their experiences and the person they so think should not be struggling also shares his or her experiences and says, I'm struggling as well. Like it doesn't demotivate them, but then they kind of feel, okay, this is not abnormal. This is what is going on all through, and everybody picks up from there and go along. But then there are some persons who are able to conceal struggles, who are able to make struggles appear like they are not struggling. So you don't want to get affected by that, because I later realized that like you said, as a grad student, there is no way you don't have challenges. And I realized that everybody has one or two they're dealing with. So, but then there are grad students who are good and very perfect at concealing challenges and try to make sure just to paint the sweet side of it. And you begin to like look down on yourself and look like, okay, am I not qualified? Am I not, or the imposter syndrome and all sorts. So I was just going to share that as a contribution. But then my question is going to be, could there be excesses in terms of advisor students or relationship, yes, for graduate experience? How do you know where to draw the line? How do you know where the relationship is getting out of, like Dr. Franca said, should I experience how she was able to come in and set those boundaries and a lot of things. So how do you know how to deal with excesses, or could there be excesses at all, and how do you know when to draw the line when a relationship is getting I don't know what kind of relationship I want to talk about, but then I know there are different kind of relationships. At some point I feel when you allow the relationship to get over or just to get out of hand, it might actually still affect your graduate experience. Thank you.
I think it all depends on the two individuals, really. Um, when a relationship is not working, I'm sure both people will know. So again, it all comes to expectations. Set expectations, and the setting a boundary is very, very important. Okay. One of you talked about that sense of community when professors take you to their homes, invite you for Thanksgiving and things like that. That's very laudable. Some of us do it. Not everybody does it because that's not their personality. But it doesn't mean they're bad people. Does that make sense? So understanding the person you are dealing with is very, very important. What's their temperament? What's their personality? So to your question, you have to know when that relationship has broken down and you seek help. And that's all I can say.
Yeah, and you can reach out and talk with your department chair or talk with other people that senior faculty in the department as well. They can kind of give you some advice on that, because just like with teaching, and we tend to actually, as instructors, we tend to teach the way we think we like to be taught, or we advise the way we like to be advised as well. But again, it may not be a good fit. Even if a person is well-meaning, the student's well-meaning, the advisor's well-meaning, there just may not be a good fit for some reason. The different approaches you take and so forth. So. Working with somebody, again, another senior faculty member, or working with a department chair could sometimes help to rectify that situation. And maybe it's just a matter of moving you on a different team or doing something different for you. So don't be afraid to reach out.
As he mentioned, that the typical relationship, especially a mentee, a graduate students might consider that it is more like one-to-one relationship between mentor and mentee. But you need to mentee actually side need to understand that it is not only one-to-one relationship. You might have different mentors. You are supposed to approach two different faculties, different mentors, find yourself, and actually get advice. So this kind of not only one-to-one, but you should definitely have a multi kind of advisor or mentors kind of situation you can make. That is better for you to learn many things, so that student can learn many different perspectives. At the same time, when you encounter issue between this mentor and mentee, definitely you can get advice from other mentors. So make sure that this is this is better actually situation you can learn.
I'm going to address 2 points. First, the one you made in the beginning when you spoke. and that is the sense of belonging that can help going through struggles. We do a lot on this campus for undergrad students to feel that they are a community, and we do this because it helps them when they struggle. As a graduate student, you are more supposed to get that community by yourself. We're helping you with wellness and initiatives, but a community can really help you go through struggles. And then finally, if a relationship does not work, becomes well, really not working or even abusive, there is a formal process of complaint. But if you're not voicing it, then pretty much nothing will happen, and the situation is not getting fixed. And this is where we from the college come into place. Yeah, if it is getting out of hand and you feel that this relationship does not work, talk to your department chair. And for the formal process, talk to your college.
One more, because one of the most beautiful aspect of being a professorship, especially in US, is having the ability to advise a very diverse field of students. So you might have advised a lot of students. So I just want to know, because this graduate student mentorship is not standardized, and it will never be standardized. I think that's how it has to be. So how does that being of having a diverse students in your life, how does that have help you making a kind of a standard line or some kind of standard that could be used as a best practices for graduate mentee? Is there anything that can be set as something like that?
And I have a question related to the previous discussion. If a student, like relationship is not working, student and go to the department chair and to talk to the other faculty. But what if a young professor who is graduating and the relationship is not working, who the professor should go to and talk to if it is not working, in spite of putting all the efforts and bringing students on the track? So how that should work?
Well, answer the second one first here is it is not particularly academically a relationship between the advisor and the student only. There's a reason why you have a committee. And committees are making decisions. And if it's academically not working, there should be a decision made by the faculty or the committee of the student project, the student graduate program. Just as it is, if it's not working from the student side, that the students has opportunity to a formal process. Our first goal would always be to have an informal solution to a problem, but sometimes even that does not work, and then the relationship needs to be ended and hopefully form another more successful relationship. In some cases, there are reasons beyond that. Maybe the student is not academically sound enough for the program, or maybe the faculty is not ready to advise that student. Then other ways need to be found. But I think it is important that we're not escalating everything to the highest level when I said there's a formal process. But ultimately, there is, if it is needed.
I don't think we've answered your question about like having a standardized like mentoring stuff. I wouldn't say standardized because every student is different. So you have to tailor that relationship, to that student's strengths, weaknesses, and personality. But when you've worked with so many students, you are able to navigate that. Okay, so, but there's nothing like one standard method of advising students. Mhm. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, there's strength in diversity, because it enriches your perspective. You understand different cultures and all that. So definitely it does enhance how you eventually do your stuff. Okay.
This is a university-wide question that I want your opinions. Student A is funded on a project. The student A comes in and the funding is cut off. This is something that the advisor might not have anticipated. What are your views or what are your thoughts with respect to how the university must position itself to be able to address this situation, which probably the advisor may not be capable of doing, and maybe the college is not in a position to doing? How should the university position itself to address this issue?
This can indeed be a big problem. In some cases, the students is then moved to a GTA position. This is not an ideal move. If the student was funded by research and it was supposed to be leading to the next grant, and the grant did not come through, it's actually the worst for the research to put the student into another position, because rather you should intensify this to create preliminary data in order for the next round of grants. This is something we as advisors deal with all the time. But of course, we also realize that the student needs to be funded. What other universities have, and this is more a discussion among university administrators, because this is a general problem, is endowments that provide bridging funds for these situations. We probably do not have enough of those in order to finance all these cases where funding ceases and or needs to be bridged for a certain time. But it is important that this is not just burdened on the shoulders of the student.
So I'm going to chime in on that because it is the fear of research active faculty that something like that's going to happen, right? And so, at least in my department, faculty hoard their SRI money, right? Primarily because, hey, what happens if we don't get the next round of funding? So, if there is anything you can think of that the campus might be able to do to backstop some of those situations, I mean, not forever, right? But a limited bridge fund, I think it could really be a very positive thing, lower risk for faculty, lower stress for students, and make graduate education way more positive.
I would agree on the bridge funding. I think what else it also does is probably offers more opportunity, because there are some faculty that are nervous about hiring a graduate student because they're afraid they're not going to be able to carry them over for another semester or so. So if they do have some bridge funding, or they had something that could go from just a couple months or maybe one semester to the next, then there's more likelihood that they'll be willing to fund students and not hold on to those funds.
Yeah, we have time for one more question.
So, Samuel, I think take that point to Mo. Okay. Yeah, because I've been calling for endowment for grad funding for years. No one has listened.
Thank you.
Oh no, all faculty get a return on overhead.
Oh, thank you. So because it brought about the issue of research funding and graduate students, I just want to like, and you already answered, but I was going to ask what happens in the worst case scenario because you gave options like if the funding got exhausted and you try to place the students on GT and also so what happens in the worst case scenario? And my worst case scenario in this instance, like maybe there's not even GT, like we don't there's no GT is not even available, and and the professor is actually trying his best to get the funding and is not available, but then there are students hanging on the line. So what happens in that kind of scenario?
Most department chairs try to address that. When you bring in a student to the university, you want them to be able to complete their study. Uh, I mean, some of the cases I was aware of, the students either were able to transfer to another advisor, and in some cases, it's because the advisor is leaving the university and not taking the student with them. That has happened and is even happening as I'm speaking because of a case I know. The department has to step in and make sure that student is not left hanging. Okay, so department chairs have a lot, a huge role to play here.
Okay, I'm being told time to wrap it up and give you guys a bathroom break. So we'll reconvene at 10:15 with the next panel. Thank you all and thank our panel. All right.
All right. I want to just start by thanking again Samuel Frimpong and the many members of the organizing committee who put today's conference together. My name is Kate Drown. I'm the Assistant Provost for Faculty Affairs, and I'll be serving as one of the moderators for the session. And this is Steve Corns. Wave, Steve. Associate Professor of Engineering Management and Systems Engineering, who's also moderating this panel. I'm happy to welcome you this morning to Forum Number 2, which is focused on professional and career development for graduate students. Graduate students here at S&T are bound for a whole array of careers and destinations, and S&T provides an impressive span of resources that help prepare our graduate students for whatever lies ahead. This panel is made up of 5 talented experts from our campus who together represent many of the opportunities available to S&T graduate students for significant professional development and career preparedness. Each panelist will share some information with you. In fact, we've got a couple of pairs of panelists who are going to be working together, sharing information with you. And then after each segment, we will pause for questions from the audience. So we're going to run slightly differently from the previous panel. This is like the roadmap for that. We'll also have time for questions at the end when anybody can ask any of the panelists anything, and they can sort of return to their sort of areas of expertise and explain whatever it is that you'd like to know. So please don't hesitate to ask questions. None of the panelists up here would want anyone to leave with questions unanswered. This is exactly what they're here for. So please don't be shy. During each section, Steve is going to be walking around the microphone, and I will also assist as necessary. So get his attention, just like you did for Jade in the last session when you want to chip in. So with that, I'm delighted to introduce our panelists quickly here at the beginning, and then they can reintroduce themselves when they start. We are waiting on one member of our panel who will be here shortly, we are told. We have Fernando Chavez, Graduate Student Service Coordinator from the Office of Graduate Education, Sarah Earle, who is working as Interim Director of the Career Opportunities and Employer Relations Office, Sarah Mitchell, her colleague who's a career advisor, also working in career opportunities and employer relations. Shauna Hawley will be here shortly. She's the Manager of International Student Services in the Office of International Student and Scholar Services. And Molly, Senior Student Support Specialist here at Career Opportunities and Employer Relations. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Fernando, who will talk first.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Fernando. I am a graduate specialist with graduate education, so I help advise students with last names B through L, and I also help lead organizing events, workshops, and that for our students. And that was a tough forum to follow. I don't have any great wisdom, but I have wonderful information about our workshops and events. So. But before I get started, just a little bit about us, about our office and what we do. First, we have a centralized graduate office for the entire Missouri S&T campus. So typically we are located at Centennial Hall, which is a central location, but temporarily we've been relocated to Farrar Hall. So if you ever need to find us for anything, you can always reach out. And we also do serve all students, online students, certificate students, all grad students, which we serve. We also provide graduate student advising. So some of the things that include forms, kind of helping students through the important milestones to their academic journey. We do format checking. We do obviously host events and workshops, and we interpret the graduate catalog and rules and regulations of the university. Technical editing services. So we do have a technical editor in our office that helps students with the content of their thesis or dissertations. We support faculty and staff. So again, we help advise on some of those catalog requirements, graduate student registration policy, Memo 220, and just kind of help support them in anything they need, and kind of guiding their students through those a lot of times milestones and things like that. Academic dishonesty and student grievances and complaints. So our office handles that. And then what I'll be focusing on today is the events, presentations, and workshops. So some of the events, programs, and workshops that we host annually include graduate policy grounding, 3-minute thesis, graduate research showcase, thesis and dissertation formatting workshops, writing workshops, and GTA workshops. So upcoming events, I'll kind of touch on most of these here so we can kind of learn a little bit about them. So first up is the 3-minute thesis. So as many of you may know, it is where students have one slide in 3 minutes to effectively explain their research to a non-specialist audience. So it's quite challenging, and we will be starting up in October. So it is held annually. Although we do kind of start doing some info sessions at the end of September. It's kind of like a month-long event, kind of broken up into rounds. So September 24th through the 26th are info sessions. So anyone is welcome to join those and kind of learn about what the competition is and how they can compete. And then we have the competition rounds, which is a preliminary round, October 21st, semifinal round, October 28th, and then the finale on November 7th. And the first 2 rounds are virtual, so really flexible with students. A lot of times, during that time of year, really busy. So kind of made it flexible there. And then the finale is in person. And we will open up registration like probably beginning of September, so students can start signing up for that. And then some monetary prizes. So first place is $500. Runner-up is $300, and then the People's Choice Award is $200. And then with all that, they do have a opportunity to represent Missouri S&T at the MAGS regional competition, which is where schools throughout the Midwest go and compete amongst each other, and it's like the winner of each school. So I think it's a great opportunity for career and professional developments for our students. And then, staff and faculty, I ask that you just encourage your students to participate. I think it's great practice to be able to develop those skills. Graduate policy grounding. It's kind of a newer event that we started putting on for our students and faculty and staff as well. Welcome to come. Our upcoming event will be October 1st from 2 to 4 p.m. Some of you may have heard we do have one on August 12th, but that one is kind of in partnership with enrollment management. So we'll be hosting like during orientation for our new students. But we are hosting one in October, and this will kind of serve as a refresher. So it's exactly what it says. It's a info session where you can really be grounded in the policies and rules of really everything throughout the academic journey, graduate academic journey. And so we explore university policies. We dive into the graduate catalog requirements. We gain valuable tips on navigating graduate journey successfully. Some of the things we look at are reviewing forms and deadlines, registration process, tips on working with your academic advisor, and more. So we try to invite outside speakers like faculty members and things like that to kind of give their perspective on, for example, like academic advising and how to work with your advisor. So actually touching a little bit upon what the first forum was about. Next up is the thesis and dissertation formatting workshop. So this one we just actually held one, which was a great turnout. We've started implementing kind of like an extra hour to encourage students to bring in their actually bring in their thesis and dissertation, and we can kind of look at it together and kind of help them be prepared for those important deadlines that come up when it comes to submitting your thesis or dissertation. We are targeting research students, so those that are, again, working on their thesis and dissertations. It's best to attend within a couple of semesters of graduation, just so that it's fresh on your mind, but it's never too early. You can always attend one, but we do host them about twice a semester, so there's always an opportunity for you to join us for that. You can learn about university-approved Word templates and formatting resources. And you can, like I said, you can ask questions about formatting your thesis and dissertation. And then we do the two options we have is in person and virtual. So we do offer that for graduate students. And again, I think students really enjoy that because it helps them kind of get a head start on getting their thesis and dissertation submitted and accepted in a timely manner. So, and as we all know, during those deadline time periods, it gets really hectic and crunch for time. So we're there to support our students in that way. And then one of the biggest events that we host is the Graduate Research Showcase, which we actually hosted in this room here. It is in the spring, and I anticipate this year probably around March. And so we provide an opportunity to present research to the university and wider community while networking with representatives from key industry employers. So for these events, we actually invite as judges, faculty, and representative from industry employers to come out and help judge our students. So it's really a great opportunity for students to put their research out there, to really work on those communication skills, public speaking skills, and really get a head start on that when they kind of go out and enter the industry world. And so students have the opportunity to choose between a poster and an oral presentation. And then for attendees, so anyone is welcome to come out and experience this. So for attendees, the Graduate Research Showcase is an opportunity to learn about the stellar efforts and accomplishments of our talented and dedicated graduate student researchers. For faculty, again, this is an opportunity to volunteer as a judge. So if you're out there and you're wanting to kind of get involved and maybe you have a student that's participating, I think it's a great opportunity to just come out and see what other students and other departments are doing for their students. And then, of course, some monetary prizes for those as well. First place, $500. Second place, $300, and the People's Choice Award is $150. So, and we do award those prizes for each I guess section, so poster and oral presentation. So good opportunity to earn some money, but also, like I said, just put your research out there, really enhance those skills such as communication and presenting your research to, especially to a non-specific audience that may not know what exactly you're researching. And then just to finish off, just some other workshops and opportunities offered. We obviously always offer opportunities, workshops and learning opportunities, but there's also, a wide variety of departments on campus that offer workshops, not just us, like library, COER, which you'll hear about them today. You can learn through the E-Connection, and then just other departments that have those opportunities to learn something. So and yeah, if anybody has any questions moving on from today, you're welcome to reach out to me and be happy to help you answer those. So that's all I have. So.
Thank you. Sorry. You, first and foremost, I'd like to commend the series of events that this particular body organizes for graduate students. And like you said, the last time you did dissertation thesis and training, I was in attendance as well. And I want to commend the fact that we have like technical writing trainings and all sorts. But then I see that you mentioned public speaking and communication skills and how big the body is on actually training graduate students. But then it seems that the best form of teaching or the only form of teaching that we have here is based on showcasing competitions like the 3MT and the graduate showcase in spring as well. So I was going to ask, is it not possible for there to be like, can you start organizing public speaking and communication skill master classes, such kind of events, so that people don't just get to learn about public speaking and how to communicate their research just via competing or showcasing on the D-Day, whereby you already train people, the graduate students, on how to do these things, and you kind of try and test them by coming for these competitions. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I know that I think the library, I don't know if I can't really speak on this, but I know maybe the library offers some of those workshops and opportunities to maybe touch on public speaking and communication. But we're also open to feedback, and we're willing to come up with new ways to help our students, and that's a great point there for me. All right.
Can I just add one thing about that, which is that the university has long had a writing center, and that center is recently transformed into the Writing and Communication Center, and it is really focused not only on written but also oral communication, and they serve both undergraduates and graduate students, and they are located in the library. So that's an opportunity, to your point, about being able to practice and acquire some of those skills and get honest feedback in a non-competitive environment, because speaking well and speaking clearly and articulately about complicated topics is a wildly transferable skill, and one that people will use the rest of their lives. So graduate students should feel very welcome in the Writing and Communication Center, which I'm not entirely sure what their hours are in the summer, but I know that they will be back full force in the fall.
Thank you. Anybody else for now? And I'll be around, so if something comes up.
Yes, we'll bring Fernando back. All right, very good. Thanks, Fernando. And now we'll hear from COER.
Okay, so I'm short. Okay. So, hi everybody. My name again is Sarah Earl. I am the assistant director in career opportunities and employer relations on the employer relations side. But right now I'm acting as interim director. So we wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about all the services that we offer. Obviously, the services that we offer are available to all students, but we especially want to make sure that graduate students feel welcome to come and talk to us and take advantage of our services as well. We have a full set of advisors on staff that can answer any questions that you have. Anything we don't know the answer to, we will definitely try to get you that answer, and then we will also at least try to get you pointed in the right direction. Sometimes it falls under us, sometimes not. But with that, I wanted to get started to kind of give you an idea of who we are. Our whole mission is dedicated in helping students and alumni pursue their career dreams. And as I just stated a moment ago, we do offer a variety of professional development, different services to do that. Okay. So some of our different services that we do offer, we're a pretty busy office. Most people know us for the career fair. And obviously that is each semester, probably our biggest event for sure, hands down, maybe the biggest event that happens on campus, at least population-wise at one time. And that's good because we want our career fairs to continue to be well attended by everybody. But we do offer a lot of other services that will help you along as you're trying to develop your career and gain professional development. Some of those we do offer one-on-one appointments. We do offer virtual appointments for resume reviews. You can kind of I won't read all of those down through there, but I do think that LinkedIn reviews, resume reviews are probably very important right now. LinkedIn is the #1 professional service social media site, I guess I should say, that is used professionally. So you want to make sure that your LinkedIn, that you have a LinkedIn account, and you want to make sure that it does look the way that it should. And our folks can help you do that. There are workshops offered on that as well, I believe. So, and she'll talk about that in a moment. Okay. Along the line, eventually you're hopefully going to get a job offer. Sometimes that's very confusing. And especially, I mean, it's for everyone. It is that way, I think, but especially if maybe you're an international student and you're not as aware of what is being asked of you in those job offers. We have folks that can help you read through that and go through it and understand it better so that you know what you're answering and agreeing to. Okay. Handshake reviews. We'll get into Handshake here in just a moment. That is our main recruiting platform that we use on campus, at least right now. I will put a plug in that we are in the process of moving over to another recruiting platform, but don't be worried. We will be running both of them for a year, so you'll be able to find everything either place. Okay. Obviously, job search assistance. I know that's a big question. Sometimes you're applying and applying and applying, and you're not getting that feedback that you're wanting. You're not getting these interviews. You feel like you're highly qualified. You can come in and talk to one of our folks. You can, again, like I said, you can do it virtually as well, and maybe go over the resources that you're using. Maybe we have additional resources that can help you reach out and look for other positions as well. We are always trying new things. That's one thing about our office. We try to keep abreast of what's going on out there in the world right now. I just had a meeting with a group yesterday that is up and coming, trying to find ways to where you can put your resume in and match it with job posting, similar to what we do, but in a different format. But anyway, so we're always testing things out to see what might be helpful for our students. So don't just assume this is all we're doing, because if you have an idea, or maybe you have talked to somebody, maybe you have a friend at another university that they're doing something that's way more helpful. We're always open to that feedback. We want to know that too, because maybe it's just something we're not aware of. So we want to look into that. Interview prep and strategy, absolutely. We actually even have a virtual site that the other Sarah will be going over in a moment that will kind of help you with that. But we can also offer one-on-one. So if you want to come in and do a practice interview, multiple practice interviews, we have the capability to do that. We also have the facilities to do that. So we definitely would love to have you up there to go to experience that. Co-op and internship registration, that is handled through our office, and Molly will be talking about that. That is her duties in our office, and so one of her duties. She has multiple duties, but she will talk about how that process and how that works. And then obviously we're going to talk about these virtual opportunities here in a bit. I will do a shout out we are located on the 3rd floor of Norwood Hall for anybody that's not familiar with us. So we've been over there a long time. We hopefully will get to continue to stay there. We do have a career closet available there in the office. What that is we do require professional dress for you guys to attend the career fair or to do any interviews. Obviously, there are other times on campus that you may need that. So you may need it for a classroom presentation, something along those lines. So we know how important it is that you have the ability to get that. Not everyone has professional dress in their closet. We understand that. But we try to make it as easy as possible. So we have started this career closet. I don't know, I'm probably the one that would know, like 6-7 years ago, and I may be off on that. And it has just grown humongously. I mean, so we're thrilled. Lots of students are taking advantage of it. But we work off of donations, obviously. And so we're always putting plugs out for anybody that has professional dress that is either doesn't fit, or maybe they're retiring, but it's still really good stuff. We would love for them to bring that up. And then we provide it to our students free of charge, and they can opt to keep they get one suit per year, semester, sorry, one suit per semester. And then they can opt to keep it, or they could have it cleaned and then donate it back for someone else if they want to and pick something else. Anyway, it is really great. And I encourage any of you guys who want to come up and just look at it. Sarah Mitchell back here has done a phenomenal job getting it all arranged, and you can find sizes. And if there's not something in there that you know you need, we just ask that you let us know, because we will make sure that you have the clothing that you need. Okay. I also want to put a plug in for our photo station that we have. We do have a professional headshot station that is sponsored currently by Phillips 66, and it is set up in our office as well. And that's a great place, free of charge to anybody that wants to use it. It's a great place for students to come up and get those LinkedIn headshots that they need, those professional headshots. And then obviously it is open to faculty and staff as well, so you're encouraged to come up. If we're open, it's available. You don't have to make an appointment. You just check in with us, and we get you checked in for that. Very easy. You just send it to your phone or whatever. Career fairs, which we'll talk about, those are big. And on-campus interviews. We run a lot of on-campus interviews throughout the year, and so somewhere in the 2,000 to 3,000 range per year. We've had as many as 4,000 in a year. So it is a busy office. And then the JCPenney Suit Up event, that kind of just goes along with our career closet. The JCPenney Suit Up event is open only to Missouri S&T students, graduate as well, obviously. Faculty also could come. So what that is we actually kind of take over JCPenney here, the local JCPenney in Rolla, on a Sunday evening for 3 hours, where it's only those folks that are allowed in. And they get a very steep discount on professional clothing. So again, that is a huge event in the fall. I think last fall we had over 500 that came and took advantage of that. So wonderful opportunity that way too. And that all marketing comes out in abundance about all of this once school starts. And then the etiquette dinner is also something that we have one of our staff members that helps put on, and that is the opportunity. And I think it might be it's good for all students, but I think it might be especially important for graduate students to take advantage of the etiquette dinner. That is where we put on essentially a 6-course meal. We have table hosts, and we have someone who has been trained in professional etiquette, and she kind of guides us through each step of the way. And that that is hosted usually in the fall, although I think we are moving it to the spring this time. Students can sign up to attend, and what it just helps, you're going to be faced with opportunities to go to dinner with employers or professional folks of some sort, or maybe whenever you're doing your final round of interviews and they're taking you out to dinner. And there is a certain way that you need to handle yourself, and not everybody comes in knowing that. I mean, for sure, I don't think so. I think it's a good opportunity. It's a fun opportunity, and it's tasty. So obviously want to take advantage of that. Oh, sorry. Yeah, please move me. Okay, so this is about our fall career fair last year, and it's just really brief. It's just about a minute long, and it kind of gives you an overview of kind of the craziness that ensues around career fair.
Hi guys, we're standing in line. It's really cool. I'm really excited. This is the pre-registration line.
Okay, so yeah, that was oh, sorry. You got it? There we go. Okay. Anyway, so obviously the career fair, everybody is familiar with career fair, and like I said, we're thrilled about that. Now, obviously, it is a huge event that we kind of have to everybody, the whole of campus, kind of has to wrap their head around. So when you're talking that there is over 63%, I think I just moved it. Put that down. So 63% of campus student population attended the career fair last fall. That is an enormous number of students. So that's over 4,000 students, which is really impressive, but it's a lot of people. Because on top of that, you've got about 1,500 recruiters in there. We had so many that they wouldn't all fit in the multipurpose in the student rec center. We had to put in 2 tents. This is all good stuff, guys. I mean, we are so happy that we are a premier recruiting destination for employers, and it's across the board. They are looking not just for underclassmen; they are also looking for the graduate students and the PhD students. So, with that said, it's just a large event, and we've had to change it up a little this fall for space reasons more than anything. We are changing it to a 2-day event. It still will be in September. It'll be September 24th and 25th. But the main difference being the 24th is going to be focused on co-ops and internships. The 25th will be focused on full-time. Students can choose to attend both or either day, depending on what they're seeking. And I know as graduate students, you may be seeking both of those opportunities. So obviously, we encourage you to come. We were a little worried. Anytime you change a major event like that, we're always concerned, both on the student aspect of it, but also on the employer aspect of it. And we sent out a lot of polls before we made the final decision to do this. And our general feedback from employers were, yes, we will, if we need to do both days, we will be at both days. There's just a handful that maybe say, well, we can only choose one or the other, but we are hiring all. So kind of to bridge that gap, because we really don't want to keep any opportunities from any student. So if an employer in that case where they can only choose to be at one day but have other opportunities, they are allowed. We use the Career Fair Plus platform where all employers who are registered for the fair are in there. They can post their jobs to it. They can put their links to it, and they accept resumes for all types of positions in that database. So you can go in and you can leave your resume, and they will see them and review them, and they may reach out to you on the one day they're here and try to make a meeting with you at that point. So the opportunities are out there. Please just utilize them the best you can. Okay. Yeah, thanks. You're better at this than me. Okay. I'm going to actually let you talk about the workshops, but before I get off of here, I do kind of want to talk a little bit about Handshake. So as I mentioned, Handshake is our main recruiting platform, and we've been using it since 2017. So if you've been here for more than a year, then you're already familiar with Handshake. That is where we house all of our job postings. But like I said, we are going to be moving over to a different platform. And the reason behind that is because Handshake is great, and a lot of most universities use Handshake, and almost every employer utilizes Handshake. The problem with it for us is what we have found is it's too big for our students. And I know that sounds weird, but it has become so widely used that the filtering system doesn't work as well as we would like it to help our students find the positions that they are truly interested in and qualified for. People kind of get lost when they get in there. They get frustrated. They're seeing things that really don't pertain to them, no matter what they've put in. So that is why we are opting to change to something that's going to be a little bit more personalized to Missouri S&T students. Our employers are thrilled about that because they too feel that pain. They're not getting they're not getting the resumes from students or the applications from students because their jobs are not being seen appropriately because they're kind of getting lost in the shuffle with Handshake. So with that said, we are still on Handshake. We will be moving to Career Forge. We will run them simultaneously so that you don't miss anything. But there will be a lot of information coming out about that at the beginning of the year, just so you're aware that there may be two platforms. But right now, I'm going to show you on Handshake really quickly how you can do a quick job search. Oh, we might have some. We've got somebody coming up, but we will. What I'll do is I'll walk you kind of through when you log in as a student's view. I will show you then step by step how you can go in, look at the job, do some keyword searching, look based on your major and that kind of stuff. We'll give him a second. If it works, great. If not, we'll catch up with it at the end. There it is. Mhm. Okay, so Sarah is logged in as a student right now into Handshake. And so what she can do is she would just go to the jobs tab on the far left, click on that. Yeah. And then just, she can't see it up here, just so you know. And then obviously, it will pull some things based on whatever you've put into criteria that you've put into your personal profile that you have in Handshake. But you can do searches just based on, you can use the filters. You can search by major. You just can kind of go down through there. And you can obviously search by on-site, remote, that kind of thing, recommended. And then there's a number of different things you can search by in that. And you can utilize, you can get as specific as you want, which is really what they want you to do. But I will tell you, the more specific you get, then sometimes you're missing out on opportunities that you really would be very well qualified for. So I encourage you to utilize the filters, but maybe not every single filter. Okay. So she's brought up this position right now, a civil engineering technician with Davidson Architecture, and she's maybe wants to read more about it. So she just clicks on the somewhere, the position title or the name, either one. The name, you clicked on the name, right? So it brought up information about Davidson. So that's the company itself. And then if you can, yeah, there we go. And then if you click on the civil engineering technician, that actually brings up a job description. So you can read down through there, you can, whatever they've got. And then if you're interested, you can always just apply. You do have to have a resume uploaded into the system in order to do that. And then some may direct you to an outside application link or URL. Okay. So that's just briefly, and we can answer other specific questions about Handshake later if we want to do that. Well, I think we're going to wait and let Sarah do her little talk, and then what questions you have for us, we will be happy to answer.
Okay, so this is a list of our presentations that we have coming up before the career fair. We really wanted to put an emphasis on this because this is really going to help you get prepared for networking with employers and feeling more comfortable and confident whenever you're talking to them the day of the fair. Just because we do know that even though we are dividing our days up, our career fair is very large. It can be very overwhelming whenever you're dealing with that many students, that many employers. And especially if you've not been in that situation very often, we want to make sure that you're feeling really prepared and really confident. These will help you do this. I really strongly encourage you, if you haven't already, to please take a picture of this slide so you can just get it in the back of your mind. We have just kind of covering the basics is the goal before the fair. So resume reviews, how to network. This year we're adding what we're calling the career culture series. So just tips and tricks that we've heard from employers that they're really wanting students to focus on this year. and just get better at whenever they're talking to them. So it makes the connection not only easier for the employer, but also easier for the students as well. So they're not tripping over this information or feeling uncomfortable whenever they're having to bring it up. One of the main ones that we're going to be really focusing on this semester is talking about sponsorship. That's something that a lot of our international students really struggle with, and our employers don't really know how to continue the conversation once it's brought up. So we're going to really be touching on that, how to appropriately bring it up, how to address that whenever you're meeting with an employer for the first time, all of those kinds of things. We're also really going to be focusing on job search etiquette, so how to follow up after applying to positions or interviewing for a position, those kind of things, just so there's less awkwardness or less miscommunication between students and our employers. And this goes for both graduate and undergraduate students. This is something that we've received across the board feedback-wise from our employers. And then we're also going to be doing just a general job search website. So how to better use those filters in Handshake, LinkedIn, potentially Career Forge, all of those things. So students know how to use those filters and get one-on-one time to ask those questions if they aren't feeling super confident with them. And then probably one of our more popular presentations is acing the career fair. So we're going to be talking about how to introduce yourself, working on power pitches / elevator pitches to employers, working on handing your resume, working on how to follow up after the career fair, how to find out who's coming to the career fair. All of this information, because we understand that like it's the first full month of school, you're going to be overwhelmed with 100 different things. We want to take some of that load off your plate by giving you the information right at your fingertips and being able to get one-on-one conversations with us about asking questions about those things. And then I'll let you jump back up for that because it's the data and statistics. Sir Earl's going to jump back up here in just 1 second, and we're going to talk to you and show you our data and statistics dashboard so you can see what the average S&T student's making.
So we have a dashboard that we do offer from our website that does help you with this, give you ideas of salary information. So right now, what we will be showing you is the 2022-2023 data. You can access this by going, when you go to our website, it is available. Just scroll up is all I need. Okay. When you get to our website, you can just come to the About, you can scroll down to Statistics and Figures, and then it automatically pops up right there. So as I said, this is 2022-23 data. We collect the data over the course of a year. So our new data for 23-24 will come out in December in that area. It takes a little while sometimes to get it on the dashboard, but we would hope to have it by the first in dashboard form by the first part of the new year. So as you can see, this is kind of an interactive database, and if you just click on, for instance, if you just click on masters, or if you're looking for manufacturing. Okay, so in this case, she clicked on manufacturing. And obviously it is just offered on a master's level, so that's what's coming up. You can see there the top hiring employers. This is the first page that you're going to get to whenever you reset what she was just on. But now she's just on the master's candidates. And so if you're curious to know what someone is making in engineering management on a master's level, if you click on that, then it gives you up there is the average reported salary, $81,077. These are based on reports that we receive, and I need to be very clear that these are students do not have to report their full-time hires to us. So it's not mandatory that they report. It is also not mandatory that they report their internships to us. It is mandatory that they report their co-ops to us because they have to do that in order to maintain their full-time student status. However, based on this, you can see on the far upper left that engineering management, we received 141 reports. Okay. In order for the employer to be listed on the top hiring employers, we have to have received at least 3 reports, and that is because we have to keep everything very secure. We can't allow anybody to. We can't allow any way for someone to be pinpointed as to how much they're making and who they went to work for. So there has to be at least 3 students that have reported with an employer before they're going to show up on any of these. So that may be why you're seeing the numbers don't add up quite right based on how many reports we should have gotten. It's because we didn't receive enough to be able to put them on that list. Okay, but the salary information is all included in there, so that is a good average. You can also hold your control button and click. So maybe you want to also see click on computer engineering, just not with the control button. Click computer and then go up, hold control button down and click on electrical. You can hold the control button down and find, yep. And so that's going to give you both. Okay. So that gives you an idea. Maybe you've got a student that is getting their degree in one or the other and getting either a second degree or a minor in that, or as, obviously not on grad student level, but that gives you an idea. Okay. So it's very interactive. It's kind of fun to play around with, and that little button right there, because there wasn't a way to reset that, and I just had that added. So if you click that, you just go from the beginning, because sometimes you can get kind of lost in there when you're playing around. But it's very, very handy, and I encourage you to use it to the best of your benefit anyway.
All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about resumes. I'm going to show you some different tools that we have within our site that you can utilize and just kind of get a head start on. I also really strongly encourage you all to schedule an appointment with us before the fair, get your resume reviewed, make sure everything is looking good, making sure that your resume is ATS friendly. And we'll talk a little bit more about ATS here in just one second. But one of the first things I want to show you is where to find our sample resumes on our website. So if you go to our homepage and there will be the middle button, resources, you'll hit for students. And then you're going to go ahead and scroll down once you get to that page. And then there's going to be a job preparation kind of subsection, and you'll hit creating resumes and documents. And then once you get down there, you'll go ahead and scroll, and then we have some sample resumes. We have some that are undergraduate, graduate, PhD. We also have resumes that are more tailored for our students who are not in engineering or computer sciences. So that is going to be under the CASB graduate resumes, and everything else will obviously be labeled engineering for those degrees. But these are really great resources if you don't know how to format something, if you're really struggling to figure out where something should go or how you should kind of make it look or the words you should use. These are really great resources just to kind of get you started and get that formatting going for you. The real big thing I wanted to talk to you about today was Big Interview. Give us just one second. Okay, so this platform is called Big Interview. It has a ton of great resources. The main use before this year was actually its interviewing mock interview platform. So it would give you instant feedback on how well you made eye contact, how well you responded to questions, how many times you used filler words, and give you a score and give you automatic tips and tricks to fix those mistakes. So I definitely recommend using this platform on all levels just because it's really great and it does give really immediate feedback. So it's not something you have to wait on or wait for an appointment on. It's something you can practice constantly, and it's completely free to Missouri S&T students, whether you're a graduate student or an undergraduate student. So what we're going to talk about right now is our resume tool that we have in the platform now. Will you go ahead and go up to resumes for me? Okay. Okay, there we go. So what you see whenever you hit resumes is you can either, we click on it again. Okay, so what you'll see is whenever you first click on it, you'll see scoring guides and resume templates. Right now, we still really encourage our resume templates just because we are currently working with Big Interview to make the resumes or the resume templates more tailored to our students. There's nothing wrong with the Big Interview templates. We just use tips and tricks that we know that our employers like to see and those kind of things in the templates that we provide to you on our website. But what I want to talk to you today is a scoring guide. You're going to go ahead and hit that. And then what you can do is you can go ahead and hit new scoring guide. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're on the back. Resume AI. Okay, so you'll go to Resume AI once you get into Resume, and then you'll hit Scan Resume. And then what you can do is you are going to want to hit the sample scoring guide that we have in here, or we'll have one labeled like COER Engineering, that kind of thing. Right now, we're just going to use the sample one to show you how to use the platform. And then you can go in, and we don't have a resume uploaded to this computer, so we'll go ahead and not like run it all the way through, but will you scroll down for me? And you can hit select an existing job description, or you can add a new job description. So you can do this up to 5 times a day for the jobs you're applying to and see how well your scores are lining up, how well your experience is lining up, all of those things to see how compatible you are with the positions that you're applying to. This will also give you really key feedback for where your resume might be struggling or some weak points that the platform might be seeing within your resume. And then you'll obviously upload your resume, and then you're going to hit Scan Resume. And then it takes usually right now about 2 to 3 minutes to provide feedback. It'll give you a score, gold, silver, or bronze. And then it'll provide you instant feedback on how to improve your resume, where your resume is lacking. If it sees that there's holes in your skills section, it'll give you feedback on that, those sorts of things. And that's pretty much it for this platform. Will you jump to Jobboardly really quick? And the last thing we're going to show you today is our new on-campus job search platform or part-time job search platform. It is called Jobboardly. I don't think we have it pulled up yet. But it's a super simple platform to use. It's really user-friendly. And this is something we really strongly encourage students to check out, just because we understand that finding on-campus employment can definitely be overwhelming. And this alleviates a lot of that stress. And then you can go to our website, or you can go to coer.jobboardly.com and you can find it that way. You can also apply for job alerts within the platform. So you can use your @MST/@UM system email address and hit subscribe, and it'll send you updates as new positions get posted in the platform. So you're not having to constantly check the platform. As you can see, there's not a ton of positions in here just yet. We just released it a couple weeks ago. But you can see there's quite a few positions for on-campus employment. This is also something for anyone who's a faculty or staff member in here. Please, please, please use Jobboardly. This is a really great way for students to have access to the jobs that are on campus, and it makes everything super simple for not only you all, but for the students as well. So definitely take advantage of it. The application process is very simple for students. But yeah, definitely check it out. Definitely utilize this. This is something that you'll have access to right away. You don't have to gain access to like Handshake. So definitely you can start checking it out today if you want to. All right. Yeah. And then that's all that we had for you all. Do you all have any questions about anything that we talked about? All right.
63% of campus is awesome to have in attendance at your career fairs. Do you have an idea of what percentage of the graduate population attends the career fair?
I do not, right. I do not have it today, but I can definitely get that because we can pull that information specifically and I can let you know. I don't have a number for you today, but yeah, we have that available.
Cool. I recall years ago 7, 8, 10, that there was a staff member in the COER that was dedicated or maybe half dedicated to graduate students. Is that still in place, or is that something that is on the agenda?
So it is, I know what you're talking about. It is not that way right now. Pretty much because our staff has dwindled some since that time. It's ideal. Yeah, it's ideal that if we can have that, we want that. So I'm not saying that's off the table completely. It just happens to not be that way right now. But I do know that between Molly and Sarah, they pretty much kind of handle all of any specific graduate questions. They're very well rounded in all of that information. They actually learned from the former person. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Sarah.
Yes.
Last question for me. As you mentioned, the career fair can be very intimidating for any student. I think it can be especially confusing for graduate students because it's hard to know which employer is hiring for PhDs or for master's students. Is there anything in place currently at the career fair, or maybe I know you have an app for the career fair where graduate students can filter for those companies that are specifically looking for graduate students or international students,
Yeah.
since a lot of our graduate students are international?
Absolutely. Good question. Yes, that's a big question that we get a lot. So they can utilize both Handshake and the Career Fair Plus app to be able to filter by what they're looking for, whether they're only seeking whatever grade levels they're seeking. So yes, you can filter by master's, PhD. You can filter, then obviously the underclassmen can filter as well. And then there's also a place where they can look for who's able to do sponsorship on a couple of different levels. And that may be that they're open to hiring students to go on OPT or CPT because they don't necessarily have to sponsor the student at that point. So that list is usually greater than the ones that are able to actually sponsor a full-time candidate. But you can filter by those, yes.
And I think you were first.
Yeah, I think I want to take this opportunity to congratulate your unit. COER over the years has done an outstanding job in terms of really bringing companies to this university to recruit. However, we haven't done a good job with respect to really catering for graduate students. Some of the universities have linked up with organizations like Beyond the Professoriate, where the students that are not interested, especially PhD students that are not interested in academia, will have opportunities to link up with potential employers. I think my recommendation, at least coming out of this, is as the last person was talking about, as much as you have done an outstanding job for the university, we need to carve out an area to focus on graduate students, especially since we are looking at the North Star goals, where we are looking at recruiting up to about 4,000 graduate students. We need to have a concentrated and a dedicated effort to really emphasize on graduate students. And I'm not saying that to the negative. I'm saying that we have to strengthen, even if we don't have the staff. I think as the Chancellor spoke, he wants us to outline areas and the opportunities that we could enhance graduate education by making sure that these outlets are there. So I would recommend to you, Sarah, and your team to really begin to focus on articulating a vision backed with strategic initiatives to focus on graduate student employment in academia and beyond the professoriate. And there are a number of areas that we can talk about, number of opportunities and issues that we can talk about. But I think I would recommend that you take this to your team and begin to really address this area because it is very, very important. Thank you.
I appreciate your comment on that, Dr. Frimpong, because yes, I agree on all of those things. Obviously, with a small team, it gets a little harder, but I would love to be able to have someone completely dedicated to that on both sides, employer side and student side, because it does take a lot of legwork. I agree. We have a great career fair. It is mostly, there's what you're going to see the majority of out there are underclass opportunities, not as many graduate, although we have some really great companies that we know hire graduate students. It's us. It's bridging that gap of talking to the right people. So we're constantly asking, hey, we understand you're coming to the fair, meaning whatever recruiter we're talking to is coming to the fair to recruit these positions. But who can we talk to within your company that are recruiting the graduate folks? Who can we talk to talk about that? That's a little easier said than done, but it is definitely a process that needs to be addressed. So I appreciate your comments, and we definitely will be we'll definitely be looking at that.
And you got lots of questions, so.
Oh.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you for the facilities you have designed for us. It's great. So I have just one question that should we maintain an average timeline between the job application and the graduation time? So is there any average timing we should maintain?
So whenever it comes to timeline as far as employment goes, especially considering career fair coming up, I would recommend to anyone at all start looking at jobs now, start getting that in the back of your mind, start thinking about the employment opportunities that you're interested in, just so you can kind of have that in the back of your mind. So whenever career fair starts getting closer and closer, you're not in that last second feeling overwhelmed or having to do 10, 15 plus applications the night before the fair. Also, another thing to kind of keep in the back of your mind is employment opportunities are coming earlier and earlier and earlier. So we have students getting internships last spring for next summer. So definitely start thinking about those opportunities as well, just because the market is changing so frequently and employment opportunities are coming so much earlier than they used to. The sooner you start, the faster you're going to get ahead and find those opportunities that other people are missing out on because they don't prepare until the day or two before the fair.
This is fabulous. All the information you provided, I think, about answers to questions that students might have. I get the perception you see your role very much as facilitators and teachers, and that came to, I was thinking this particularly when you were talking about comportment, dressing for success and etiquette dinners and so on. On the other side, listening to students and graduate students are more sophisticated, older, more experienced than undergraduate students. Wearing a J.C. Penney suit might have helped you in the door to find a job 10 years ago. It's becoming less so now. How are you embracing feedback and getting input from the student body about what they need? I'm just thinking that, I'm dressed like a provost, but I wouldn't get a job dressed like this in a Manhattan bank, nor at Google. I'd be overdressed. And I think that, modulating these kinds of things with feedback from students who've been on internships and you didn't mention LinkedIn, I don't think once. Maybe you did. 365-day a year career fair, essentially, and so I'm wondering whether we shouldn't be modernizing some of these services based on continually based on, as I'm sure you do. I mean, like really asking for confirmation that you do, essentially. So is that something that you solicit information from students, some of whom are here today and would be willing to give you that feedback, I think, on a regular basis?
So I think that's maybe not on a regular basis is maybe what I mean, obviously we're open to any feedback that we welcome feedback, but the only real, I would say, surveys that go out to students historically have been following the career fair and trying to find out what worked well for them, what didn't work well for them, what do they want to see. Then obviously on the one-on-one conversations that are had at appointments, there are a lot of points brought up there that we then discuss as a whole. But I think you have a good point. Okay, so I know that traditionally it was the previous director's stance that we, no matter what, professional dress was going to stay on as number one priority. And the reason for that is because I'll tell you what, because students handle themselves completely differently when they're dressed professionally versus if they're not. And I still think that's kind of across the board, even if we're talking about graduate versus undergraduate. But you're right. We have had a number of students, especially our mining engineering students. They may never, ever put a suit on again in their lives. They are working out in the field, and we understand that completely. We get it. And whoever's interviewing them may not have a suit on. So that has been a debate in our office. I'll be quite frank with you as to do we make changes such as that and become more lax on that. At this point in time, specific to dress, it's probably going to stay the way that it is. But I will say, in the big picture of things, we probably do need to create a survey to go out to all students and just kind of pick their brains. So that I thank you for that, because I think it would be well received by students, and let them have a chance to tell us what they think would help them, and then we can make that decision as far as this is why that may or may not work, and be able to then respond. Yes. Oh. Yes, please.
That was a great question. So I actually oversee our student employees as well, and I also oversee our career closet. And one of the things that I really tried to do since taking over the closet last November was ask them their input. And I myself am not very far off from college graduation. I actually graduated in December of 2022, so I'm pretty young. And there have been a lot of things that I've collaborated with our old director with, I've collaborated with Sarah with, to kind of modernize at least the professional dress expectations. So one of the big things that had been a debate a little bit whenever I first started was pantyhose. That has kind of went away. There isn't that expectation anymore. Some of the shoe expectations, different things like that, bold colors where students can show their personality a little bit more. That's some initiatives we've taken, at least with the professional dress, to make sure that students are still professional dressed, but they're allowed to show their personality a little bit more, because that's becoming a little bit more common, and it's still giving them the ability to express themselves, even though unfortunately in some of our fields, like Sarah was saying, like mining, like civil, they're probably realistically never going to have to wear a suit in the day-to-day, but it still allows them to have that opportunity of getting familiar with themselves, still being able to dress professionally and showcase themselves in the best light possible. There's also going to be initiatives that myself and the student employees are taking this upcoming semester. We have initiatives to send out surveys after every single one-on-one appointment and after every single workshop. So we're getting that feedback immediately this upcoming semester. So we do stay a little bit more into the know this year and continue to move forward in the right direction that's still relevant to our students and still getting the information that they want to in a method that's acceptable and approachable to them.
Just like, okay, sorry. A couple of years ago, even last year, the campus leaders and the deans received an Excel spreadsheet with the list of companies and the kinds of students they were looking for. Have you discontinued that?
No.
Okay, because that would help the grad students,
That is my creation.
Okay.
So as long as I'm here, that will still hold on.
Because that acts like a filter, so the students know which companies they can go to.
Yes, I agree. So that's why I did that, because I thought it was very helpful to help narrow down for students. And that was not top of priority, to be honest. They didn't even know I did that.
Yeah. So
So I will definitely continue that on while I have the ability, and I will express to the next director that has been received well, and we should continue it.
So my question is, do the students actually get to see that list?
So what we do is we send that to department chairs, and usually the folks, their staff as well. And then we kind of rely on them to send that out, because we don't send it to every student, because the argument was the students can do that filtering them off of the app. Okay. So typically what I have done in the past is just send it to the faculty and asked them to please forward it to their students so that they would have access to it. Could we do it the other way? Probably so. Probably so. I would just have to get with IT to make sure that we could have access to
I
send
think that would be very helpful.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
And I know our department does forward those emails, so I think a lot of the departments do.
I think we've got one, Steve, I think we've got one right here. He's been trying for a minute.
He's been waiting for a long
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm Emmanuel and I'm asking out of curiosity. So the background of my question is, as international students, at times we get to work on projects funded by nationality restricted institutions, and we graduate, and due to these restrictions, we kind of are unable to be employed by these same institutions. So I would like to know if you have a number of, if possible, of international students who have been able to continue after their studies, find work with these nationality restricted institutions. Like my major is aerospace engineering, and I know that working in the aerospace industry is near 0% for international students due to these restrictions. So do you have a number, and how can someone like me bypass these nationality restrictions, which I know is obviously above universities?
So to be quite honest, I don't have numbers on that, but to be honest, I think that's going to fall under an international, really, is the international office probably, to be able to clear where they can go, because I don't know yeah, go ahead. Molly will just jump on.
Okay, my name is Molly, and I deal with co-ops, internships, but also the CPT process. So unfortunately, Shauna Holly, who's going to present with me next, had an emergency and is unable to attend. So I'm going to briefly answer your question, hopefully. But that said, Shauna will have the actual answer for you, and you should reach out to her office. Either her or James Sloan should be able to help you. So the two options for international students taking jobs outside of on-campus employment are CPT and OPT. CPT is curricular practical training, and that is where you're employed by a company, and you have to take credit to go alongside. OPT is past graduation, and that's optional practical training. So that is where you still have to have F1 visa status. You don't have to be enrolled in credit because your degree has been completed, but you can extend an employment past, say you were on CPT and you've worked with a company, and you don't need full sponsorship, but it allows you to stay a little bit longer in that role and work towards that sponsorship. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. Unfortunately, the international office isn't here. They would be the better one to help out.
I meant nationality restricted institutions, like based on, I know for a fact that for my major, getting to work with these institutions is near 0%, like NASA, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, because of the kind of projects they kind of work on. But then we tend to work, or these same institutions fund some of the projects these international students work on as students. And I know there are exceptions. Anytime I kind of interact with people in the industry, they go like, it depends on the area you want to work in. If it's in the defense, it might be difficult. So I believe there are exceptions. And I would like to know if what can someone like me do to bypass these nationality restrictions?
So unfortunately, that's kind of a loaded question, and it depends from case to case realistically. Usually the way that I would handle that situation with a student is we would sit down, talk about the areas that you're interested in working in, and then really start doing a deep dive on the companies that are willing to do sponsorship opportunities, and kind of just get started from there and start building out essentially a game plan for that student to better find those opportunities, whether they're wanting to stay here in the States or whether they're wanting to go international. We look at both options. We look at things that's going to work best for that student, because unfortunately it is a case-to-case basis. And unfortunately, like you said, realistically, defense probably isn't going to be a very realistic option, but there are options you can go into, and it really just depends on your interest and where you're wanting to eventually go. So if you want to schedule an appointment with me, please reach out to me.
This is a great conversation. We're going to do just a couple more questions and then make sure that Molly has a few minutes to talk about what she came to talk about as well.
Okay, hi. I just wanted to follow up on the comment about soliciting feedback through surveys from students about the services that you provide and the advice that you give to them. It just reminded me, many years ago, what we found worked very well was to do a similar kind of thing, but with the recruiters who come to campus. So inviting them to a function, you can invite them in groups of 10 and have a conversation. What I always like to ask was, what are the 5 most egregious things students have done during an interview? And oh my goodness, what you find out. But you also ask about dress. You can ask about the kinds of the changes that are occurring. And you might find that kind of advice really, really helpful.
Thank you so much for that comment. And yes, we have had an advisory council made up of employers as well as some faculty in the past. At COVID, that kind of went by the wayside. We would like to bring that back specific to career opportunities. Now, we do have another larger one where some of those questions can be addressed, but a lot of times there's not enough time. So I would like to bring it back specifically to our career opportunities office, and I think that is a fantastic way. That is really the way that we find out about how do employers want our resumes to be formatted. That's how we get that information. So I appreciate that very much. Yeah, we also, so just like we survey the students at Career Fair, we also do survey the employers at following Career Fair as well.
I'd also suggest that you make an attempt to talk to students who don't use your services and maybe see why.
Agreed. So we try to get out as much as we can. It's very hard for us to get to everybody, but we do try very hard to get out to as many students as we can and try to get as much feedback as we can. So I should ask, so what would be a good suggestion? It's hard sometimes for us to get into classrooms to do talking. Some faculty are open, some are not, but maybe I'm curious.
Just wanted to give a plug. Some of the students who don't seek the help, I think, for placement issues with companies are interested in graduate school. They're interested in medical school. A few are interested in law school, and some are interested in teaching.
Okay.
And as you know, Sarah, we're initiating this kind of STEM to X or alternative kind of career pathways. And there will actually be a kind of a sector, a small corner of the career fair, but it's not an issue to do with the career fair. I think COA is going to be teaming with the advisors in those areas to make sure that both undergraduate and graduate students are fully aware of the fact that a career isn't just a series of corporate jobs, but could actually go in a number of different directions that traditionally COA hasn't been working in. So I think that this is an important thing for people to understand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Last question.
So this is in response to Emmanuel's question. Companies that restrict their employees to US citizens or permanent residents are not going to change those requirements. So someone like you should look at companies that work in adjacent areas. They are also working on some defense related projects, but they may have jobs there that do not require US citizens. Okay, so you may still be able to find a job in the aerospace industry, but it might not be with Boeing, or it could be with one of the Boeing subsidiaries. But you will be able to use your expertise. So the key is to work with maybe Sarah and her team to try to identify those. I know that because I know family members who were in the same positions and they were able to be gainfully employed.
Thanks everybody for your questions. Molly, we have a few minutes left. Molly came to tell you a few things. We'll have a very few minutes at the end for some wrap-up questions, and then it'll be lunchtime. So that'll be great.
I will keep it very brief since I know you're all waiting for lunch. And since Shauna couldn't join us today, she had an emergency, I'm going to touch very briefly on CPT and what that means for graduate students. So obviously, as a student, you have the opportunity to do co-ops and internships. Graduate students are not required to report those to our office in the way that undergraduate students are, unless you're an international student. With international students, if you are going on co-op or internship, and that can be part-time or full-time, you are required to report it not just to our office, but also to international studies. In CPT, the curricular practical training means that you have to take a class for credit alongside of your work experience, basically showing that that work is necessary and benefiting your education and not just, another job for you. I will show you on Handshake what it looks like to report it to our office. This, again, is required for international students, graduate and undergraduate, but I also would strongly encourage non-international students who are graduate students to still report it to us because we use all this data. Sarah showed our dashboard. We do have a feature for internships and co-ops, but we can't report on the data if we don't have it. So even if you're a graduate student and you aren't required to report your internship and co-op, please do it anyway, because we really love having that information and seeing where our students are going. And that also, of course, helps us note what employers are recruiting and hiring graduate students. So I'm going to pull up Handshake real quick and show you what it looks like. Okay, so this is obviously the home screen you'll see when you log in. What you'll do is you'll go to Career Center, which is over on the left-hand side. And then you'll choose Experiences because your co-op or internship is an experience. And then you click Submit an Experience, and it'll ask you some questions about your experience, the employer, the position title, your salary. We are required to know the salary if you're reporting it for CPT. We are not required to know it if you're just reporting it so we can have the information, but we love to have it because it gives us a good baseline for other students. And then once you've submitted that experience on Handshake, you should upload a copy of your offer letter, required for CPT, not required if you're not applying for CPT. And that's kind of the whole process on our end. If you are an international student applying for CPT, there are more steps you have to follow, but everything is done through the ISSS office, and Shauna and James is the other one over there. Unfortunately, I don't have more information for you because Shauna is kind of the bulk of the CPT and OPT process, but she is available, just not today. I highly encourage you to reach out to her office if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Molly. Let's congratulate all of our staff members who participated in this and all their work that they did to prepare for today. Thank you all so much. We do have a few minutes. We can go back to any of the panelists who still remain on the stage, who will be happy to answer more questions if you have them. Steve is standing by with his microphone. Hamid.
There's so many great opportunities for students out there on campus. And I know that sometimes students don't go to these events or they don't take advantage of these resources. So what would you say to a student who sees the resource, knows it's there, and decides maybe not to go? How would you convince them that this is important?
Okay, I will take that. So I'm actually kind of glad. Thank you, Eric, for bringing that up because we do offer a large number of events outside of the career fair. So recruiting events, essentially. So employer days, information sessions, employer seminar series. We will just be loaded up with events that will be happening on campus. And so as a specific to the graduate students, and actually this message is the same either for undergrad or grad, but in my opinion, networking is the key to getting the job you want. Okay, so there may be an employer on campus doing, okay, we'll just use Boeing. Maybe they're going to be on campus doing a Boeing Day event. Maybe they've got positions posted, maybe they don't. Oftentimes they don't. There is nothing stopping any student from going and speaking directly with some of these recruiters. Give them that elevator speech that you have. Present yourself in the best light. Tell them why you're interested in their company. The biggest thing is if you're going to go up and talk to them, please know something about them. They can totally tell if you approach them and are just like, oh, well, I've heard of this company and this is what you do. P&G, for example, I was talking to a recruiter yesterday and he's like, I hate it whenever a student comes up to me and says, oh, you make all that household stuff. Well, yeah, but they want you to know more about. He said, if they could do just even a little bit of digging to find out specific good questions to ask that relate back to them as a student and their experiences and why they would be qualified, goes a long way. So I think we would tell them, please go, prepare yourself, network, find out what is available out there. Does that answer? Kind of.
Okay. I wanted to make a comment back to Emmanuel's question again. I think that an aspect of that, and maybe that's not a direct answer to your question, but an aspect of that is faculty communicating ahead when we are recruiting students on what the particular project is and what prospects for employment are post-graduation, and also some of these restrictions and what that could mean for the student taking the job. I know sometimes when a student is coming in for the first time, they're eager to go to grad school, eager to go to the United States. And sometimes even when you communicate those restrictions or potential obstacles, it goes over their head and they don't hear it. But it's important to communicate that because we don't want to be in the situation where we misrepresent what the prospects for doing a PhD or master's in this area, working with this company is, because it creates problems post-graduation for the student. And when those students don't have a good experience, it affects potential students that we could recruit later when word gets back that students graduate and don't get good outcomes. So that's on us faculty doing a good job clearly communicating, this is what you'll be working on, these are the implications for career prospects post-graduation, and the student can make the decision with their eyes fully opened.
Oh, thank you. So my question is it's still around what Emmanuel asked, but then maybe more general. So I was going to ask, I'll talk from a personal experience as well. I appreciate the fact that so many persons have been speaking about concerning international students getting offers, getting employment from these career fairs and all. My first question would be, what follow-up do you do as a body in terms of recruitment? So is it just the companies come, the students go, and it's just the business between the students and the recruiters, or is there any follow-up process you carry on? And the other one is, what are you working on? Because when I came here, there's a perception I met, and it's still on. Like, it's always difficult for international students to get jobs from these career fairs. In fact, that was the reason why I didn't attend career fair last year, September. Yes, because it's still on, and I know so many persons like that. Like they will tell you, don't go there and waste your time. I've been doing this for the past 3-4 years. I've not gotten any offer, international students. So, and from what you have said today, you, even though I didn't get or we didn't get numbers, like you said, if we need figures, you might have to go back and pull up those figures. You've actually spoken the fact that some international students have been getting offers as well. Like it's not just it has been a mixture of both. Like because you mentioned the fact that that it's glaring that most graduate students are international students. So we've been having students who are international students getting offers. So, but then with this narrative and the perception on ground, what efforts are you making to work on that perception on students? Because for someone like me now I'll have to attend the next one because we are trying to change my perception. But then not everybody, you can see the attendees here. This is not all the grad students we have on campus. So what efforts are you making to convince international students that these things are not the way people say they are? Thank you.
So I will say, as an international student, you should definitely still attend the career fair, if for no other reason than it's great practice to talking with employers. Unfortunately, we can't force employers to hire certain people. We can only advertise who they are recruiting. One thing you might do is when you're looking at attending the career fair, going on Career Fair Plus, which is the app that we use, it will have the map of the fair, a list of all the employers, and you can filter there where employers might be hiring students for sponsorship, CPT, OPT, anything like that. Even if they may not have a position specifically for you, still go talk to them if they are open to hiring international students. As far as communication between the employer and the student, once you get to that point, once we've brought the employer to campus, it's kind of on the student to do any follow-up that you want to do with that employer. If you do get an offer letter, we are happy to review the offer letter with you, go over salary negotiations, if it's appropriate, if it's not appropriate, benefit packages, all of those types of things. Sarah Mitchell, who had to leave early, she does a lot of offer letter reviews and negotiating tips. So if you get an offer letter, we can help you work on that. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be up to you to contact the employer and go back with a counter offer and actually accepting it, that's kind of thing. Did that answer your question a little bit, partially?
So what are the things you're putting in place to like change the mindset of international students or graduate students who have this mindset that there is not always easy to get offers from these career fairs as well? So you didn't answer that. But then I also have an additional question. Questions about is there any platform on how students communicate with referrals? Because I have friends, colleagues who are graduates or grad students or just graduated, and where they are their internships, the companies always give them the opportunity to like refer students. Like if you have anybody who has this quality, who has this certifications and all, you can always recommend them. So is there a platform whereby you are trying to collect data of if there's anyone who has a referral option or referral link from any company, whereby you have it in case you can also help in trying to get options from the school? I don't know if you got my question. Like students going for internship, when they come back, we have cases whereby that particular company reaches out to the students and says, we like the way you worked with us last time. If there's anybody you have who has this similar degree as well, recommend them to us. So in case some persons might have those opportunities, those information, and some people don't know what to do with information. Some people might not just think, okay, there's nobody they know, and that opportunity to just go wasted. So is there an avenue you have for students to just come and dump those information, those opportunities to your table?
The only thing I can think of on that regard is on Handshake. If you go to certain employer pages, you can review employers and comment from your student profile. And I believe it's across all Handshake users, is it not? So it's not just S&T students then, you'll have students from all over anyone whose university uses Handshake, they can all leave their feedback on that employer. So that's one way to find that information. The downside is you're going to have to look at employer to employer to employer. So you're going to have an employer in mind to go to their page and get that feedback that way. Same with LinkedIn. Yeah, you can find it all on LinkedIn. One useful way to use LinkedIn is you can look at specific alums. You can filter, if you go to a company page, filter by alumni for those who work there, and you can reach out to people specifically through LinkedIn that may have a degree from the same place as you or just in the same field as you. So I would strongly encourage you, no matter what website you're using, whether it's Handshake or LinkedIn, or when we get our new website up and running here soon, hopefully, just really play around with the filters on what type of feedback you're looking for. Are you looking for something from a specific major, a specific degree, a specific location? Or if you're looking for, you might be in a specific degree here, but there's only a handful of you. So maybe you need to broaden your search and look at folks from other universities and what experiences they've had as well with those companies.
If I could just jump in real quickly, I think the point that you make about whether, if the career fair has a reputation among many international graduate students that it is not a service that is available or helpful to them, and there is in fact a whole series of opportunities available, then that is important information for COAR, I think, to work on changing that reputation and reaching out and being more proactive about ensuring students know that there's something there for them. I believe we have time for one more question.
Have you, back to the question about the students that don't go to the career fair, have you looked at the students who are coming, the analysis on which departments are more represented? Obviously, from what I hear, it's more engineering students, right? Those are the ones who are successful, where I hear our students are not going. But I don't really know from if there's data on that or if that's true or not. But it just might help. Or they say they're being recruited for, but the person that is actually interested is not there. So, and I know you've heard some of that, but is there some data on that to know if the students are actually attending?
We have the data of the students that are attending and what the majors and colleges are from. I don't have it in front of me, but we do have it. We can definitely connect later and I can pull it for you if you're interested. One thing we always encourage students to do is, again, play with the filters when they're looking on Career Fair Plus and seeing what majors certain companies are looking for. If the recruiter there is not actually looking for that type of major, they should still talk to them. They should still pass along their resume and make the connection. We are primarily and headlining, an engineering school. We have the bulk of our majors are engineers here. So of course, a lot of the recruiters that are coming back are engineering alums. And while they might not be looking for someone who is a psychology major, that doesn't mean that that their company isn't hiring for psychology majors. They should still make those connections, because if the person who signed up for the career fair is, say, from the HR office of that company, they might know that they're searching for other majors aside from the recruiters that are attending. So I would just tell those students to continue to attend and continue to make those connections, even if the company isn't, honestly, even if they don't list that they're hiring for a specific major, but they know that company does need those people. Every company has an HR. If you're an HR person, and they don't list that they're hiring for HR, you should still go talk to that company, pass along your resume and say, hey, I know you're not here to talk to me, but please pass this along to the folks that are looking to hire me. Because that's a way that you network and make connections. We have a couple different workshop opportunities for students on networking that might be really useful for students who might not be predominantly recruited at the career fair. Did you want to add?
No, I agree with all of that for sure. And then I'm just going to play devil's advocate here. So well, it's not even devil's advocate. It's a really bad circle that we kind of get into that kind of goes around and around. So if we get the employers to come to hire maybe our non-STEM folks, or the folks to come in that are looking for the non-STEM folks, what happens is then we don't have any students because the students don't go to the fair. And then they're a one and done. So if they're not there, they don't come back. So that is kind of a vicious cycle that we get into. That's not
I'm not trying to make an excuse. I'm just saying that's kind of where we're trying to hit it from both angles, where we've got both showing up at the fair representing what needs to be represented. But that is an issue for sure. Thank you, Trish, on that, because it is an issue, always has been. We're trying to get ahead of that. So
I want to thank our audience for some terrific questions and thank our panelists once again for some great information. Samuel, is it okay to turn people over to lunch? All right. I believe that lunch is available. So thanks very much for them too.
Yeah, we should continue eating whilst we have our keynote speaker. Our speaker this afternoon is Mark J.T. Smith. Mark just retired from being Senior Vice Provost for Academic Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School at the University of Texas at Austin. At UT Austin, Mark launched a graduate education task force that identified and implemented initiatives to improve healthcare access, reduce healthcare costs, and expand benefits. He secured $10.9 million in recruiting funds to support graduate students, the single largest increase in funding for graduate students in the university's history. Mark also developed comprehensive campus-wide recruitment strategies to better reach students around the world and from underrepresented groups. He launched several diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, and in 2020, UT Austin's Graduate School joined the University Research Alliance, funded by the National Science Foundation, and helped implement a faculty hiring workshop model that promotes holistic application review and recruiting. Mark also served as CGS board chair in 2016, contributed regularly at CGS annual and summer meetings, and is the former chair for the GRE board and a leader in promoting holistic graduate student admissions. Please join me in welcoming Mark Smith to the podium.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. I appreciate it. I also appreciate having my wife with me today, Cynthia Smith, who helped me drive up from the St. Louis area in the rush hour traffic and the fog. So glad to have you here. I was noticing in the program that there is mention in the title of this presentation about attracting graduate students from diminishing global pool, the new reality. And I was thinking about that. And when you look at the data, how many of you look at lots of data all the time? I've always found that the statistics that come out about in student enrollments to be somewhat confusing, because you hear things like, well, nationally, the enrollments have increased by X percent, or they've decreased by X percent, and things like this, but it's the percent based on last year and so on, and you really have to look at the charts. Well, my conclusion is when you look at enrollments, you look at applications, it's kind of all over the place. But one of the things that is clear, very, very clear, is that the competition for students is increasing. There are more universities globally entering the market than ever before, and the quality of education throughout the world is getting better and better. So we all need to pay very, very good attention, close attention to our graduate student support services and networks and structures. So I think that this topic that you all have selected is very timely. What I thought I would do is to focus on some of the issues that I see from where I sit, or where I used to sit before I retired, and then also share with you some of my favorite approaches toward programs that are relevant to support structures for graduate students. But I'd like to start out by focusing on that first word there, competitive. And I'm going to start with a short video. Now, the message here is not one that you've not heard before. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with this, and you've heard this. This has to do with the importance of having diverse teams and things like this. But I will say that there are communities and states, some of which are very, very large, that have not fully understood the message that is being presented here. So this is from a corporate perspective. This is how a company thinks about how you attract the most talented workforce. And I'll highlight the points after we listen to it. All right, here we go. Let's say you've got a big problem on companies. You need you have a little bit to start out and double it fast. The good news is that you have some time. You can get a guy like this guy, one of the top experts in the financial industry, or this guy, who just barely graduated from business school. You pick the expert, right? It's the obvious choice. Now, let's suppose you get a whole team of advisors, like 10 of the top experts, or you can choose a random group of 10 people all working in the financial industry, but aren't necessarily the very top experts. Again, the obvious answer is choose the first group, but actually, research by economists on Page shows that they're better off than this group of people. In his research, Page has found that diverse groups consistently outperform groups like minded experts. This is a clear example of why diversity is so important. A diverse group represents a wide variety of mindsets, perspectives, and experiences, and that leads to greater creativity, better problem solving. That's why we tend to think diverse minds perform much better than companies who are similar types of people. So that's a very powerful message. I think we've all heard that before, but sometimes it's forgotten. The power and the strength of having a community of scholars, of students from all over the world present in an environment, an educational environment, is a real strength. And it's a strength that we all should leverage. And thinking creatively about how we leverage that is something that should be in the forefront of our thinking. So I just wanted to mention that. Having a culturally rich student environment or student body improves the quality of education for all of us, for every student. So we all benefit from that. Similarly, companies are interested in recruiting from schools that can provide them with that kind of workforce. So companies have an interest in that as well. And what I also found was that the students were very interested in this. I'll tell you, my first day on the, well, it wasn't my first day on the job. It was my first month on the job when I was at UT Austin. I met with a group of students. Now, these were Texas students, and they were all white. And they said, Dr. Smith, we want to talk to you about something. And what was on their mind was they weren't satisfied with the diversity within the school. They wanted to see a richer community. And I was surprised by that and very pleased, particularly in the state of Texas. So, something to file away. All right. So there are many issues that we all face, and I wanted to just highlight a few of them that have kind of come to my attention over the years. Maybe topping the list is financial support. Like all of us, we meet with students, we talk about the issues and things that are on their mind, and what we hear most often are financial stresses. And I think that inflation has tended to outpace the increases that we've given many of our students. Now, there is an important difference, perhaps here versus Austin, where I was. Austin is a city that has experienced a housing market that has gone crazy. I mean, the housing rates have increased like 20% each year. We get students telling us that their rents have almost doubled. It's this kind of a thing. So if you're in that kind of environment, you really need to pay attention to the financial situation and situations that students are facing. But even in other environments, when I was at Purdue University, nobody can claim that the housing rates in West Lafayette, right, are going off the charts. They're not. But still, financial issues were on the minds of our students as well. So this is something that is very important to pay attention to. Here's where it can be a very interesting situation. We watch our dollars. We want to invest them carefully. If you have a situation where you're paying your students and you find out that the students are taking on second jobs in order to pay bills, what happens is that delays their time to graduation, and you actually end up paying more money to graduate a student than if you were to have given them more money and have them graduate sooner. Most of our faculty members weren't thinking about that. And so depending upon what the financial picture looks like here, it's something I think worth mentioning. All right, there's a sweet spot there. All right, disparities in preparation. We have students, you have students coming from all over the world, very large international population here. And they'll have different levels of preparation when they arrive. And so a question to ask is, how are you accommodating for those different disparities? Are there ways of detecting where a student may have a deficiency and provide easy ways for a student to address those kinds of deficiencies? A way in which this can show up is if you have a student, for example, I'm just going to make up this as an example, an undergraduate degree in physics, but is now entering a master's degree program in electrical engineering, sitting in a class with other students who have bachelor's degrees in electrical engineering. There may not be a match in backgrounds. There may be some differences there that may affect the performance. And so these are the kinds of things to be aware of when you're devising a curriculum. And it's all part of, this idea of having a good support structure for your students. So things that I would mention, those are issues. Isolation. If you have students coming from different communities and they come to your campus and they kind of look for people from the neighborhood, people who look like them, people who have the same kind of background, and they don't find anybody, they can feel very isolated. Where does this show up? Well, when students leave our programs, I used to often meet with the students just to find out what the issues are. Sometimes we think that students drop out of a program because the student wasn't able to make it academically. Actually, when we looked at the data, and this is true of 2 institutions that I've been associated with, could be just true of another institution I was associated with, but I didn't check that one. But anyway, that wasn't the number one reason why students were dropping out of the program, academics. As a matter of fact, it wasn't even number 2. Finances was number 1. But then connections with advisors, feelings of isolation, not being able to connect socially, they just weren't happy. And this is something that's on us to address. When we think about having a support structure for our students, it should recognize that students shouldn't be feel isolated. We need to go that extra mile to help them to become connected. And then that can lead to issues of, self-confidence. People think, well, gee, maybe I can't quite make it here, and so on. And so those two, I think, in my mind, are related. And then exclusion from student networks. So I think we can all resonate with this. Some of us may have lived through this kind of thing. I'm remembering when I was an undergraduate, and the word on the street was, if you were in a fraternity, The fraternities had all of the homework assignments and solutions going back 10 and 15 years, and you were connected, right? You had an advantage, and you had people who would help you out. You were connected. But if you weren't in those fraternities, good luck in finding those kinds of resources and things like that. That kind of connectedness. I think many of us know what I'm talking about at the undergraduate level. Same thing obviously exists at the graduate level. There are students who have a network where when it comes time to doing assignments, they can get together, they have the resources, they can pool their resources and so on. But the student who just came in from Nepal last week and is attending the first class doesn't have anybody to turn to. And so whose job is it to help get that student connected? It's our job. And so when we think about competitive support structures, that should be in our thinking. How do we get everybody connected? All right. So now we turn to, I guess, my major points here. And that is my favorite approaches to promoting student success. Just my personal favorite list. Number one, not in any particular order here, but graduate co-op. So many universities have a co-op program, but it's typically focused on undergraduate students. And being that this university is primarily focused on science and technology, co-op programs make perfect sense and they thrive, and we all embrace that idea. But I think the co-op programs are particularly important at the graduate level as well. I started my career at Georgia Tech. And Georgia Tech back then, this was, maybe they were one of the few universities to do this. They had a graduate co-op program, and they had a number of companies that they met with regularly, good connections with. You as a student could go to the graduate co-op office and say, I'm interested in co-op. An hour or two later, walk out and really be set up with a job for the summer or for the next semester. And so something like that addresses financial concerns because the companies paid very, very well, and that could help you, get through the program, but you also had a good, meaningful experience. So making it easy for graduate students to have internships and co-ops, I think, is so important. But I'll go one step beyond that. So once you have a co-op program in place and you have a group of staff members who are connected with companies, the next step or a next step is to think about collaboration opportunities between companies and your faculty members. And this one is not so easy to do, but the benefits can be tremendous. There are opportunities to engage many of these companies in research projects where you can establish a certain topic that would be ideal for a master's degree thesis. The companies can be convinced that if they invest in Professor X's program, master's degree thesis project, to address perhaps an issue that's of interest to the company, the cost-benefit ratio is very attractive. It'll cost much less for them to fund research through the universities and through the master's degree students than for them to fund it through their own research enterprise. Very, very attractive. The key to making this work is to get your faculty members and the members on the corporate side talking together and establishing a relationship. And once you have a student who graduates from that group and then works in the company, the collaboration becomes even easier. And you can really build quite an attractive enterprise. So I'm thinking of a few faculty members who have done that well and actually fund their students and research programs from industry dollars to the tune of $1 million+. And this is something that is easier to do once it's established than getting money from the National Science Foundation or the Department of Defense. It just works smoothly. So again, springboard from the graduate co-op idea to this idea of university research. This is something that an idea that I really like, and there's some great examples out there. I should point out, I mean, I don't want to make it sound easier than it really is, but a key is the projects that you identify have to have academic merit. It's not just development for the company. It has to be something that's of a general nature and that's publishable. But still, that work can help a company and can be invaluable to a company and worth them investing in. So all of that's part of the equation. All right. So that's graduate co-op. Next one is peer mentoring. I heard in the discussion earlier this concept of mentoring. We all agree, everybody in the world agrees with that. You have a lot of students out here. You have fewer faculty members relative to the number of students. So it's harder to get one-on-one mentoring for all of the students that you have. But peer mentoring doesn't have that problem. And so that's why that's particularly attractive, at least in my mind. So one of the things that we did was we set up a peer mentoring program with a twist. We call it e-mentoring, that the E is for electronic. So what we did, we looked at all of the incoming graduate students, and this was in the School of Electrical and Computer Engineering. All of the new incoming graduate students, got a list, and then we looked at our senior graduate students, and we solicited, sent out an announcement for those who would be interested in participating in the program. So we have these two groups. And then each of the groups, the new incoming students and the senior graduate students, we sent them a survey. And we asked them questions that were related to their interests, personal preferences, and things like this. What do you like to do? What favorite sports, favorite activities, books to read, things like that. And now we have these two lists. And then we developed a little algorithm to do some matching. And we matched the senior graduate students and the new incoming graduate students based upon their personalities and personal interests. Matching program. And that's the way we formed our peer mentoring. And so we match them in this way. So the idea now is to have the senior students and the new students meet. The senior students have the advantage that they've been around the block many times. They know, can provide advice that even faculty members can't provide. For example, a senior graduate student can tell or advise a new incoming student, don't take course A and course B together because they'll kill you. I tried it, it didn't work out. It's better to take this course in this sequence. Faculty, we don't know that. We don't take the courses, right? A lot of good advice out there. So we put some structure behind this. Once we did the pairing, we said the requirement is, and you're going to agree to this, you are going to meet as a pair every week, at least once every week. And as an incentive to do that, we will pay for you to have either a breakfast, a lunch, or a dinner on us. We had a little card that they could use at any one of the dining services in order to make this happen. Actually, lunch was the most popular for students to meet. You know what the least popular was? Breakfast. Yeah, nobody likes to get up. But providing that kind of incentive really did go a long way to help ensure that the pairs actually met. But we also followed up with an email every week just to make sure that the meetings will occur. You know, one of the things that happens with mentoring, as maybe many of you know, you kind of start out meeting and then things fizzle away as soon as you get busy. So this was a step that we took to prevent that from happening. The other thing that we did was we met as a group. So all of the mentor-mentee pairs we met in a large room like this, and we had each month, and we had over dinner, by the way, and we had program activities. So we talked about particular challenges that they may face. How do you prepare for an interview, or one of the many professional development type topics? And so we did this for a full semester, and then the graduates of the program in time became the new senior advisors, and so on and so on. And it worked really very, very well. We surveyed the students after the function, and the satisfaction was very high. Well, being an engineer and liking to do, experiments, I saw this as an opportunity because I kind of like the idea of the personality matching part of it. So we divided the groups up, the second iteration that we did, into two groups. First group, 50% of them, we matched based upon personality, personal preferences, right? The second group, we made the assignments randomly, right? So we had a control group and a peer match and a matched group. And then at the end, we did a survey to find out would you evaluate your experiences? And what we found out is that the ones that were matched based upon personal interests and personalities, the level of satisfaction was significantly higher. Overall, the satisfaction was very high, but the number of students that said it was exceptional, gave it the highest marks, was much higher when we matched based upon personality. So I was very encouraged by that. So again, the key element here, I think the lunches were pretty key, right, in terms of getting people together. The follow-up, just to monitor to make sure that the students were meeting, is also very key. And it's cost effective in the sense that you can really, for a small amount of food, accommodate many, many, many students. So wanted to share that with you. Next, there is in the academy this view that faculty members should be evaluated on a set of criteria, promotion and tenure criteria. And I think we all work from the same playbook on this. I've been at many institutions, many reviews. It always looks the same: research, service, and teaching, where you kind of ignore service and a little bit of emphasis on not much on the teaching, and all about the research and so on. So one of the things that I think we need to do in order to serve our students well is to recognize contributions to mentoring our students. This is important. Students and our graduates are our future, and faculty should be encouraged and incentivized to do more and more one-on-one mentoring, particularly at the graduate level, but all across the board. Now, changing that in the well-entrenched promotion and tenure standards is not so easy. But at UT Austin, the community managed to do that. There were enough people who recognized or were willing to say, this is important. We are going to have this listed among the things that you report on when you submit your documentation for promotion and tenure. And so that elevated the visibility of the mentoring, which was a huge step. The next thing that you want to have happen is for that same thing to be reflected in the annual review process. So it's more than just number of publications and how much money did you bring in, but in the description that faculty members submit to the department chair for annual raises should also include contributions to mentoring graduate students. And so this was a change that was made, and this was in Texas huge because it had never been done before, and the barrier seemed pretty high. So I just wanted to mention that because I think it's important. Next, tracking student success data each semester. Let me ask, because I don't know the answer to this question, would you say that you have access to student data? Is that pretty available, easy to get? Yeah. Well, at UT Austin, it wasn't very easy to get. We had a provost come in who was interested in data, and we moved in that direction. So now we are able to get that data. But this is important, I believe, for us to monitor for obvious reasons. And I think it falls to the graduate dean's office and also the department chairs to be on top of this. Let me be specific. So one is climate. Now, what I found when I looked at climate survey data, and I think we all do surveys, student climate surveys from time to time. Sometimes it's on a 3-year cycle, but that data is out there. The problem is who looks at it. Looking at it is key. What I found is most of the departments were pretty reasonable. I mean, the climate was pretty good, but there were a few where there were some problems. If none of us had looked, we would never have known that those problems were out there. So, message, it's important for somebody to be looking. And then once you identify it, you have to intervene. Find out why students are, and some of the stories that you hear are quite concerning, right? You fix the problems. Usually it can be like just 1 or 2 faculty. Simple conversation, right, can turn things around. But that's something that's important to monitor. Second, retention and completion. All right? Students come in, we like to think that, and I used to say this when I was recruiting, you get a PhD, it takes about 5 years to get a PhD. Everybody used to say that. All right? I checked the data. I won't mention institutions, and I won't mention the department to protect the innocent. It wasn't 5 years, although everybody was saying it. It was 6.5 years. It's important to check. Sometimes when you go in to intervene and you say, do you know that our department has an average time to degree of 6.5 years? We need to fix this. Well, Professor NAE will stand up and say, look, we are a quality institution. We don't just push people through here. It takes time to do quality work. That is a reaction that you can get. What can be helpful is to point to some examples of peers. So you go and you look at the average time to degree of some institutions that you might respect. So, and I'm not sure I remember the numbers right, but I think this is pretty close. At that time, I looked up MIT, and the average time to degree was 5 years. And when you start putting that kind of a thing on the table, then people start listening and they say, well, maybe 6.5 years is more than it should be. But then we look more closely to find out why students were taking 6.5 years. And you want to know what we discovered? It was taking your average student 1.5 years to find a thesis advisor. When we took steps to line up the students with a thesis advisor and got that done early, we shaved 1 year off the time to degree. It had nothing to do with quality, it had to do with structure. And so this is something to pay attention to, look at the numbers, and when you have those outliers, have conversations to figure out how you can improve. Another one to look at is all right, so that was time to degree. Related to that is retention. So as I mentioned before, you have some students, for example, who don't complete. And it's not always because of academics, but a lot of times it's because of climate, or it can be financially and things like that, and you may want to make investments there. Course evaluation scores. All right, so I suspect everybody in all universities in our country, when faculty members teach courses, they do course evaluation surveys. Probably in many universities, it's mandatory. Is it mandatory here? Everyone does that? Right. So the key is who looks at this information and how do you ensure that you get the most out of this information? What we found out was that more than just looking at the scores, it's very informative to look at the student comments, because that's often where you find areas that could be improved. And so we have taken strong steps to encourage, even stronger than that. all faculty members to annually look at all of their course evaluations and read all of the comments, and the chairs as well, and to view this as an opportunity for improving the quality of instruction and the quality of mentoring. And that we have found to be a great resource. And then the last one is, oh, let me add to that one. Student debt, okay? We have situations where students come in and they take out more loans than they should. Someone needs to be watching that to make sure that students aren't graduating with excessive debt. At an institution like this, which is focused on science and technology, it's not as big of a problem as institutions that are more comprehensive and have programs like social work, for example, where the return on the educational investment isn't as attractive as it is in computer science. But still, right, it's something that we have to pay attention to and guide our students in there. And then the last thing that I will mention is to periodically review the support structures that you have for your students, engaging the students in the conversation, because they are a great resource in the creation and revision of new designs. Okay, so those are kind of the my favorite thoughts are related to this topic that I wanted to share with you. And before I leave, I want to leave you all with a challenge, both for the graduate students and even for the faculty members. And this is related to support structures and networking for your career. I would like to challenge you, if you're a student, to get to know someone, make friends with one student from every continent on the globe. A friend who is close enough such that when you go to that continent, that country, and visit, you'd feel comfortable spending the night, spending some time with that student, all right? Close friends. If you're a faculty member, a colleague, one in every continent. If you can't find anybody from Antarctica, that's okay. We'll settle for the rest, but see if you can do that. And this is part of, in my view, building a network that can last for the rest of your career. Thanks very much for your attention. We have time for some questions for our keynote speaker. So, yeah.
Very curious about your team mentoring program. What was the like how many students in the intern class were you matching?
150.
150. Can your department was responsible for executing the matching, the communication, weekly reminders, scheduling, like was their name?
Me.
You.
So let me look.
Okay.
So I had a team, all right, but I was the loud voice. I had Cindy Lynch, who was what was her title? Director of Professional Development within the graduate school, and I had 2 graduate students who I worked with. They handled the mechanics of the matching algorithm, and then they were also there to, during the lunch meetings to help with registration and things like that. But I was at every meeting. Right. Oh, hi. Okay.
Thank you, sir. That was a beautiful presentation, and I learned a lot. But then I think I was learning too much as it's not to sound negative, but I think I was learning too much as a graduate student, and I felt this session was so much for like faculty members and administrators in the university, because so many things you spoke about in terms of making life easier, building a good support system for the graduate student were things I felt the faculty members should actually be aware of, like should be here. And though we have some members of the faculty here, but then I felt if we have a larger proportion here, this presentation would have been so awesome. But then regardless, that was a beautiful presentation. And my question is this: you spoke about disparities in preparation, where you were talking about how students come from a background like you mentioned pure applied. You mentioned physics background and that happens a lot in grad school. Like, in fact, that's what most persons do just want to switch from one particular program to another, and you said that you recommended that there should be a proper support structure. So I want to ask, like, what kind of support structure have you been in charge of? Have you recommended or have you carried out? Because it's not everywhere. Like life here, I don't want to say here, but then life in most grad schools just expect to come in and you find your feet along the line, and it's up to you to find your feet. Nobody cares everybody. The professor just assumes that everybody in my class, and for you to be in this class, you are qualified. Fine, you are qualified, but then how do you make them not neglect the fact that there's actually disparity in background of where people are coming from? And you spoke about happiness. You spoke about grad students, that was under isolation, whereby there was a statistics on why the students actually drop out of grad school, and it was not based on academics. After the financial aspect, you spoke about isolation and how the system should actually make grad students, comfortable enough, or at least happy to do whatever they are doing. And I wish that you can actually dwell more on that and speak more on that, on how the resources and the ways in which that can be done. Thank you.
My favorite approach to this is through peer mentoring, right? When a student, for example, may have a deficiency, let's say the student hears about using MATLAB and they haven't heard of MATLAB before because they may not have MATLAB in their country, but they may feel embarrassed about asking about it. Peer mentoring is a great source for that. That becomes the topic of conversation. And the senior peer mentor is then able to hook that student up. Here's MATLAB, here's how you use it, let me show you this. That's my favorite approach to those kinds of things. Faculty are resource too, but the bar for entry is lower when you have a peer help you with that.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I really appreciate your recommendations. So among them, I'd like to ask one question about how to recognize faculty mentoring to graduate students. In fact, as you know that we could easily get the quantity, how many students each faculty mentor, but the question is quality. For classroom, we have surveys so that we somehow get the quality information, but this faculty to graduate student mentoring is hard. I don't know if there's a good way to get this quality information.
Very astute point and a very difficult question. All right. So let me point out this. One way that you can get good information is to look at the exit surveys that are done by students. And then you get a very good reading on the quality of mentoring. What we found is that the quality of mentoring across the board scores pretty high. Matter of fact, that relationship, advisor-student relationship, often is the top. All right, but there are always a few outliers. If you have enough faculty, there are always going to be a few outliers out there. But you can help address some of those outliers if you can figure out where they are. So yeah, the other thing that's kind of tough is, and you mentioned it before, how do you assess the quality? Okay, so you can look at standard metrics, but there are some metrics that you can ask that can kind of give you a hint about the quality. For one, how often do the students meet? Another thing that we put in place was annual reviews. So each year, it is now required that the advisor and the student have a meeting to talk about progress. And the purpose is to help the student understand, is he or she making satisfactory progress, and what can be done to help the student along. That generates a report, and that can help inform quality of the mentoring relationship. So these are just some thoughts, but your point is well taken. That's a challenge.
Thank you for what you've been saying. I actually sort of had a couple of questions, but I'll just start with one and probably run out of time.
Give them to me one at a time.
Yeah. So the first one was having to do with looking at the peer institutions and the time to graduation. Did you look at anything having to do with the level of preparation the students had coming in. I like your solution or what you did in order to try to get students paired with advisors early. When I meet students who are thinking of going to grad school, I tell them, don't just pick a school and then hope you get an advisor. I said, look for people who are working on what you'd like to work on, try to figure out how to get there and work with that person. And but the question is, there are going to be students at the graduate level who need 6 to 8 years to graduate because they don't have the level of preparation the others do. There are going to be others who can get done in 2 years. And some come in with a master's degree and some don't. In my case, I went in after undergraduate school and did a master's and then a PhD at the same institution, 2 years each. But that was fast in my school. A lot of people came in with a master's and took 4 years, which made sense. That's what I expected to do.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of variability. And I knew somebody that was phenomenally brilliant, but crashed every time he took the defense. So he failed it once, and the second time almost failed it again and had to redo it. He was there for 8 years or so. And so to me, I saw a lot of variability. And I wonder what you did to look at that and compare it and adjust it. I expect there was a lot of difference in the average preparation for MIT students as opposed to UT, as opposed to Texas A&M and so forth. Thank you.
So I didn't try to address that. Everything you said is on point. Didn't try to address that through comparisons.
Okay.
That wasn't where my perspective was. My perspective on this is within our system of advising, there are tremendous inefficiencies. If an advisor and a student agree and focus and say, I'm going to graduate, we're going to have you graduate in, pick a number, 3 years, they can do it. I didn't believe that was true until I had an experience with the military officers program when I was at Purdue. They came to us and they said, we've got these military officers and we're going to give them full freight, we're going to pay the full salaries, good salaries. They have 3 years to get a PhD degree. All right? Are you interested in the program? My first reaction is 3 years, there's no way that they're going to do it. We got some programs that said, all right, we'll give it a shot. And there was a significant cohort. Every single one of them graduated in 3 years. And we asked about the quality. I asked the advisors, and they said, no, these guys did good work. So what's going on there? The thing that was different was they had structure, they had time frame. Oh, by the way, I had to add, if the military officer did not complete in time, all kinds of bad things happened. Like they had to pay back money, which they didn't have anymore, and stuff like their life would be miserable. They had some incentives. What that said to me was if two people, a thesis advisor and a student, agree and become committed, they can figure it out and they can make it work and they can do high quality stuff. And we'll let them handle the management. I shouldn't be handling that. So that would be the way I would respond to that.
Thank you. And the other question was related to his question over there. Many of the graduate classes we have here have only 1 or 2 students in them. And so when you do evaluations, for example, one time I taught in the summer a multi-section course because it was co-listed in 4 departments. I had 10 or 15 students, but only under 5 in any of the sections. And when you have that situation, in my case, it turned out that they didn't give me the evaluations because I might have figured out who did what, who wrote what. So I didn't get to find out any of the feedback that summer, and I needed it at that time for various reasons. So how do you address that kind of thing, or what do you suggest in terms of addressing small classes? Because sometimes graduate classes are just very small, and there are confidentiality issues with looking at the
Understood.
evaluations. Thank
O-
you.
Obviously, having larger classes does help, but I think also explaining to the student what the goal is here. The feedback is our mechanism for helping to improve the quality of education. This is the way our plan for how we serve you. Sometimes a few words like that can help increase the completion rate. One of the things that I will say is this is a positive deviance kind of approach to it. If you look across the board at CIS scores, and I was in a position where I saw all of them for all the cases that went up, we had small classes, but you had some professors who were really, really good at having high completion rates for the student surveys, and some who weren't. So the question is, how did these faculty members manage to do that? And they have some stories that they will tell about incentives and just setting the stage for how to do that. And the comments that came back weren't always flattering, right? But they were getting some honest feedback.
But I wasn't talking about the response rate. I was talking about the administrative decision between the evaluations being done. I think I may have even had 100% response rate that time, but I didn't get to see the evaluations or the results.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And that was
didn't
done
understand that.
because they were worried that I would perhaps figure out who wrote what.
Oh, okay. So at the institution, I misunderstood. At the institutions that I've been involved with, the professor always got that. Usually, the university administrators, they had to pull some strings in order to get that information. The scores were not provided to the faculty members until after the grades had been submitted. Well, so that sounds like a policy issue. And I would suggest maybe asking whoever is pushing that policy to maybe do a peer comparison and see how others are doing it. But I will say that I have found it to be very helpful to the instructor to get that feedback. Otherwise, how is the professor to know what needs to be improved? Right. Okay, I'm sure we're running behind here.
All right. So we're getting ready to start with Forum 3, which is health and wellness. My name is Sharon Matson. I am the Director of Operations in the Graduate Education Office. I will be a moderator for this forum. I'll be going around with the microphone to the crowd and getting your questions that way. And I'm going to turn it over to Jacob. Thanks.
My name is Jacob Turnus. I am the Director of Student Involvement. I started on July 1st, so I'm in just the beginning of my third week, so excited to be here with you all today. Kind of the layout of how we're going to do this today is we're going to start off with introductions. We have some prepared questions that I'm going to read through, and then we're going to open it up for you all. So you've met myself and Sharon. We also wanted to give a shout out to Jessica, who helped coordinate a lot of the logistics behind the scenes for this panel today. She wasn't able to join us, however. So moving into panelist introductions, we did have one substitution due to illness. So I'm going to go ahead and have Stephanie start first.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stephanie Murray Miller, and I am in place of Simran. She's unable to be here, but I know she really wanted to. In my role, I'm the manager of health promotion and prevention in the student well-being department.
Hi, my name is Mindy Bryson. I am the Director of Student Health. For those of you that don't know where Student Health is, it's located across from the football field. Most graduate students I have had some interaction with because of health requirements, so you probably know where we are. If you haven't interacted with me, you will be before the semester's over. Student Health offers a lot of different services. We can help you with almost anything, a wide range from I have a sprained wrist to I'm having some serious stressors affecting my mental health. So that's kind of the area I cover. And I also help manage the student health insurance. So when you have questions about student health insurance, I'm your person. I will tell you it's a bit ironic because I'm not a huge fan of health insurance. But there is a saying that is keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So I know a very good deal about health insurance because in healthcare we deal with it every day. And I probably don't like it any more than you do. So, but if you have questions, we always want you to come and ask. I am a resource for you. And so hopefully you can take advantage of that.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Claire Cuney. I am the chair of the psychological science department here on campus. I've also and continue to be the graduate coordinator for our graduate programs in that office. So I'm pretty familiar with, in particular, master's programs and the needs of those students, as well as the needs of distance students and sort of their experiences. And we're growing, hopefully, into a doctorate level program, so somewhat familiar with that. But in addition to all those roles, I am also and have been for about 4 years the faculty advisor for the Council of Graduate Students, which I will be emphasizing a lot today and tomorrow, because I believe that that is a resource on campus that's underutilized by both students and faculty in terms of really doing a better job to improve the graduate student experience on campus. So I'll be talking a lot about I can happy to answer questions from like a faculty mentor perspective, but also in particular, the role of working with graduate students to better the entirety of campus graduate student experience, and sort of the things learned and what we've worked on over the last few years.
Hi, my name is Lin Wang, and I'm a counselor from Student Wellbeing. I work closely with Stephanie, helping to promote the overall wellness of our students. And we want you to be here not just to thrive academically, but holistically with the every aspect of your wellness. In my role, I mostly interact with students through individual counseling and sometimes group counseling. And you might see me at various outreach events on campus. And sometimes, as counselors, we're invited to do presentations for you, help students learn ways to manage stress and improve their mental health, etc. And that's about what I do. And we'll talk more about the resources we provide you with and tips for you to better your mental health while you're here later. Thank
Good.
you.
All right. And jumping into our first set of prepared questions. So this is for all of our panelists. What type of services or resources are offered in each of your areas?
Awesome. Well, I will start us out. If you look in your handy dandy folder, there is actually a brochure with all of our different resources. So in our department, we provide counseling services, health promotion initiatives, and prevention programs to empower the S&T community to thrive and enhance their personal, academic, and professional success. I will let Lynn dive a little bit deeper into individual and group counseling since she is one of our licensed mental counselors on campus. But in my role, I do a lot of health promotion initiatives. So that looks a lot of different ways. One of the ways we do it is through our Joe's Peers. So if you open up that resource document, in the middle is ways that students can get involved. And this is for students, both undergraduates and graduates. It's a student volunteer organization who put on a variety of different events throughout the semester. We have about 11 paid student employees and then a group of volunteer students who put these events on, and they're through a variety of different topics. So well-being, fitness and nutrition, public health, and other items. So you likely will see them around campus in the Havener Atrium, outside the library. I would always really encourage you guys to stop by one of their tables. I help to oversee all of those programming, but it's another really great way that you can get involved on campus and make a difference. But we also provide wellness consultations in our department. So I am a health educator. I'm not a licensed counselor, unlike Lynn, who will talk about counseling in just a moment. But in my role, I can provide health education tips. So we call those wellness consultations, and we can go over a variety of different topics. So that can be just general wellness, that can be related to sleep. I know that was talked about earlier in another forum. We can provide general hygiene tips for sleep. I can do items related to alcohol, cannabis, and also provide free nicotine cessation therapy. So if anyone is interested in exploring any of those topics, and we always take a holistic and non-judgmental approach to those different topics. Simran, who's not able to be here today, she actually runs a grit and resilience workshop. So I know it was mentioned earlier about building resiliency. We do have different coalitions and committees on campus with some individuals in this room actually on those different committees. And really, a big push was to do a resiliency campaign. So you might have seen different flyers in restrooms or different lawn signs. I couldn't think of that word first. Lawn signs around campus with like faculty or staff pictures and sharing their resilience stories. But Simran actually leads a grit and resilience workshop, and that's a series of workshops to help students build their grit and resilience for a specific topic. It's tailored to that student. She also does health and well-being coaching. So we can provide resources to you all for a variety of different things. We're available for trainings and presentations. So you may have heard of the Step Up certification, but we just try to provide as many resources and services to support students' well-being. And we recognize that someone could be on a different point of the well-being continuum at any time of their life. So the well-being continuum, think of it from green level to yellow to red. So at any point in someone's life, in different circumstances, there could be at different points along that continuum. And we're here to help support their well-being no matter where they're at and get you to being in a place of feeling like you can succeed in your role here at S&T. And then I just wanted to mention that all of our resources, we follow something called the personalized care model. This model is what an individual would go through if they ever scheduled a screening with us. I'll let Lynn talk a little bit about that, but just showcases that there's a whole lot of resources here to support your well-being. We can make referrals to maybe student health on campus, to other departments on campus, and get you connected. I know Mindy always likes to share, just come up and ask us for a resource and we'll get you connected. If it's not our department, not her department, we'll get you connected to that resource on campus. We all take a holistic approach, as Lynn said, because we want to better your overall well-being. So those are some of our services offered in our area. And like I said, I'll let Lynn talk a little bit more about individual and group counseling.
So student health, what services do we offer? So student health offers all healthcare services. It is provided free to you, so you can come in and see us as much as you want every day if you feel like it. I'm there. I'll talk to you for any reason. So I always say to students, please don't Google your symptoms because you will be dying by the end of this research. So come to me. I have many students come in and they're sweating and they're very worried and they have Googled something. And it's very easy for me to say, no, this area on your skin is only a small spot and you are in good shape. And please do not let this worry your mind because it's good. You're fine. So come in to see us. Like I feel with graduate students, it's the hardest message to get out that this is a free service. You come in, it's paid for in your fees. And we can take care of any health problem. Always come to us first if you can. Even with the insurance, it is incentivized. If you come to student health first, there is a part of your insurance called a deductible that you have to pay that we can get waived if you'll come and see us first. And you can come for a variety of reasons, mental health reasons. It's fine. You're very stressed out. You don't know what to do. You're not sleeping. You don't know what to do. Come and see us. Or really, if you fall off the bike and you think you've broken your leg, come and see us because if you come and see us, we have many students that will come. They'll come in. They think they broke their arm. it feels very dramatic that you might have broke your arm, but we do have students that break their arm, and we can take care of them. If you're writhing in pain and you can't stand it, we're probably going to have to send you on. But the majority of students, their arm is hurting very badly. They can come to us, we can cast it, and then you will not have a large bill, because I do not want to add to your stress or your worries. So we want to take care of your physical and mental health. I also tell everyone, as Stephanie said, if you do not know where to go, you're having a problem, and you say, I don't know where to go, come to us. You can walk in anytime something is on your mind. Just walk into us, because I will find the person you should talk to. Our campus is nice because it is small and we are connected, and so I can probably figure out how you handle the financial stuff, how you deal with even an advisor. That's why this is such a nice mini conference, because you're learning this information. But we can help you find these things too, because sometimes you're new to campus, you don't know the resources, you don't know how to get there. So I always say, just come and see us and we'll take care of you. Okay.
So I personally do not necessarily offer services to the entirety of the graduate student body on campus. So don't necessarily like hunt down my personal email. But CGS, the Council of Graduate Students, it does offer a number of resources to both students, as well as sort of bridging or serving as a liaison between students and other entities on campus. And there's a lot more that could be utilized of that group. They provide ways to connect with other students outside of just your lab or outside of your area, because there are representatives from every department on the board or as part of the group. They provide meetings. They hosted Simran, for example, to do a workshop on grit and resilience for graduate students that was well attended. They provide other opportunities to connect and feel like one is belonging on campus. And I think that this is probably one of the biggest things as a graduate student and the biggest misconceptions. And I've heard it mentioned more than once in today's session about the importance of belonging and joining. I know when I was a grad student, I pretty much just hung out with my lab and that was it. And like, that was fine. I did fine, but it turns out there's a whole big wide world out there, and CGS or other student organizations on campus are going to help you find that. They'll help you identify the fact that, you know, we're all humans and we all have lives outside of our research and our curriculum and things to that effect. And so maybe you are interested in spelunking, or maybe you are interested in intramurals or whatever. Graduate students pay student activity fees just like undergrads. And so you have access to all those student clubs and all the offices, everything that Office of Student Involvement offers, you guys have access to as well. And I think it doesn't come as naturally to grad students. You think of those things as for undergrads and you're busy in your lab. And of course you should be, but you're human too. And you get to do things outside of just your lab and your class. And so it's really important to get active, to join MinorLink, to become part of things like CGS or one of the many international student, there's International Student Club, and then there's many different individual international student groups for students to become a part of. And if you're not sure, you know, where to access those, you can email CGS and they can direct you. There's a number of ways to get involved. You can email Jacob's office and he'll direct you. He's the new one. But there's a lot of opportunities that I don't think graduate students seem to take advantage. And then vice versa, I think that there's a lot of room for opportunity for faculty and administrators on campus to utilize CGS more. Over the years, it's gotten better, but compared to the level of respect and reliance on the undergraduate student council, I think that as a university, we can do a better job of working with our council of graduate students to advocate for some of these things. So on the flip side of students getting involved, I think faculty and administrator involvement with CGS could continue to strengthen as a resource available for students and faculty. Talking about some of the climate surveys and things like that way back when 4 or 5 years ago, we did do that in partnership with CGS. Administration did that. So it would be a good thing to think about, like circling back around and doing that again. Those are the kinds of things that make CGS a great resource because they are the manpower to get students to participate and engage with different things. And so I think there's a lot of room for growth to continue to advance that partnership between those two groups. And I'll stop there before I keep rambling on.
Okay, so on the counseling side, from student well-being, we offer services like individual counseling and group counseling. We have 4 full-time counselors, 3 part-time, and 1 intern currently in our counseling office seeing students every day. For individual counseling, it's usually like determined after a screening session, which I'll talk about that later, that you would benefit from individual counseling, or if a student is really interested in meeting with a counselor to talk one-on-one. And then we get you set up. Usually each session is about 50 minutes. Here at our counseling services, we mostly follow a solution-focused brief treatment model. Typically, you don't do long-term therapy here. Each session, usually it's on a biweekly schedule. We see a student once every other week, unless it's more of a crisis situation. In case of crisis counseling, you can just call us or walk in or email to schedule an urgent session, usually on the same day. And we have counselors on duty to meet with you for urgent sessions if you're ever in an emotional crisis. For group counseling, also called group support groups. We have a variety of support groups going on each semester, and those groups are led by a counselor, has different themes or topics. For example, we have a stress management group, Stop Anxiety, that will help students to learn techniques and skills to manage anxiety on a daily basis, Healthy Relationships, and Body Positivity, Minors for Recovery if you ever have substance use issues, and Social Confidence Group, ADHD Support Group. And we used to have a graduate support group, but depending on each semester, if we have enough graduate students interested and sign up for a graduate student support group, we definitely would run that. So if you are interested, just let us know. And all of the support groups are pretty small in size. Usually there's like 6 up to 8 students in a group. It's a very safe and confidential environment for you to engage in with your peers and the guidance of a counselor. Also a good way to build connections. We also have some peer-led groups like Minors Support Network and Project Connect. Those 2 groups are led by our student leaders, and they can help you to build connections on campus and learn leadership skills, destigmatize mental health. If you ever feel like you're lacking social connections, wanting to make more friends and grow together here, those 2 groups are really good to join. So yeah, that's all I have for now.
As Lynn was talking, I realized I missed a point, so I apologize. But I also wanted to share that another service offered in the Student Wellbeing Department is case management. You may have heard of them called care managers or case managers. And our case managers work to assist students by addressing immediate needs and connecting them to appropriate resources and working to help students navigate barriers to their well-being and success. And just like Mindy mentioned, I did want to state, and this kind of is a question for the next question, but all of the services offered in the Student Wellbeing Department are free at the point of service because you pay your student health fee. So whenever you come and utilize a service in student well-being, it is at no cost to you. So any of the services that Lynn mentioned, that I mentioned, are completely free. And I know in a couple questions later, we'll discuss how you schedule utilizing one of our services. We also have a lot of online resources as well. Some of them are included in that resource pamphlet, but also on our website. So you can explore self-education resources, different websites, different information of different resources, whether it be on campus or in the community based off a topic area. If you're interested in learning what resource is for sleep or what resource for any type of topic that you have. And then we also have our Better You app, which is a healthy companion app that helps individuals set their own personalized goals. And then once you reach those goals, it rewards you in points of a free gift certificate to local restaurants and such. So that's a great resource that is completely free to use, and you get rewarded for meeting your personalized goals. You can just download the Better You app at the App Store or the Google Play Store and utilize your @mst.edu website, @mst.edu email address to sign up.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing all those resources, and appreciate the mention of student involvement. I would encourage you to get involved with student groups. I'm happy to do whatever I can to help with your sense of belonging, and also to the point of people being asking questions. That's been my experience as a new staff person. Everybody on campus is so willing to answer questions and point you to the right direction, even if it's not their area. So definitely don't hold on to any of those questions. Okay, our next question for our panelists is, what are the common experiences and/or challenges that graduate students face?
Okay, so the most common challenges that I see graduate students face, and we talk to a lot of graduate students, is that you have a difficult time with school life balance. And the biggest thing that I see is you skip meals, you don't sleep, and you don't exercise. And I know if you're a graduate student in the room, you can check every one of those boxes because I talk to you all the time. It is difficult. I will tell you that also the faculty and the staff in the room don't do a good job at it either. So we're not the best support for you. But we all need to support each other in this endeavor, and we need to make it part of our culture. Because the problem that happens is the human body is amazingly resilient. You come in and you're energized and you're very interested in the material, and you do really well for a while, not sleeping, not eating, not exercising. And then you hit a point and the reserve of the body is done. And you find you can't focus, you're losing interest in your topic. And we talk about resiliency training and these types of things, but it is very much the human body has to be taken care of. The lack of sleep is a huge factor in your ability to think. The brain does not naturally store and release glucose in a good way. So if you don't eat, you literally are starving your brain and then asking it to work overtime. So there's really some basic things that you have to do to take care of yourself in order to be able to stay in the studies or the research for the long haul. And so I think that's the biggest challenge is trying to fit the demands of what you need to do to be a successful graduate student with the demands of what it takes to be a healthy individual. And then exercise, my favorite response to, do you get exercise is, yes, I walk across campus. Thinking about the research. So that's not, it doesn't count. So then I say, that's it. It counts on the Watch app, but it doesn't count in real life because your brain and your muscles are not doing the exercise they need to do to release these positive hormones that make you feel good and excited and rejuvenated and to find the motivation you need to be successful. So that is the challenge of graduate students. I usually say, we see a lot of them will come in, and I think this is very good, when they're finding they lack motivation, or a fatigue is another common complaint. And a lot of times we just have to tailor an individual plan. And sometimes it really does help to talk it out with someone. So, I mean, many students will say, I just don't have the hours. And so then we can kind of talk about your schedule and how to tweak some things. And, you know, as we talk about advisors and things and safe subjects that you might feel more comfortable talking to some advisors about, they really can be a good resource for how to balance a schedule, although many of them need help too. But really, these are the challenges, and we need to work on them because otherwise you're not going to sustain. You're going to fatigue and you're going to exhaust. If you are running a marathon, we work with the athletes all the time. We have plans for them. If we need them to run long distances, we have a plan for how do we re-energize you? How do you get that sleep? How do you get that food? And maybe just a little exercise, just a little, because it really does help you focus and think. You will spend so much time if you don't do these things just staring at the wall, trying to figure out something, or an hour will pass and you'll say, I've accomplished nothing. But if I can get you to sleep and I can get you to eat, then you can get something done quite quickly. So that is the challenge.
Yeah, second all those things that you say. Because as an advisor, not just to CGS, but just it's among my own students, I would say, yeah, balance is a big one. And in particular, for those who are on Zoom, especially if you're an online student, you're off, and many of our campus students too are often also balancing family life as parents. Or spouses or things to that effect. And so I feel like that work-life balance, or what we call like role conflict, is a big one. I also see role conflicts and sort of other conflict resolution issues that graduate students face, be it uncertainty about how to tackle a tough conversation with a peer in a lab over a disagreement, or be it uncertainty about how to address a challenge or a disagreement with one's advisor or an instructor or something to that effect. And then another major challenge I see is just it's hard to navigate the policies and awareness and understanding of what it takes to be successful in your degree program. For some, like a terminal master's, it's somewhat straightforward, but once you get into those PhD level programs, it's a lot more complicated in terms of what's expected, what's my timeline? Are all departments the same in how they present this information? Not always. And so I hear that conversation quite a bit among CGS and students representing their programs and things like that. We'll talk a little bit about, how to address some of these things. So I won't give away all those answers right now, but I do want to give a shout out specifically with respect to navigating policies, navigating degree programs, those kinds of things, to make sure that you are connecting not just with your academic advisor, but also with the advisor who is listed for your last name on the Office of Graduate Education website. So sorry, Sharon, but Sharon does not advise students, but she knows everything. So she's one person to connect with. But really, the advisors and support staff in Office of Graduate Education are extremely knowledgeable and extremely helpful in navigating things, especially nuanced cases and things like that. So as a faculty or student, they're an important person to turn to. I will also like to point out that a couple of years ago, the institution implemented a leave program for graduate students, which allows graduate students to take up to 1 year of leave from their degree without counting towards their time towards degree completion. So for example, you have 6 years to complete a master's. You can submit for this leave program and take a year, and say you still had 3 years to go. When you come back, you still have 3 years to go. You didn't lose a year in doing that. And I think that's a really important one to be aware of, that people aren't always aware of, in terms of thinking about navigating. I've had students before who get in horrendous car accidents who have to take time off. Students have babies, students lose family members, students experience significant other like health challenges, be it mental or physical or whatever. There's any number of reasons why you might need this time. And the beautiful part of it is that Office of Graduate Education doesn't require you to
thoroughly justify why you need this time. It's a fairly simple explanation, accepted, and we'll be here when you get back sort of thing, right? And so that's an important one that I've helped students through, and I think greater awareness about it would help, can also help some challenges. Do you want to go? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I think we cannot emphasize enough the importance of finding the balance in graduate school between your school and sometimes it's work if you are working as a graduate assistant and your personal life. And like during our counseling sessions, oftentimes we find out that hey, this student is experiencing like burnout and anxiety or depression, and oftentimes it's because they neglected taking care of their physical well-being. Like Mindy mentioned earlier, getting enough sleep, exercise, and feed your body well. And On the mental health side, though, there are essential self-care um, habits that are also important. And I think sometimes our graduate students got so overwhelmed by your heavy responsibilities, and you don't take the time to just relax and recharge your brain, your mind. And most of our students are very driven individuals, and I've worked with many that think they can just tough it through. You just push and you use your brain. Um, and as a result, sometimes you neglect your feelings, your emotions. And oftentimes, we got referrals from student health, and they are having like a physical discomfort. They think they're ill, and they come to us. And after we do assessment and we talk, we realize, hey, you're actually um, experiencing depression, anxiety, and the stress is really causing you all those physical symptoms. So it's really important for us to stay connected to how you feel and pay attention to your emotional and mental health, as well as your physical health. And Another common challenge I see among our students is sometimes you have like a very high, even unrealistic standard for yourself. You all came here like being the top students all the time, and there's a lot of expectations for you from yourself, from your family and friends, that you just gotta be the best one all the time. And now you're here like with all the other top students competing and working together, and you still expect yourself like to be perfect all the time. And that kind of pressure you add onto yourself is not healthy, and it can quickly lead to burnout if you're not careful. um, so make sure that you set realistic standard for yourself, and don't ever compare yourself to others. um, and Give yourself some patience and grace while being here at this difficult, at this like hard school, doing very challenging tasks. Um, and Another thing is that sometimes graduate students, um, especially those are working under an advisor, doing research as a as a GTA or RA, would report having difficult relationships with their advisors, and a lot of the students are really scared to communicate with their advisors. Uh, and they just try to please their advisors, and um, they become very passive in their communication, and there's not clear expectations or standards set for them in their work. So they get frustrated and they're questioning, why am I here? I'm just getting burned out. And a lot of those problems can be addressed through just learning that it's okay to keep open communication with your professors, advisors. And if you don't think you're good at like assertive communication, and we can help you to train you to how to speak up for yourself in a respectful way, so that you have a very positive, healthy relationship with your advisors or professors. And I think a lot of our graduate students are from another country, like being international students. That can add extra layers of stress for you while you're here, being far away from your home culture. And sometimes there's language or cultural barriers. Or if something happens at home, you might become just extremely stressed and feel helpless being so far away. And all of those actually put the international students in grad school at a much higher risk level for mental health issues. So I really encourage you, as a graduate student, just to really be aware of your mental health and don't hesitate to reach out for help, and don't wait until it's too late.
All really good.
Very good. Okay, our next question is, how can students access your services?
To access student well-being resources, you can stop in our office. So we're located at 204 Norwood Hall. So that's on the second floor of Norwood Hall, right next to the Puck. You can also call our office or email. If you can even actually schedule a screening session on our website. So if you go to wellbeing.msc.edu and you go to our services tab, and then you will be taken to a link to schedule that initial screening that Lynn talked about before. And I know she's going to go into deeper. So never hesitate to reach out via email, via phone, or just stopping in our office. You'll likely either see Kelly or Brittany at one of our front desks. So that's how you would access our services. And we also have the Minor Oasis in our department located in 201 Norwood. And you can just access that by just coming into the into that space and utilizing it however you would like to. There's couches in there to take a rest in between classes, a massage chair, free coffee, free tea. I see some familiar faces that I've seen in that area before, so we're really glad that you guys take utilization of that, but would encourage anyone else to take utilization of it as well. So never hesitate to stop by.
To access student health, you can just walk in. We're located across from the football field. You can also web schedule. We're pretty fast, but if you really need to get in and out for some reason, I always encourage appointments because we'll get you in a little faster and we'll get you out a little faster. You can call. No one calls anymore. People don't like phones. But we still have people who answer phones if you would like to call. But web scheduling, super easy. Just go to our website, web schedule, or walk in.
I'll just we'll talk more about this tomorrow, but I'll say how you can access Council of Graduate Students. And they're at cgs.mst.edu, or you can email them at cgs@mst.edu, or Manoj, who's the president, is sitting right here. And again, tomorrow we'll kind of dig into that more. And I don't offer personal services.
To access counseling services, you can just simply email us at student at wellbeing at wellbeing.mst.edu, or just call us our general wellbeing contact number. And all of the contact information should be included in the little flyer you have in your package. And we also have online scheduling. That's typically for first-time client though. If you've never seen a counselor before, you can go online and schedule for an appointment. That would lead you to a screening session, and that's the starting point for you to be able to see a counselor. So a screening session takes about 20 minutes up to 30 minutes at the most. Once you have that session scheduled, you will meet with a counselor. Usually it's a counselor. Sometimes it'll be a case manager. Do an assessment session. We'll go through some questions together, just basic questions to check your well-being. And so we have a better idea why you're here and how we can support you the best, get you connected to the right resources. And we use the personalized support model, like Stephanie talked about earlier. And some of the questions we ask are related to like risk assessment. If you're having mental health concerns, if is there like self-harm risks, and your primary concern that brought you here, substance use related questions, or if there's any like medical concerns. If you'd like to start individual counseling, what would be your goals that you'd like to work on? And then, depending on the circumstances, most likely, most of the students that come to a screening session are interested in, or they end up being in individual counseling. And we usually would get you set up pretty quickly within the same week, usually, to get you started on individual counseling. And if you're interested in any of the support groups we have, the person who does the screening session can get you signed up for a group. So it's really easy to reach out to us. Sometimes we have students walk in to our office. We're on the second floor in Norwood Hall, and they just want to see a counselor. Of course, for urgent sessions, you can just come in and we'll get to see you as soon as possible.
Thank you. All right, let's address any myths that might exist. So, from each of your area, what are some myths or misconceptions that you would like to clarify?
So one of the biggest is just that all of our services are free. They are included in your student health fee. So I know when we say free, you are paying that fee, but that provides you with access to all of our services. So that's a big misconception. Another one is related to sometimes our different services and resources. So Lynn and I both work in student well-being, but Lynn is a licensed mental health clinician and I am not. So in my role, in other individuals in my role, such as Simran, Kayla, and Derek, we are health educators. We provide wellness consultations, and we are not a HIPAA protected individual. So we are mandated reporters on our side of the office, along with our case managers. But there are individuals on campus, both in student health services and then also on the counseling side of our department, who are confidential individuals. And I'll let Lynn and Mindy explain that a little bit more. But that's sometimes a misperception that individuals may have. We also have a big list of commonly misconceptions on our website. So if you actually go to our website and click on our counseling services, we have some Q&As with common misconceptions that we hear. So regarding whether it be wait time for our counseling services, typically the average wait time is between 1 to 2 days. If it is a crisis situation, we'll get you in immediately, just like Lynn said. And then that they're regarding the counselors on our staff and student well-being, they are all licensed counselors. So they could be licensed professional counselors, provisionally licensed professional counselors, licensed clinical social worker. And then Gene, he is a psychologist. So they are all licensed mental health clinicians. So that's an important misconception that sometimes have. And then I'll let Lynn take a few of the questions regarding some other misconceptions with counseling, but I'll hand it over to Mindy.
So I think the biggest thing that I want you to understand is that student health works for the students. It's paid for by the students. I work for the students, not for the university particularly. So my goal is to make sure that I'm working hard for you as a student. The biggest myth that I hope to overcome, because I do hear it sometimes, is that somehow a concern that something you discuss or a health condition that you discuss will get back to either your advisor, your department, or another person. So student health is 100% confidential. So when we talk in a room, whatever you say in the room stays in the room. So you can talk to me about how much you hate your advisor. I don't call him up and say, "Oh my gosh, you're not going to believe it." You can talk to me about how much you dislike your department. You can talk to me about how you might have made a mistake choosing the field you're in, or even how you don't like your girlfriend. Like, it's fine. All of it stays in the room, and you need someone to process with. I understand many of our graduate students are far away from home, far away from friends and family. So I think there's a concern sometimes that you want to talk to somebody about this, but you're concerned it'll get back to the wrong person. So you can always come to us and say, like, these are the struggles that I'm having. And Lynn will speak to this in counseling as well. These are the places for you to kind of bring these questions out and discuss them with someone who can be maybe subjective about it and give you some either advice or just listen. Like, I'll listen to you all day, vent about how difficult things are and try to give you support and advice. So I feel like a lot of graduate students are really concerned it's going to get back to their advisor, that they either have a health issue, a mental health issue, or dissatisfaction, and it absolutely will not. We're there to work for you and to try to make you successful in your endeavors, whether that is part of the university or not. I've sat with graduate students discussing, I don't think this school is for me. I think I need to transfer somewhere else. I work for the student. So I'm like, if you are mentally and not here and you've made this decision, then let's look at how you get to where you need to be, whether that includes Missouri S&T or not, because we just want you to be successful. I always work to make sure that Missouri S&T can make you successful, so that whatever barriers are in your way, I can help make sure that our university is always improving and trying to take those away. But ultimately, I am looking out for you as an individual. And so that is something that I hope that I can take that myth away, that I'm only interested in what is good for the university.
So one of the common myths about counseling is that oftentimes students think counseling is only for those who have maybe severe mental health illnesses or who are weak. Going to see a counselor means that I'm not as capable of dealing with my problems. And that's not the case at all. Among all the students I see, I mean, I see a variety of them. A lot of them are doing well academically and socially. They can just be going through a phase that life gets really challenging. It can be like going through like a breakup or a family member getting really sick, or they have somebody they know that passed away. And during those like stressful times in life, it's wise to seek help. And sometimes, like in very rare cases, we do have encounter students that maybe have more moderate to severe mental health issues. And oftentimes, if they need a higher level of care, we're able to refer them out to community resources that'll get them the help they need to recover. And most mental health illnesses like anxiety, depression, those general mood disorders can recover. Research shows that over 75% of them with the proper treatment, medication or therapy, would recover. So even if that's the case, if there's mental health illness, it's very hopeful that it can recover. You just need to seek help. And a lot of students, I think we might be surprised to learn this statistics. It actually shows that up to 50% of graduate students here would experience symptoms of depression, anxiety, or burnout at some point during their graduate program. So if you're feeling like you're more anxious, more depressed than usual, or just simply burned out and lost your motivation, and that's the time to go talk to a counselor. We can help you get better. I think at least 4 out of 10 Americans said that they have worked with a counselor at some point in their life. So there's no need to feel ashamed or stigmatized when you need to go seek counseling. And another misconception about our services, along the same line as Mandy shared earlier, is about confidentiality. I've had many students, especially international students, because a lot of them are not familiar with mental health or counseling services from their own country. So they're afraid to be find out that they're in counseling, or whatever they say will be disclosed to their professor. I've had students who came in and tell me it took a lot of courage for me to be here because my friends were telling me don't ever go to the counseling service. Your professor will know, and you'll have a record says you have mental illness that will go with you to your future jobs and things like that. That's not the case at all. Everything you say in a counseling session is 100% confidential here. The only exceptions would be if you tell your counselor you are seriously wanting to hurt yourself or another person, like there's immediate safety concerns about you or others, or in very rare cases, if there's a child abuse, abuse of an elderly adult or somebody with disabilities, like only under those very limited conditions that as counselors we have to take actions to make sure first you're safe and people around you are safe. But most of those situations won't happen, which is good. And one more misconception about counseling is that some students might think, oh, it's just like talking about my problems. I don't see any point. The problems won't go away. It's just talking. And sometimes maybe when you see the like in TV shows, like a stereotype of counseling is that you sit on a couch and a counselor would just sit there and nod and acknowledge and repeat what you said. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's frustrating, and take notes, and nothing happens. That's not true at all. Counseling is a very engaging, interactive process that would allow you and the counselor to work together to identify your problems and set up goals and set up a treatment plan. And sometimes we assign you homework and to help you still do the work outside of a counseling session. And we evaluate your progress and make sure that we are actually doing the work you needed to solve your problems. Like I said earlier, we are following a solution-focused brief treatment model. There's no session limit. That's another misconception. students think, oh, I can only see them once or 3 times, then I used up all my sessions. We don't have session limit anymore. Used to be the policy because of the number of students we have to see. We had like a session limit of 6 sessions each semester, but we no longer have session limit. As long as you are still needing help, we're not going to turn you down. But the average of sessions a student engage in counseling each semester is about 3 to 4 sessions. And typically after that, they feel better, their problems are mostly solved, and they can just move on. So, yeah.
That's awesome about the session limits going away. That's awesome. Cool. I'm going to switch gears just a little bit in terms of some misconceptions and talk about misconceptions, particularly because so many of our graduate students are international students, about protections afforded to graduate students, especially those who are working as GRAs or GTAs. So, for example, I've had multiple instances of working with our Title IX office and our HR to determine, protections for students under Family Medical Leave Act, protections under American Disabilities Act, and other sorts of protections. They're United States laws, but you're at a United States state institution. And so even though you are an international student, you are at an institution that follows all of these procedures and protocols and expectations for employers. And that means they all apply to you as well. And in fact, we've had, a situation where even allocating Title IX to a distant student who is located in another country because they're taking courses at a United States institution that falls under the equal employment opportunity expectations. And so there's a lot of misconceptions and among faculty and students about what are the protections for graduate students working as GRAs and GTAs and things like that. And it is a little tricky to navigate because they're on 9-month contracts and they're part-time. So there are some considerations there, but I say this to say that the door is not closed to you, right? It just means that you're going to require an additional conversation with your advisor, your department, and HR, and things like that to navigate exactly what you can utilize or how it will work out for your particular situation. But it's worth the question. It's worth the ask. It's worth bringing it up to someone to make sure that if there is some reason you need to take FMLA or ADA, which mental health falls under ADA. Not many people know that, but it does. That that these are options that you can at least look into and have access to. And just because you're not a full-time faculty or staff or whatever doesn't mean it's completely shut off. I have seen the university work to implement these things to protect and support graduate students. So make sure that you know that you can ask for these things or at least inquire. I can't guarantee what exactly will work out because every case is different, but that these are options available to you. Another misconception I've already mentioned is just that, right, that you pay student fees like all the undergrads do. So make use of those things. Join the clubs, get on MinerLink and become part of different clubs or groups or organizations. They're just as much for you as they are for undergrads. Your belongingness and inclusivity matter. And so you have interests. Definitely feel like you can engage in those interests while you're here. I wish I had done a better job of that when I was a grad student. I honestly did not do good. My husband jokes with me all the time about how horrendous I was when we were dating or engaged and I was in grad school. I wasn't a fun human, and I probably could have done a better job. I should have listened to everything you said. So definitely work on those things. And then one thing I'll point out for students and for faculty in terms of misperceptions related to Council of Graduate Students, we have a huge almost overrepresentation of engineering students on CGS and a huge underrepresentation of students outside of the College of CEC, right? We need way more students to see that they are just as much part of this campus if they're coming from CASE or Comer than if they're coming from CEC. And on the flip side, ironically, we have way more support coming out of CASE faculty and to some extent Comer faculty than we do coming from CEC faculty to support these students. So we have this huge imbalance of lots of students coming out of CEC, part of it, with a huge underrepresentation of student perceptions from CASE and Comer. And then in terms of like the 4 years that I've been as an advisor, I've seen 4 other advisors come through as like my counterparts. So I don't know like what I'm doing that's sticking around, but only like the 2 times we've had someone from CEC, they've been an NTT faculty who actually is probably not engaging with these students about their research advising or research support, right? Which is predominantly the students who are coming are research-driven CEC students. And so we need to work on correcting that balance. If we're going to continue to see CGS be successful as a liaison, and as a way to bridge the gap between faculty, administration, and students on campus. So that's my shout out for that. It's my soapbox. All right, next question.
Okay, very good. So for our final prepared question before we turn it over to you all as audience members, so what tips, what tips can you share to help graduate students build healthy habits and prepare them for success?
Oh yeah, I'll start, sir. I'll start. I'll be so my big thing is communication. Like most of the faculty I know, most of the chairs that I know and work with as a department chair, we want our students to be successful. And I guess this kind of ties into the misperception aspect as well. And where I see things go wrong for students is 9 times out of 10, somewhere along the way, they got in their head that they cannot approach their faculty, their advisor, or their chair about an issue or concern. And sometimes that's true. There really is a concern there and they really maybe cannot approach them. But a lot of times it's a power imbalance and a culture imbalance that results in this. And then it's too little too late when the student comes and has a concern. And we do everything we can to make it right for them, but then sometimes it just doesn't always work out. And so I stress with my students when they come to our new student orientation or whatever, that open communication is key. If you're falling behind in class already at week 4 and you tell me that, I can work with you. My answer is not going to be, well, then drop my class. My answer is going to be, let's figure this out. Let's work through this. Like we want you to be successful. And most of the faculty here are probably going to say something to that effect. But if you tell me at week 15 that, hey, I've been struggling since week 4, there's not a lot I can do at that point. I don't know if you know this, but like the reason we have you turn your assignments in is at a certain date is not because we're grumpy faculty. It's because the university has a specific date they need their grades by in order to post your final grades, in order to know if you can graduate or whatever, right? There's all these administrative things that are happening in the background. And there's a reason that ultimately we say, no, you can't just linger on forever and ever and ever when submitting these things, right? And so if you tell me at week 4, I can help get you through that semester. If you tell me at week 15, there's not a lot I can do at that point to get you through to finals. And so we try to work with students, but open communication from the very beginning is really important. And if you feel like you're not in a place for that, talk to CGS, talk to especially well-being or even health up here, because they can help you find resources to help you navigate those conversations. If you're coming from a culture where like that sort of upfront discussion with those mixed power dynamics is uncomfortable, we can help you navigate that. And so there are resources on campus, but don't let it slide till the very end before you raise the concern. And most of the times I don't think I'd say it's about 50-50. Even in my program, which is very open and supportive, and I think most students think that, we still, every semester, I still have a student, and I'm like, week 15, and they come to me, I'm like, what? Like, why are you just not telling me this? Like, right? And so I see it regularly. So that's really important. And then get involved. I've said it a lot. I'll say it again. CGS hosts things, International Student Club hosts things, Graduate Women in Science hosts things, and I know Rebecca's going to be here tomorrow. All of these groups are working really hard to offer things, and students are not necessarily always showing up. Sometimes they do, if there's enough free pizza, but definitely come to things when you see it. When you see workshops put on by Office of Graduate Education, go to it. It helps you gain resources, it helps you gain access, but it also just helps you get out of like your lab, of your hole, of wherever. Like, I'm bad about it. I'm like, I've been sitting in this office for 7 hours. I haven't left, right? Like, get out, go to things, get involved. That'll really do a lot for your experience as a student. Now I'm done. You ready to go? Okay, I'll hand it back.
Okay, so the biggest kind of tip I could share to you is that you are the most important thing. You're more important than the research. You're more important than the education. We want you to be successful in your field for a long time to come. You have not even begun to contribute to the field that you're in. And in order for you to continue on, you have to put yourself first and you have to take care of yourself. So I know it's very hard from where you're sitting, but you have to put yourself first because you have so much to offer the field that you're in. And it usually doesn't happen in the first few years you're in it. You have to really have some resiliency and last in the field in order to really contribute the way we need you to.
So I echo what both of them said. And kind of to go piggyback off of a couple other things that's already been shared on the panel is that seeking out resources and also implementing different self-care activities. So I know Mindy talked earlier about sleep, getting food, getting exercise, but also understanding that self-care is beyond just those basic needs. So whether it be however it looks like to you. And self care can look differently to each individual. So that could be just taking time at the end of the day to reflect on your day. That could be going for a walk with a friend or an animal or whatever it is. Self care does not mean self indulgent. It does not mean that's only for a certain type of person. So seeking out whatever that looks like best for you. We do have resources on our website, or any of the individuals up here could point you to resources related to self-care. So understanding what those resources are that are available to you. And as discussed, you are paying these fees, the student health fee, the other fees to get involved in these different organizations and to actually utilize all the resources that S&T has to offer. It's not just for undergrads, it's for graduate students as well. So I think that's really important. And I understand that as staff members, as faculty members, we always need to be sharing out these resources more, sharing out these events more. And we are trying to do that. But you all who are here today, if you are a graduate student, like you are a resource to other graduate students. You can share what you learned today with those individuals. You can be an ambassador for these different resources and let them know, like, hey, did you know that this resource is available to you on campus? Did you know that you can submit a form or, what was talked about before about the different rights you have as a graduate research assistant? Sharing that information out that you've learned today, I think is really good. And we'll always continue to try to share out resources. So I think just to some of those things is just seeing what self-care can look like to you and implementing it into your daily practice to make sure you don't get burned out. And then also just recognizing all of these resources. You can utilize them at any point wherever you are in your well-being continuum. Even if you're having a really good day and you feel like maybe I don't need this resource, just being aware of it and still being able to seek it out is really important.
So I'll just add a few more. Like Stephanie said, self-care is really important. It does go a long way. And I know probably all of us are really good at time management already and scheduling your tasks to do, but make sure that you intentionally schedule some time for self-care activities. It can be like social self-care that you spend some time with friends or talk to your family to get recharged. Or it can be simply taking care of your body. And I would also highly encourage you to learn some basic stress management techniques. like deep breathing techniques, progressive muscle relaxations, visualizations. Those can really help you to de-stress whenever you need to pretty quickly, and you can Google them online. There's lots of YouTube videos to teach you how to do that. Use a meditation app like Insight Timer or Headspace. Those are good resources to help you start building a habit of caring for your mental health. Um, and another thing I would encourage you to consider is have like a list of support network. Put a few people. It doesn't have to be too many, because being in a graduate program um, is not easy, and you will feel lonely. You feel like you want encouragement. Um, and of course, talking to a counselor, seeking all those resources to help is good, very beneficial, but you also need people in your real life to make you feel like you can actually connect to and you belong. Uh, so maybe starting today, make a list of at least 3 people that you feel like you can talk to when you struggle, or you can just be yourselves around them. That you just feel comfortable when you interact with those people, and intentionally make plans to talk to them, message them, or grab lunch together. Um, and I know once you're in graduate school, all of the responsibilities related to research, work, classes make you feel like that's just who you are. I'm just a graduate student. I have endless academic tasks to do, and that becomes your only and most important identity. But that's not necessarily healthy. And you need to find like other ways that you define yourself, not just a graduate student, but are you like a do you have like hobbies? Are you a good friend to others, or a daughter, a son, or a good partner? What are some other areas in your life that's apart from school that can define who you are? That also speaks of you well. And make sure that you spend at least weekly some time to do things that's not related to graduate school. That will really enrich your life while you're here. Um, they seem less urgent, of course, compared to all the deadlines you have to catch. But that makes you who you are as a whole person. And even if you hit a really stressful point in your graduate school, uh, it won't defeat you. I've seen too many students just to use their grades, their research projects, the job offer they can get to define who they are. And once things are not going well, they feel totally at loss and questioning their self-worth. And that's not necessary. There's a lot more in life for you to enjoy, even during this very busy and overwhelming time in your life. So, yeah.
All right, so much great information shared already, but we still have about 15 minutes or so available for questions from the audience. So as a reminder, Sharon's got a microphone there, so please raise your hand. We're happy to answer any questions from you all.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to listen to all the lessons. So my question is, sometimes when we get to a center, they'll tell us this thing you come for is not included in your health insurance. And we'll be like, we don't know what is included sometimes. So I don't know, maybe there's something or there's a way to know what are those things that are included in that. That's number one. The second thing is, most of us don't actually use the health insurance. Like in a year, you might not use it. I just like, okay, but we are paying so much. And finances in grad school, how it is. So I don't know if there is a way or something to address that. Thank you.
So health insurance is absolutely my favorite topic. Not. Yes. So welcome to the American culture. I know this isn't what you want to hear, but I will tell you all about it. Everyone who is part of our culture sympathizes with you right now because we all pay a lot for health insurance. And actually, as an American citizen, we're mandated to carry it or we can be penalized. I think that international students don't know this. I don't like health insurance. I know you pay a lot for it. And every student wants to get their money's worth. They say, why isn't this covered? And what can I get for my money that I paid for? I am with you. Because as an American, I have this same problem. Honestly, even for us, anybody in the medical system, if we go and see a doctor, we pay a lot of money. So I went and saw, I'm in healthcare. I went and saw a doctor yesterday. It cost me $90. I have very good health insurance that I paid out of pocket just to have them say, it's fine. So I understand your frustration. It's a complex topic. Here's the base. Insurance is not intended to provide quality health care. Insurance is a business, and the point of insurance is to make money. So I know that's a hard concept, but it is the truth. And I'll tell you this because I deal with it every day. But it is also a bit like gambling. If you go to Las Vegas and you play a card game, you're probably going to lose. We have a saying, the house always wins. But sometimes you'll win 100%, because if you didn't win, you wouldn't come back. So if you have a very bad illness, or you get injured, or you're very sick, the insurance, you can't do it without it. It's millions of dollars that you would have in care bills. But if you are a healthy average person, it will never pay off for you. You can't get money out of it. And in fact, the more you use it, the more it costs. So if you come to me and say, I want to use the insurance because I want my money out of it, next year, every year we go and we contract for rates for your insurance. The more claims you submit, the next year, the more it will cost. I know. It's rigged. It's so rigged. It's so rigged. I am honest to a fault. I will be honest with you about your health insurance. I don't like it. I don't like that you have to have it. I do know there are members of the graduate student population that are using it. It's unfortunate that they have to use it, that it is paying for treatment for very severe illnesses that they come, they don't know they have, they stumble into them, and it pays for them. And it actually is a better policy than your professors or your staff have as far as payment goes. I know that's not what you want to hear, and I want to give you money. I want you to get your money's worth out of it. The problem is I can't control the health insurance, like the way health insurance works in America. And in fact, I think if I tried, they might take me out. It's $1 billion business. There are some very, very high players in the business. So my job is to come in and explain to you. And I know you don't know what's covered, and I really am working on it. So I only got into the healthcare business for the university a few years ago, and it has taken me a while to help to understand it, to figure out how to lower the cost. So one of the things that happened this year is we had a huge cost savings. My job is to try to bring that cost of health insurance down for you as much as I can. They raise it every year. They raise it for employees employees here too. Every year they raise it. My job is to try to keep that cost down or to get it down. So So we did a lot of work with it. And what we accomplished was that domestic students, so if you're an international student, you're required to carry health insurance by the university system. Okay. So that's not I can't change that. I work for you and I'm trying to advocate for you, but I cannot say that you cannot have health insurance. It's mandated, and that's across the board. And that really has to do with the fact that if it wasn't mandated, we would have students who were very ill. They would go to the local hospital. They would run up large bills. They wouldn't be able to pay them. And then there could be a discrepancy in the way healthcare is distributed. And so because as part of our American culture, everyone has to have it. It was a mandate that was put in place. It's common in many colleges. It's definitely comes into question all of the time because it's so expensive. Yours is actually cheaper than the employees. But the problem with it is you don't get anything out of it. The university system mandates it. We have to fulfill it, that international students must carry insurance. Domestic graduate students don't have to. They have their own penalties that will befall them if they don't have health insurance. Because international students have to have health insurance and because you don't use it, the cost of health insurance for you was actually half this year. The health insurance policy will end on July 31st, and you'll start a new one on August 1st. This year's policy was twice as expensive for domestic students as it was for international students. There's a reason for that. If you are a domestic student and you're getting health insurance, you're probably sick because you're going to use it. If you use it, you submit more claims. If you submit more claims, the insurance company is not going to lose money, so they're going to raise the price. It's rigged. I'm telling you, it's rigged. But this year, we got claims down enough that domestic students will pay the same price as international students pay. So we did get a lowered price for domestic students, and then we just will continue to work to try to lower the price for international students. There are some things that you can get free, and I'm really actively working on trying to put out information on this. Like, that is my hope this year for graduate students. Immunizations are one of the basic preventive healthcare things that you can get at no cost on your health insurance. And I know when you came in, you did not get this information, what is covered and what is not covered. And a lot of that just has to do with taking over the program, trying to lower the cost, trying to figure out how you can pay the least amount for healthcare that you possibly can pay. But there's some things, it's really more expensive if we charge health insurance. Like, I always get the question, why doesn't student health charge health insurance? This is a huge question, especially with international students. Actually, if I charged health insurance every time you came to student health, it would cost $150. It wouldn't be free. And that is a barrier to your healthcare. If you come to student health and I refer you out, your deductible, health insurance is as complicated as a rocket. It would be as easy for me to explain how a rocket gets off of the earth than to explain the healthcare system to you. If you want to know, come by any time. I will explain it from the base bones down, but it's complicated. So I could go on all afternoon about this. I really could. But I'll leave you at, I know that it costs too much. I'm doing everything in my power to try to reduce the cost. I hear you when you say, I don't know what's covered and I don't know what's covered. And I will work on that education because I know it's confusing for you. And I would like to welcome you to our American culture and healthcare.
On the same issue of health insurance, I mean, we have colleagues in other institutions that we are in constant communication with, and some of them pay 0% in health insurance. The university absolutely take everything. And most of us are in a position where people actually reach out to ask for advice on finalizing their decision to graduate schools. And personally, I would advise the person to go where he would pay less in health insurance, because I believe there are cheaper alternatives out there. Since you mentioned it's more of a business than quality health service, I don't know what went into the decision making for international students on the amount you ought to pay for health insurance? That's one question. And the second one is, I know individuals who are on life insurance policies, which cover the same thing that the health insurance cover, even better. How can those students leverage on the life insurance policies as a substitute for the health insurance? Is that possible, and what's the way forward for that?
All right, we're going to tag team this one. I'll take the first part. She's taking the second part. In terms of other universities covering students' health insurance, what's actually happening there is the students, the charge is still occurring. It's just the university is paying for the charge. Sometimes I call it subsidizing, sometimes I call it something else. Council of Graduate Students has already put together a proposal presented to senior leadership on this campus that was made earlier this spring. Showing those compare and contrast of peer institutions who are covering health insurance. Usually it's for students just on GRA or GTA positions. It's not for just being a student. So the difference here is that no matter if you're a student, like if you're employed or not, you have to have health insurance as a student, as an international student. Most universities, what you're seeing if they're covering it is they're covering it because you're also a GRA or a GTA on top of that. I don't think any university is just paying for all students to have their health insurance covered. Yeah, GRA or well, it's an important distinction because in particular master's programs, you're not guaranteed to be a GRA or GTA. So it's an important distinction to have there. So there has been multiple points presented to senior leadership. The provost has been made aware, the chief financial officer has been made aware, and they are working to understand how it is those universities are covering those costs. Like, what is the pot of money that is covering those costs? Is it coming from grant F&A? Is it covering from something else, et cetera, et cetera? We know, for example, and senior leadership is aware that Mizzou offers these options to students, right? So definitely know that the issue's been raised, that Council of Graduate Students continues to fight for it and has been fighting for it. Another reason to be actively involved in your campus so that you're aware that your peers are making these efforts. And that it is a slow process. Welcome again to the American culture. Bureaucracy does not move quickly. I'm an organizational psychologist. I specialize in organizational processes, and bureaucratic systems are the slowest moving dinosaur of an organizational structure you can imagine. And that is the foundation of the organizational structures of both higher education and healthcare. So it's a double whammy of slow institution building. But it is a work in progress. And I'll leave it there.
I think another question that you had was, why can't you pick a different insurance? So insurances are all different and what they cover is different. So when you see a cheap policy, it means you have what's called a high deductible or a high out-of-pocket cost. And so they'll say like, oh, instead of $2,000 for a year, it's $1,000, but your deductible is $400 if you have the school insurance. If you come to student health and you have a condition, I can actually get that $400 waived. If after the $400 paid, you pay 20/80, which means you pay 20%, the insurance pays 80%. So if you look at cheaper policies, what they do is they say your out-of-pocket cost is not $400, it's $3,500, and it's not you pay 20, we pay 80, it's you pay 40, and we pay 60. And so there's a cost differential, and that causes the total policy to be cheaper. That is usually the plans that we talk about. And again, I'm happy to talk to anybody about health insurance because it's very hard when you receive a charge on something and you don't understand it. It's very frustrating and it can cause anger. So I'm happy to talk about it and help you understand. And I think these are good things to know. When you go out into the workforce, especially if you stay in American culture, all the same problems are sitting there. The life insurance policy is different. Do you want us to offer life insurance? Is that what you're asking? Yeah, it's two different things. So life insurance is what I get if you die. Health insurance is the insurance we use to pay for healthcare cost. Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah,
It's
no.
tricky. It's
Yeah,
tricky.
they want more than just the payout if you die. So
You're going to contribute to the field. That is if you're not here. Think about what Madame Curie could have done if she lived.
All right, thank you. I don't want to start based on I don't want to start with questions, and because all through this conference there have been so many complaints, but then from personal experience, I want to commend the student health, and I think I've realized that most of these bodies we work together. There's a sync, and I've benefited a lot from some facilities. There's UCare, there's some kind of emergency funds, and I'm a person who have benefited some hundreds of dollars from this body. So I just want to start on that note. Like there are so many benefits and facilities that these bodies actually provide for persons, and I think one issue is that people are not aware information, but then I was able to use all these resources and I spent less or spent almost nothing on my own health and some other things. So, but then talking about the insurance as well, I think what I would my own concern is the fact that you can't choose what kind of insurance. Like it is mandated that it is Anthem. I don't know if maybe it's Anthem or for everybody, but then Anthem is always the most and very expensive. Maybe there are other options. Because while I was going through my own health challenge last year, which I was able to benefit from all of this UK and all sorts. I want to use this opportunity to also appreciate Nurse Bokase, very and the other health practitioners in the students are very awesome. Like they give this kind of accommodating spirit, which is very commendable. And she was able to explain how the insurance would benefit me and how you could actually take advantage. So for even though it's expensive and we are struggling to pay it, fine. There is also a positive part of it because it was about kind of surgery case going to go for a surgery and that was when I understood what out of pocket means. So when you explain out of pocket now, I was not new to it, but then most persons here might be new to that because they've never experienced such a thing. They've never got to understand. They've never got to that point whereby they need to hear that information. So I was explaining to how out of pocket we paid out of pocket and every other thing you do, no matter how expensive it is, discovered. So I think my own concern would be the fact that you cannot choose what kind of or the company that is offering the insurance, and that's about that. Talking about the misconception and misperception about some of these bodies, I'm a very open-minded person, and I sometime last semester as well, while I was just like you said, there's no way you go through grad school and you not get overwhelmed at some point, no matter how strong you are. It's just that some of us have levels to how we manage things. I just say, okay, let me just try and let me see what happens in mental well-being. Because I'm open, I wanted to see what happens in there, like because all this preaching, like we always tell us, come and talk about how you feel, your struggle. So one of these days, I went there and I met with the counselor. So what I would say is that I realized the standardized protocols with the counselor. It was so like for me it was too much, maybe because of where I'm coming from. I was coming from a place whereby we get issues solved, we get issues discussed based on communal kind of lifestyle, whereby you are free to open up to somebody, an elder or a mentor, somebody that can guide you and person kinds of or put himself or herself in your shoes. This empathy and helps you like to walk through that particular route and you get over it easily, or at least at the end of the day. But then I realized that when I was engaging with this counselor and she was asking me questions, I was talking, we're talking. Yeah, at the end of the day, I was referred to another because, like I said, that's why I said there's a sync between these bodies. Refer to this person, talk to this, fine. But then I didn't feel satisfied to an extent because I felt it was very standardized, very based on protocol. It was a profession, like and I've said, it's a professional mental well-being and counselor. But then it didn't give me the satisfaction I would have wanted in terms of empathy, whereby somebody's able to like put his or herself in my shoes and all sorts. But then, so I'm just saying this based on my own perception, and I just did that just to be sure of what is going on exactly in there, and I just shared my experience. Even though I got over it at the end of the day, and the other aspect is that we have so many students, graduate students on campus who are going through a lot of things, depression, but then some people are not are really willing to always want to come out to people to open up. So many, in fact, I think larger percentage of grad students who are going through anxiety problem, depression, all sorts. Larger percentage of them are the ones that are not confident enough, or they're not having that morale to always want to come out and speak, unless somebody, it's just if they're just lucky before things get out of hand, that somebody just find out, oh, this person is going through a lot, and you try to help the person. So I was going to suggest that what are the things you're working on, because I feel the closest person to all of this to the grad students are the faculty members, the teachers, the people they see in the class. So some faculty members, not all, but most, they're just, everybody's there for their business. Like, is this thing we are talking about is transactional. Everybody knows what they are doing. Like, I'm here as a student. I know what I've come here to do. The lecturer knows what he's here to do. I just want to teach you, get you, or pass and all sorts. Nobody. Some of them are not. They don't pay that attention to how you feel emotionally, how you are behaving, how your psychology, so many things. So what ways? Because you are not in the class. You don't get to see me every day. I don't get to see you at all unless I come to your office. So what are you working with the faculty members to actually try and get that solved? And the last question will be on Council of Graduate Students. Yes, I think I've attended this workshop maybe once, and I see that, like you said, it's underutilized, and I think it's high time that we started trying to find a way to actually get people on board and get people actively engaged, because the speakers have been talking about networking. That's actually like the first networking platform for grad students, but then it is not serving that purpose yet, because in fact, maybe 70% of grad students are either disinterested in that particular organization, or they're just not having the time. And I want to say one major issue for me is the communication channel. How do we, because most time if I'm going to talk about anything, lodge my complaints, I have to go through email. There should be a kind of forum, because so many organizations on campus, they have Discord, they have so many avenues whereby they are able to interact easily and conveniently. So I think we should start with working on a platform whereby grad students can be comfortable enough to like engage with each other, and people are just on a platform where they can express themselves and we learn from each other. I know I've said a lot, and I hope everything was gotten. Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Well, first, thank you so much for all that feedback that you just shared. It's really appreciated to hear your different experiences with stuff, and then also just the questions that you pose. So regarding one of them, regarding how getting faculty involved in supporting well-being, I know it was talked about earlier about the new S&T overall strategic plan, and something that's really awesome is I don't know if it's called like the strategic plan number 2 or the focus area number 2, but yeah, the focus area number 2 is specifically around well-being. So we're trying to make it to be a focus of individuals across the campus. So not just individuals in student well-being and student health services, but a foundational aspect that everyone is involved in. So there are initiatives that are already going on, such as putting that into the strategic plan, but then actually implementing items. So earlier I mentioned how there's a couple different coalitions and committees on campus focused on health and well-being. And one of them is called the JET Health and Wellbeing Committee. And this is a committee of individuals from across campus, so different faculty members, staff members, individuals in student well-being, student health services, and other individuals that are focusing on building these different training opportunities in education of different people on our campus. So getting faculty involved. We have a faculty subcommittee, so working with them of how to get well-being initiatives in the classroom, sharing well-being resources with those faculty members to then allow them to share that with their students, recognizing when a student could be in distress or what that looks like. So those are initiatives that we do. We do offer something called faculty and staff champions. So these are individuals. So faculty champions are faculty members who are trained and are provided training and resources to act as that kind of champion in their department to connect, whether it be other faculty and staff members or students, with different resources. They get regular communication from our office to spread it out. But we do realize that we need to continue to do this work and continue to have everyone involved in well-being initiatives and making it a priority. So I know there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of faculty members really champion it, and we really appreciate that, but we understand it's something that we need to continue to move forward in, and that's a goal that we hope to have across campus, specifically with the new strategic focus area. And then just like as a wrap up statement to that is just showcasing based off research, based off the data that we receive for health and well-being. We actually receive something called the Missouri Assessment of College Health Behaviors that's being implemented both for undergraduates and graduates. It hasn't been implemented among graduate students in the past, but the past 2 years we have implemented it with graduate students. So we actually get data about your health and well-being needs. If you get an email in February or March of next year, please take that survey. It helps to drive these initiatives. And based off that research, based off the evidence, we do understand that the health and well-being of our students is critical to the retention of our students and student success. So that's the foundational aspects of that we've talked about a lot today. A lot of other people have. So there are initiatives going on, but we're always trying to improve them. So I know there's some other questions, so I'll let other people take those.
Well, I think we're at time, so I'm going to wrap up and kind of do a double whammy here. So to extend that, the QR code / link available up there goes to the graduate education website where they post all sorts of resources available to students, ranging from student well-being and student health and mental health is on there, as well as policies and procedures, other resources available on campus. So take out your phone, scan the QR code, do that. But I will acknowledge that student well-being in the last couple of years has really stepped up their game for graduate student mental health, and that had not necessarily been a priority. And I think you guys are kind of caught. Those who have been on campus for a little while are kind of caught in that transition. So you still feel the ramifications of not having that focus on you for a long time. And then you're going to start seeing that stuff come through. Predominantly, the history of this university student success has meant focusing on undergraduate success. And I think that that's changing. I think that that's part of what this initiative is. I think that the Office of Graduate Education is moving the staff are moving in those things in the right direction. For example, implementing the leave policy and things like that. If you want to know who your department champion is, this QR code will take you to where you can access the student well-being website, where you can access the department champion and access that information. But yeah, I think we're at time. So
that is all of our time. Please join me in thanking these panelists for their time.
We are almost done for the day. And I know that some of you may be itching to leave, but I can assure you the prize is at the end. So if you are able to stay, you get dinner. In the next section, which is the final session of the day, we are going to have 2 presentations, followed by Q&A. After that, we will then do an interesting experiment, which is workshop. We will divide ourselves into groups, and the groups will stay in this room, discuss among themselves, and come up with the solutions to these challenges. And they will appoint a leader for the group who will share the findings with all of us. Okay? So let me call Fred and Kamal to the podium, and please introduce yourself to the audience and make a brief presentation between 5 and 10 minutes, and then we'll go from there. Thank you, guys.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fred Stone. I'm Associate Vice Chancellor for Facility Planning and Operations. And I was asked to speak about developing local infrastructure to enrich the graduate student experience. So in keeping to the 5-minute goal, we'll go ahead and get started here. First, I wanted to talk about is housing. So with facilities, one of the things that helps guide us is a campus master plan. We built our master plan to support the Missouri S&T strategic plan. So I wanted to show you what we had planned for student housing on that plan, particularly related to potential graduate student housing or family style housing. So this is an image from our campus master plan, and this is our arrival district, as I'm sure you are all familiar with. And the area highlighted in yellow, so just to orient you, that is the area just south of former University Drive and just north of the new Tim Bradley Way. The old Dairy Queen property sits there. There's a large parking lot today. So that area we envision developing into future housing. But I don't think all of it will be traditional dorm style housing or even housing that's similar to University Commons. Some of that we plan to be a mixed use development through a public private partnership that would in a mixed use development, we would typically have the lower floor be retail or restaurants, and then the upper 2 floors or 3 floors would be housing. We expect that to be through a public-private partnership because we see that as being able to deliver the facilities at a far less cost. And so that is one location we have future graduate student housing planned. And then the second is in a development along Pine Street. I'm sure you've seen the demolition that's been happening there over really the last year. The university's purchased some property in that area, and that's really in line with our campus master plan. So this is very similar in style to the mixed-use housing, what we're proposing in our master plan. It would be housing over some sort of office and retail or future townhouses or other housing. We positioned it in this area because there is quite a bit of other residential in this area, but there's also the Schumann Park, which I think has been pretty popular for students. We've been meeting with the city and talking about what is the future of that park and what enhancements could the city, and potentially in partnership with Missouri S&T, make to the park to make it more attractive. So you can imagine living, right across from a park and being able to have that amenity next to housing. And so it's a pretty desirable location for housing long term. But ultimately, really the key for us is getting the timing of housing just right. As we have our enrollment goal to increase enrollment, we have to plan the timing of that housing so that we don't overbuild housing and create a problem. And so we're right in the middle of a residential life master plan where we're studying undergraduate and graduate housing. And so these are the key things that we're looking at in the plan, of course, benchmarking with our peers, but aligning those development plans and kind of the timing to break ground with our enrollment goals and the trends that we're seeing. We're looking at the off-campus market to understand where the university developed housing would fall within the market, both from number of units and price point. And then we're obviously looking at the financial model and how that would look for a public-private partnership. So this image is just an image of what the Pine Street area could look like long term. And again, our master plan is something that we're looking out 10 and 20 years into the future, not necessarily, even in the next 5 years. On the topic of transportation, we've been trying to make improvements to pedestrian connectivity on campus. So hopefully all of you have walked through by now the new pedestrian underpass. I think prior to the underpass being built, we had a very narrow 8-foot tunnel. It was kind of dark and short. And now it feels like the most natural way to cross Highway 63. We've been monitoring the number of kind of at-grade crossings since that was implemented, and that's been significantly reduced. So that's a major connectivity piece from main campus to RC1, RC2, University Commons, but also Minor Village and the fraternities north of I-44. So that's a huge improvement in our mind, along with the pedestrian bridge to cross I-44. But in terms of sort of moving through Rollin, thinking about that transportation network, How many of you are familiar with the SMTS service that just launched, I don't know, in the last year for sure, 6 months? Okay, so a few of you. So that's an option that's available to students, and we're currently in discussions with them about creating a campus route and what it would look like to have that available for all students to be able to use. So that would mean that it would, they would have scheduled times that they would be at different places and take you from, Gail Bowman to main campus to Minor Village or whatever. And then they would cross, those routes would cross at Gail Bowman, where if you needed to get on the kind of city route, it would stop at Gail Bowman. You could switch to the other system and move through the city. So that's something we've been exploring. And of course, the SMTS is very new to Rolla and new to campus. So more to come on that. That is something that we had run through student council to collect additional feedback on about whether a student route would be of benefit. So, okay, that's my last slide. I think I stayed within the 5 to 10 minute mark. So I'm going to turn it over to Kamal here. And I think we have time for questions later. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to see from this angle. All right, well, thank you all for staying this late in the workshop today. I'm Kamal Kayat. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Research Innovation. And like Fred, I was given a title. So thank you, Dr. Frimpong, for the invitation and for your team, Graduate Education, for putting this 1.5-day forum that is very, very interesting. So as you know, we are faculty members. We are here because we're excited and motivated to work with young minds like yourselves. We are here all for supporting the education and research mission of the university. All the faculty members here at one point were graduate students or postdocs. So this is really some nuggets that I thought about that can fit the title I was assigned to, about aligning your research to be successful in your career, whether your career leads you to academia or industry or government agencies. And this is a list of some of the strategies that I think could be followed in part or all of them, depending where you are in your career, that can help you build a successful research career. So some of you might be starting their masters or maybe going to the PhD. Some of you might be in their postdocs. There's some nuggets over here that I'm sure all of you know about, but it's interesting to put them all in one place and see what we need to do during our graduate education to be successful later on in our career. So the first out of 12 would be to identify your interests. What are you interested in? What motivates you? What are you passionate about? And this is obviously as you are deciding to go to grad school or you're deciding to select a research group or an advisor or even a university. It is what motivates you is what you're going to be successful at. If I was told a long time ago, if 4 out of 5 days you go to work and you're happy to go to work because you like the people you're working with and you like the subject you're working with, that's a very successful career. And so hopefully it's 5 out of 5, and in academia it's sometimes 6 out of 7. But yeah, find what motivates you and pursue your passion. And then once you get in the program, take advantage of this time. 4 years of graduate studies or 2 years of postdoc, they go very, very fast, extremely fast, especially when you reach my age. It's like 2 years was nothing, or 4 years was nothing. So take courses and your advisor will help you take the courses that you need. We have minimum courses, but frankly, if you have time and the energy, take more courses. Courses are going to help you later on be more successful in your work, in your career, put you on a different trajectory. But also, if you were to go and teach, you need to have a certain technical background that you can teach courses, even advanced courses. So knowledge is not only at the university, it's also continuing education, workshops, seminars. Attend as many as you can. Post-COVID, we're talking post-COVID. When because of that, sometimes you don't have to go to conferences halfway across the world. You can just attend them virtually. A lot of seminars, a lot of free educational components. Networking within university, but also outside university. So get to know the faculty, get to know your department chair. Of course, you're working with your advisor. Get to know, the staff that are there to help you. All of us are here really to support you and support your success. If you are in the process of finding an advisor to mentor you, this is a big milestone, finding the right mentor to guide you through your very short, again, tenure here at the university as a graduate student. Make sure that the mentor is compatible. Each person has different communication style, expectations, and management style. Make sure that you have compatibility with your advisor and engage with your mentor. Your advisor is there to help you be successful. Usually, faculty are very busy, and they would like to meet with students, with postdocs on a regular basis. But be proactive, and don't just wait for them to tell you, hey, we need to meet. Be proactive. The more you have contact with them, the better it is going to be for you and your mentor in terms of progress. Once you have your research group that you belong to, many of the faculty have research group composed of certain number of students, staff, maybe postdocs. Be active in your research group. Just don't be a person who reports from time to time. Be active. Say, I'd like to organize maybe an outing. I'd like to organize a seminar. I'd like to speak during the next meeting. Be active. And this starts really with your research group, but later on, you will do that in your technical society. And then your advisor will give you a project, but a lot of the discoveries, a lot of the interesting ideas are found at the intersection of different fields. So as you are taking classes outside your department, you're also getting to get to know graduate students from outside the department, faculty members, and reach out and try to do some collaborative work. I have many of my graduate students in civil engineering who took some electrical engineering or material science or chemistry. And before you know it, in some cases, you have publications with their faculty and other graduate students, because graduate students get together and come up with some bright ideas that probably us faculty did not know about. So collaborative research projects are very important. And then whatever you do, you have only a couple of years. Invest in knowledge, invest in order to become a good researcher and later on, a good scientist or a good engineer or good social scientist, whatever your scholarship is, critical thinking is very important. And there, you need to read a lot. I tell my postdocs, work on your project 4 days and take 1 day just to read and think and maybe write. Write not only papers, but write proposals, white papers. Critical thinking is very important. Review papers, help your advisor review some technical papers. Every time you publish a paper, you owe the technical community 2 to 3 papers of review, because there are 2 or 3 reviewers for each paper. So it's a service that you have to provide. So, and this is how you build some of your critical thinking, by seeing the work of others and then, giving an opinion, good or bad, about pros and cons. Learn about the methodology of doing research, data analysis, looking into the, between the lines for trends. And that, of course, the technical skills, through your courses, through your work, through your labs, through your interaction with your fellow graduate students or your faculty and mentors. Learn all the technical skills. This is a very short period of your life that you are investing in knowledge. Publish your work. When I started in academia, it used to be publish or perish, and 35 years later, it's still publish or perish. Publish your work, but be careful where you publish. First of all, I put it up there, protect your intellectual property. If you are working on something that can lead to a patent or try to protect it. In this university, we have the Office of Technology Transfer and Economic Development, TTED. Dr. Tim Faley is the Associate Vice Chancellor that is in charge, and John Woodson is the Associate Director. Go meet with one of them and say, okay, I have some ideas here. Can we file an invention disclosure to protect that? Many people say, well, I'm not publishing yet. I'll just go to a conference like this one. I'll talk about it. Once you talk about it, you lose your intellectual property. So if you don't have a problem with intellectual property, then you definitely want to highlight, the fruit of your work. And then there you have to work with your advisor to discuss what needs to be published. And one thing that, as you're doing research and you're seeing your advisor often, discuss the results with her or him early enough. Don't wait until you write a paper and then say, okay, I'd like to publish this. That's not very efficient way of doing the work, present the results, present some of your thoughts, some of the conclusions, agree on what needs to be published, and then there you can go and develop your manuscript and discuss where to publish it. Again, we're not after quantity, we're after quality. And because you would like to, not only publish papers, but you want also your papers to have impact, which is measured in terms of citations and by the technical community. Remember that there's a very low acceptance rate. In technical journals, most of the acceptance rates are now less than 20%, in some cases less than 10%. So if there's no novelty, if your paper is written like a report, if there's any grammatical errors, automatically it's rejected. And in some fields, I'm looking at my friend Jonathan Kimball, Dr. Kimball, in some fields like EE, you need to publish in proceedings, peer review proceedings, like IEEE proceedings. This is the place to publish. So again, you may not know these things, discuss them with your advisor, where to publish your work. And then you want to present your work as much as possible. Work again with graduate studies. They have financial aid to help students go to conferences and present their work. So present your work at local, regional, national, and hopefully international conferences. If anything, is to get feedback about the quality of your work, and of course, gain visibility for yourself, for your research group, for university, and get also establish some network. Networking is very important. This is my next point. Build your professional network. Your networking, you can do it, by publishing your work, by talking to your colleagues. But if you get the chance to go to conferences, this is really the best way to get network. This is a place where you'll be looking at your next advisor, your next employer, a postdoc, or collaborators. And some of it is available online. Again, because of COVID, we do a lot of work online. There's a lot of technical meetings, even conferences, where you can present your work and get some feedback online. And then eventually, maybe it's early as you are finishing your PhD or postdoc, but eventually you need to start getting involved in technical societies. This is your future network. So every field that have the technical societies, your faculty are very heavily involved. Many of them are already fellows, and some of them are officers. Get involved in technical societies. There's many committees you can join. Take active role in committees. Volunteer to write a chapter of a guideline, or present a paper in one of the technical meetings. Get involved. This is how you get noticed. And then if you get a chance, if your advisor asks you, hey, I need your help to generate some data or get a quotation for an equipment, or maybe develop a white paper, or even put a proposal together, don't say, oh, this is not part of my thesis. It is part of your educational training. Having some experience on writing a proposal or being part of a team that is putting together a proposal is really very, very important. All my postdocs have to write proposals, and they know that it's 1 out of 5 is only accepted, but it's the experience going through it, whether it's accepted or not, is really pedagogic. get involved in that if you're given the opportunity. And I mentioned before, interdisciplinary research is very, very important. Often, the great ideas are intersection of life science and engineering and social sciences, humanities, business, medicine. It's not always only in your field. So get involved in interdisciplinary research as much as you can. It pays off. And then we all need all the time to work on our soft skills, communication skills, are very, very important. Again, I think there's many opportunities as undergraduate students, as graduate students in your classroom to present your work and criticize others about their presentation skills, and then you learn from that. That's very important. And time management, I cannot tell you how important that is. I was looking at some literature recently, and it reinforced something that I like a lot. Look at your emails only twice a day. Wouldn't that be great? We only look at the email in the morning and late afternoon, and then get to protect your time to do some productive work, whether it's teaching or research or communication or service. And then seek always feedback. We all need improvement. Just because you are where you are in your life, at all stages, we all need to improve. So seek feedback, peer review publications, and one way to feedback, but also interacting with your peers, interacting with your students, with your faculty, with future employers. Feedback is very important to continue working and improving. So I was given a title, and I think I have like 12 recommendations. Again, most of them you know about, but maybe putting them together might be of some value. I think going through these things and keeping them in mind is very important for your professional development and success. And again, whether your success is going to be in academic field or industry or government service or other type of fields, this is very important. So I'll be happy to take some questions with Fred here on the podium.
Kamal, thank you for that. I really appreciate all the things you said. I, as a student myself at University of Houston in the 1980s, I took as many classes as I could. So that's the point I want to focus on for the moment. I've been here 35 years. I had a student I asked to go take some computer science courses as a PhD student. I'm in the math department, and he was told that he couldn't take them because he didn't have prerequisites, which were undergraduate classes. Okay, so that's one of the roadblocks that students run into, that the institution, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, puts there. In my case, I took lots of classes, mainly in the math department, okay, but I'd already taken a lot in other departments as an undergraduate, and it was not too expensive. Now here, although I wouldn't say it's terribly expensive, it is much more expensive than it was when I was a student, but it's a lot less expensive than a lot of other schools. And my PhD students that I've had ever since that one have had fellowships, and they had to drop my classes because the fellowships wouldn't pay. And the reason is that the classes I taught were focused in the direction of their research, but not in the direction, or were not listed as requirements for their degree. This, I don't know how to address it, but it's, I've been here long enough, I'm retiring, but I think it should be addressed. And so I think it's something that this body can suggest some things to the campus on. And I just wanted to bring that up because the fellowships, all the kinds that my students have had, require them to take apparently the minimum course load, which doesn't make sense to me. Thank you.
I agree with you, Matt. I mean, again, if you're here for 4 years, well, Dr. Spitz told us at other universities it might be 6.5 years today at noon. But if you're here for 4 or 5 years, you want to take advantage as many of the courses. Maybe the solution would be like audit the class. You could still get everything, but you don't get the credit. You're there. I mean, you already finished your 8 classes or 10 classes, the minimum requirements, but you could still benefit from the technical knowledge. I know we are much better than European universities. In Europe, with Bologna, their PhDs are 3 years and they have 0 course requirements. And that's terrible, in my opinion. But yeah.
Oh, thank you, sir. I think the first request would be, I don't know if you intend to like share the slide at all with us at all. So like this particular slide is a very good slide for most grad students, especially incoming grad students in their first year. So I would appreciate if you can share this with us. Talking about I want to talk about the course as well and relating to identifying your interests and goals. So when you come into like grad school and you come with a particular mindset of performing a particular research in a particular field, and you begin to take courses, there is a way, especially if you're open-minded and you are very open, broad-minded to like knowledge and open to new things, there's a way when you start taking courses, there's a way it begins to work on your mindset, on your knowledge, and you begin to think in other directions. Okay, can I begin to like switch to this line? You just get, sometimes it might be so, I call it, sometimes it might be a good problem in terms that you get overwhelmed with a lot of research lines that you want to take on, and you begin to think about it. So when I spoke with with a faculty member, and he told me the PhD the coursework is not as important. I don't know. There's a way he put it. It's not as important as it's just coursework. Like that was the way he made sure. Like it's just coursework. It's not really as important as what you do in when you're going or in your research as well. So my question is, do grad students have the avenue to like take courses, and they feel, aside after discussing their advisors, they feel would actually be of great benefit in their understanding of or in carrying out their research, and also do they have the liberty to take courses just for the sake of knowledge, just to get a broader view on things as well? So I think that's my first question. Thank you.
Let me see. There's always a balance. If you are a student or the advisor, there's always a balance between how many courses you need to take without delaying also your graduation. We all have interest that you graduate as soon as possible, but you're also entitled to stay at university and get the knowledge that you need to strengthen your career. In certain departments, you have minimum course requirements, for example, 8 courses, others might be 10. It depends on the department. I think if you present a case to your if you're funded through research, that means you're funded by a contract or grant versus a GTA. Then there's also deliverables, on the contract. Your advisor, who is a PI, co-PI, they have deliverables, and they need the students also to be able to dedicate their efforts to advancing the project. So you need to take all that into consideration, what is optimum for you, but also for the team. And, once you finish your course requirements, and let's say 8 courses, you take 2 courses per semester. In 2 years, you have finished your courses. You still have 2 more years. In majority of the students, faculty I know of, can accommodate their students, taking one course a semester beyond. They're still paying for 9 credits, but 6 credits would be research. And you're going to advance your research regardless, but you gain knowledge along the way. But just keep in mind that there's many different parameters you have to satisfy.
Thank you. My second question is, you made mention of being proactive as a graduate student and not always waiting for your mentor to call the shots, like always waiting for for your mentor, your advisor to be the one to call for meetings, always be proactive, go to and meet them as well. So I was going to ask, because when I resumed, when I came in my first day, my first few months, I was like, some people have said, yeah, you get very excited, very anxious, very zealous, and I was running to my advisor like, okay, what else? I think the adrenaline was just there, like, okay, what do we have to do? And he told me like, no, relax. When the work starts, you will see how it will go. So in a case whereby a grad student is trying to be proactive, trying to make himself available or self available, so that you don't just wait for your advisor calling the shots, making you feel like you are not ready to work. How do you draw the line between, because I understand advisors, faculty members are as busy as grad students, if not even busier. So how do you draw the thin line between the fact that you are not making yourself feel like you maybe you are kind of jobless, or you have the luxury of time to do a lot, and you get bombarded with a lot of workload because you have been trying to be proactive and it's looking like you are calling for it, and also not trying to make your advisor appear as someone that is not giving you that attention, or you are making him appear as someone that is unserious with your growth. Thank you.
That's a very good question. May I ask, are you a PhD student or master's? Okay. So in general, and again, I give my personal experience. When you are a master's student doing a thesis, you want a lot of guidance. Okay. So because you're new to it, and then you need to see your advisor often enough to be able to ask what's next and what do you think about this, and But when you're a PhD student, maybe it's better to become more and more independent, to see your advisor a little bit less. I still would like to for you to see your advisor on a regular basis, but as not frequent as like when you are starting. And if you're a senior PhD student, you even need less guidance. But it's very important to have these meetings and to have them on regular basis. Again, what is a regular basis? It depends on your topic, how advanced you are, how comfortable you are, both you and the advisor. For myself, I ask my graduate students to make an appointment with me every 2 weeks, and my postdocs every week, and regardless where they are. And it could be only for half an hour, 20 minutes, but that conversation needs to take place on a regular basis, and then I listen more than I talk, because I want the information to come from you. What's next? You tell me where you think, because this is part of your critical thinking, right? But yeah, everybody is busy, but this is important investment. It's really the best thing I can say is, like, when you leave, people are sad that you left because you make such a great impression. And the relationship you are developing with your advisor, with your research group, are relationship forever, and that's how it should be. Your parents have entrusted you to us. We need to make sure that we give you all the care and support for you to be successful on a human level, and a personal level, and professional level. Fred is here. He can answer some questions.
My question's for Fred. How cool that campus is finally getting family housing and options for graduate students. However, one of the benefits of living off campus is that it's more affordable. So what's the plan for making this option affordable for graduate students?
Yeah, so I think I talked about the public private partnership, and one of the things that the university has to consider when we build buildings are that our buildings, we plan to have them for 50, 100. We're renovating the exterior of the Rolla building right now, and it's 150 years old. And so we have very strict design standards to make those buildings last. Those are pretty expensive. And so typically with housing and the housing that is priced around Rolla, they're not building the buildings to last that long, so they can pull the rent down and you see those prices be lower. And that's the advantage of doing a public-private partnership, is that we can have a long-term land lease so that the university maintains control of the land, and then we can give on those design guidelines and let the developer use their guidelines, but we can still be involved enough to make sure the facilities are safe. And so they'd really be built to developer standards and at developer costs, and that should pull the price down to be quite a bit different than sort of dormitory style or traditional on-campus housing. Yeah, yeah.
So I wasn't in here for a little while, so you might have touched on this. So I'm going to ask a question and maybe sound silly. With regards to with regards to this housing situation, how would a mechanism like that work? Because when I was at Wesleyan University, it was a deduction out of my paycheck before any taxes or anything was taken out. So it was actually like a pre-tax kind of housing situation. Whereas now students are paying for housing after taxes with their and same way with parking, with our parking permits and stuff like that. So do you know how that would effectively be charged to the students if this was, because if it's a public-private situation, I think that would be very useful for students to know and understand, is how it's going to be charged to them in regards to making their budgets.
Sure, I think that's a great point. So in negotiation of the relationship between the university and the private partner, that can be purely a private development where the university is not involved in any way in the finances or the collection of rent or anything like that. But we can certainly investigate what it would look like to have the university involved enough to where the rent could be deducted pre-tax from a paycheck. So I'll make note of that. And when we get to the point of building family style housing and engaging in these public-private partnerships, that's definitely something we can work with them on. That's a great idea.
Yeah. I didn't know if you touched on that, so I'm sorry if I didn't.
I hadn't. It's a great question.
Okay. Well, I think that we'll bring this session to an end.
Okay, so obviously I wasn't here for your presentation, so this has nothing to do with what you just said. But before he brings this to a close, I just wanted grad students to be aware that there's a resource on campus that is underutilized, and that's the food pantry in the Diversity House. Okay, so if you run out of money and you can't eat, there's always food there. And they also have a closet full of clothes. Okay, so Nicole wanted me to announce that. She couldn't be here because of prior engagements.
Good morning to everyone. Yeah, this is the second day for the Graduate Support Mini Conference and Workshop. And today will be a half day, so we're not going to keep you here for long. But I wanted to chip in with a very, very short introduction by introducing one of the agenda items that I presented to the management, to the leadership of the campus to consider as a basis for supporting graduate students. If we look at the North Star goals The North Star goals project 4,000 graduate students in 2030. Now, in order to have 4,000 graduate students on campus and keep them on campus, we have to step up our game. And one of the important issues that we have to consider is impact funding of graduate students. So as part of looking at the long term, I proposed this strategy to the leadership to consider. That is, endowing $25 million over 10 years to support graduate education. If we are able to endow this amount, annually it will yield about $1 million, or 4% per annum, to subsidize graduate education. And this fund should be on the list of campus priorities, because 4,000 graduate students will be a very, very important strategic goal to achieve. Discussions have been ongoing, but here is the kicker. If we are able to generate $1 million a year, 33% will go towards subsidizing insurance for graduate students, 28% tuition and fees, 22% PhD fellowships, 11% conference travels, and then 6% for the 3M competition. Now, this will put us ahead in the game compared to our competitors. And so it's something that strategically would be a good thing for the campus, to really consider. And so as we go through this process, I think it's important for us to understand that, what do you call the finance people say there are no free lunches. Without investments, there are no returns. And so it's important that this be given a very serious consideration as we move ahead as a campus. And I think that as the provost will be talking about the importance of graduate education, importance of graduate support within the current framework of the ongoing strategic plan, this campus is geared towards ensuring that support for graduate students and graduate education become a top priority. So with that, I'm going to invite Dr. Potts. We refer to him as Colin, the current Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, to give us a snapshot of the strategic importance of graduate education within the current framework with regards to student success, basically falling on graduate student support. So, Colin, over to you.
Thank you, Samuel. So first of all, how's it going? Isn't this a great conference, don't you think? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, audience participation. You're very lively this morning. I mean, first of all, I really applaud, and I'd like to thank the organisers. I mean, first of all, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. And the team from graduate education. The media guys in the back who are always there and do a great job. And I know there was a large cast of not exactly thousands, but the organising committee that's on at the beginning of the agenda is very impressive, and I think that the fruits of their planning and labour is really reflected in what we see today. So thank you to everybody. I was going to I was going to talk about the importance of supporting graduate students today and the strategic significance of that. I've given several presentations over the last few months on our strategic plan, and I think, frankly, everybody's a little bit strategic planned out. It's not that this is unimportant, it's something that we're going to discard. We've put a lot of work into the strategic plan, and it's a living document, and it's going to drive our decision making and our priorities on an operational basis as we go forward. It's really important that the planning actually turns into action. And so I'd really, rather than going through items in the strategic plan and showing how they relate to graduate education, I thought it would be a good time to step back, because that's really the purpose of this conference, is to step back and say, what are we doing with regard to graduate education, and how's it, how are we going to take it forward? And it would be remiss of me if I weren't to also not just for this conference, but again to thank Samuel for all of the stalwart work that he's done as the Vice Provost for Graduate Education over the past 12 months. So again, thank you, Samuel. And Smitty Grubbs will be stepping in September. He's already sort of had a few email messages. So we'll be sort of taking this forward. So I think what we're seeing here is a sort of really important trajectory and continuity in something which is becoming incredibly important for us. We are going to be a 1/3 graduate university, and that will change our identity to some extent. So what does it really mean to support something? So I'm going to start with a model that I'm going to use as a lens through which to think about graduate student support, a model that will be familiar to some of you, even if you haven't taken psychology courses in the past, which is Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And I'm going to simplify it. And since I have a PhD in psychology, I can do that with complete immunity. So please don't sort of say you're simplifying and you're kind of changing things. But the basic idea is that when we make decisions about what's important to us, including unconscious decisions, we're driven by a series of different kinds of motivations, and they're in a hierarchy. And the first one is really one of material survival. We need roofs over our head. We need breakfast. We need coffee. Don't sort of trivialize it, but we actually have to. We have to have the things that give us support in our day-to-day existence. We are a social species, and what's very important also is social engagement and emotional engagement with other people. Some people thrive on this much more than others do, but we all need some kind of social sustenance. And being in a community that helps us achieve our ends is very, very important to us. And then finally, there's the idea that there's a meaning to everything, and that's something that we create ourselves. Okay, we have a purpose that we strive towards, a legacy we want to leave. There are things that we're just interested in, that we want to spend our spare time on. There are things we want to do to pursue our careers. Perhaps we're writing the great American novel. Perhaps we want to give back to society. Perhaps we want to discover new things. Perhaps we want to strive for world domination. But whatever it is, there's something that goes beyond these previous levels. Now, the reason why it's important, and I'm highlighting this as a hierarchy, is that this isn't just three things. You have to take care of the lower levels before the upper levels become anything other than speculative pipe dreams. You have to be able to be secure in your day-to-day existence in order to really achieve your bigger goals. You have to have friends and a support network when times are rough. Okay, so there's a hierarchy here, not just a set of things. Now, what does this have to do with graduate support and how we think about graduate support? Well, I think one thing, obviously, and we've concentrated a little bit about this, and Samuel's opening remarks this morning, and many of the things that were discussed during the morning session that I attended yesterday address this, are material support. How do we, for example, fund PhD students in their studies? Right. And by the way, graduate students are more than PhD students. And I want to say a little bit about master's students and their distinctive needs and what support means for them, and make this, kind of equal in that sense. If we have 4,000 graduate students by the year 2030, which is a stretch goal, only a minority of those students are going to be seeking research degrees. Most of them are going to be fee-paying master's students in non-thesis masters who are trying to improve their career. So material support for them does not mean that we're going to be basically supporting them other than through top-up grants, which I hope we can do. But it does mean that we can defer and defray the value, because most people pursue a master's degree other than continuing masters who are perhaps seeking some, I want to get more into this subject. 4 years wasn't enough for me. But if you come back to school after a few years, and coming back to school in roll-up will probably mean, in most cases, coming back to school virtually as online distance students or through remote sites, perhaps in St. Louis. Your main purpose, because you're in full-time employment, you might already have started a family, is going to be to further your career. Not in a narrow vocational skills-based way, but you want to grow as a professional as well as a young person. And so material support for these students has to be grounded very much in a very demonstrable return on investment. And one of the things we can do for master students that the speaker yesterday, in fact, referred to, and which my previous institution, he referred to that, it was his too, Georgia Tech did, was to provide a graduate co-op program. Internships are not just a way of supporting yourself to make ends meet. They're a way of growing your network socially. They're a way of actually making your studies more enriched. Okay, so material support comes down to many, many different kinds of things. One goal that we should achieve, or that we should strive for, and I hope we can achieve, is as Samuel said, pursuing philanthropic donations that will lead to support for graduate students in the future. I do have to tell you that this is a hard sell for cultural reasons. It will be much easier in 30 years' time when our current young alumni are able to give back in large volumes of generosity. Our current very generous, very loyal and affectionate alumni remember, and they're not all alumni, by the way, our donors, most of them are, but they think of college life and supporting college students as supporting the undergraduate experience. Right, they remember a little nostalgic about having been students themselves. Many of them went through graduate school, but when you talk to them about students and student life and supporting students, they immediately go to undergraduates. It's an effort to say yes, but graduate students are students too, and we need to support graduate students. So there's a little bit more of an uphill struggle there. And there's also a bit of a messaging in that, certainly in terms of PhD programs, the pushback can be, but that should be funded from grants, shouldn't it? Why aren't your professors funding their students, right? Why do we have these shortfalls? So I think we have to craft very vigorous and persuasive arguments about why that's not enough, but that we do accept that that's our primary responsibility, and that any philanthropic support for graduate students is going to be, in the big scheme of the support we need for supporting you, is going to be the minority or the marginal side of things. Also do the maths, right? 25 million or we're talking about $800,000 a year, which is not small change. That's real money that we can make a real difference in people's lives with. But what's going on here? Oh, okay. My computer's about to restart, but hey, thank you. I thought perhaps I'd got a message from Mo. Speed it up a bit, something like that. Thank you. If that happens again, just wave to me, because I was oblivious. Material support then is a multifaceted kind of thing, and the support we must give, I think, starts for PhD programs with our faculty being much more aggressive and determined in pursuing grant applications. We have if we're growing to become a great university that discovers new facts and makes new things, then we have to fund that effort from the very somewhat dwindling, but still very generous support that exists, largely from the federal government, though not exclusively through the research agencies. And one of the reasons why we're really expanding into the bio area, which is a very exciting strategic initiative, is that will give us the opportunity to fund some of the things that we're already good at and we want to do more of, as well as some of the adjacent areas we want to move into by tapping into sources such as the NIH that we don't at the moment. Now, it's often said, but we're not just an engineering university and we're not just a science university. We have the humanities, we have the social sciences, and these departments don't have as many funding sources, and they also don't have the same culture, this is true in business, by the way, of seeking research funding from federal agencies. And I have two answers to that. And one is that we do have to try. We don't have to, and this is not a counsel of despair. There are departments in other universities in those fields that are very, very successful in funding their graduate programs through grants. But it isn't the only answer. So we have to be able to subsidize in some ways. And we're looking for it, by the way, also by as a way of supporting graduate students in those areas, not by GRAs or GTAs, but by graduate assistantships. And there are certain wrinkles in our bylaws and in the CRRs that make this not as easy to do. But these are human created problems that we can overcome. That allow us to have general kind of graduate assistance in what we might call service areas. So, for example, a technical communication PhD student, and we're opening this program, we hope, in a year or two's time, would be a huge asset, professional asset, I think, to our marketing and communications department. There's an opportunity there to hire someone on a part-time basis. This isn't a part-time job. This is the moral equivalent of a GTA because they're supporting the mission of the university, advancing their intellectual growth in the area that they're pursuing their degree in, and they're actually contributing in a way that allows us to pay them in the same way we would pay a GTA for contributing in another fashion. We just have to be imaginative about some of these kinds of things. These opportunities do exist. Similarly in psychology, where there are lots of opportunities for grants, but we also have, we have counseling departments. We have the opportunity. We have a lot of industrial and occupational processes like, salaries and so on that could actually be addressed by people working in those areas. In fact, we have a national expert sitting in the room in the form of the chair of psychology, who is an example of the kind of, I think, overlap between what we do with in terms of our research and our scholarship and what we can do internally to support our own operations. So thank you, Claire, for those contributions. The next level, once that's taken care of, and it's really important that this isn't why we do things, but once that's taken care of, is the emotional social support that's also important. We have to be able to build groups and communities so students feel that they're supported in that sense too. And if you think about your own lives, everybody, okay, we feel supported not just because we've got money to make ends meet or money to go on vacation and do nice things. It's also that we're part of a broader community. We have friends. We can hang out with them. We can share ideas. And Mo mentioned some of this yesterday in the context of his experience as a PhD student, and sharing ideas. I will say, by the way, that I don't totally share the belief that online communities are always inevitably impoverished relative to in-person. You just have to work a lot harder to provide the affordances that the social communities, the online communities can grow. Let me an example from my own experience over the past several years. We learned this in the pandemic, didn't we? That everybody was lonely and on their own and alone, and we had to make certain efforts to reach out to people because we couldn't do so person face to face with the same facility that we were used to. I happen to be a photographer. I'm an artist, and my very limited spare time. And a friend of mine in Atlanta who had been to RISD had an old friend friend who's a professor at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, who always organizes a Tuesday evening soiree where his friends come and they just hang out and drink wine and talk about art. And because they couldn't do this anymore, they went online, and I got invited through my friend, and it became a regular. And it was an incredibly supportive community, and in many ways, it was richer than what I'd experienced before. And I've actually since visited them in person. So this is an example. The Georgia Tech Computer Science Master's degree in the computer science program is the largest program in the world. Okay, so it could, if mismanaged, be very impersonal and transactional, and students could basically be totally lost, independent actors, just pursuing their career goals, just trying to get to the end of the course and passing courses. It turns out that they're more socially engaged with their peers in their courses than the on-campus students are. This might say something about computer scientists, by the way, but I don't know, Jay. I don't want to cast aspersions, but I think that actually first of all, some of this happened by accident because they just self-organized using widely available. They have Discords. They set up Facebook groups. They do the things that they do to communicate with each other and share. And there are also facilities that were deliberately built into the online environment. So we have to provide online support for community as we move some of our emphasis to online education. We cannot ignore this aspect of support. It's secondary in the sense that it comes after material support, but it's not secondary in its importance, because students who don't feel that they belong tend to leave in much higher numbers than students who believe that they have a purpose, and that purpose is very much driven by being part of a community. So that comes to the purpose side of things. It's really important, I think, that students are given some goal about why, or not given, but that they are helped to encourage to develop a reason why they're doing what they're doing. And I'm not sure that we always put our effort into this. Some of this comes from, in a PhD setting, one-on-one relationships with an advisor. And we all know that those can actually be extremely fruitful and lifelong. I have a former student who is a very close friend after 30 years. On the other hand, you can also have very distant, and you just don't connect. Okay, there isn't really a meeting of minds. And sometimes, and I think in the panel yesterday, Franca really referred to this, we do have isolated incidents of toxicity, of really, really problematic relationships. And partly that's because I believe, in almost all of the cases that I'm familiar with where this has arisen, that the relationship between the faculty advisor and the student, and between the faculty advisor's goals and the student's sort of tasks to perform, are purely transactional and operational. You've got a job to do. I've got a tenure clock that's ticking, and you need to do this for me. And there's a built-in inherent conflict of interest, I believe, between the notion of the PhD advisor as a mentor, as a teacher, and their role as an employer, as the boss, and between the student as a student and the student as a GRA. Now, conflicts of interest aren't necessarily bad. They exist throughout social life, but they have to be acknowledged and managed. One way of doing this, there was some discussion of this yesterday, is to separate the evaluation and the counseling of students in the terms of how are they doing and where's their future going, to make that a more collective, departmental or programmatic function. In my previous department, we had a meeting every year to discuss every single PhD student in the department. Every faculty member was part of that meeting, and there was a lot of peer pressure. You showed up for that meeting. If you weren't there, then you had to give a very good reason, because it was, a community event. And Everybody played a role in discussing about, how students were doing in their courses and so on, so that the advisor wasn't the only voice. And in fact, if it came to a vote, what do we do about the student? Should we put the student on probation? Should we encourage them to do the following? The one person who didn't have a voice at that phase of the decision-making process was the advisor. And I think that artificial techniques like this, and I'm not advocating that every department here at S&T can do that, because I think that only really works in a larger environment where there's volume, where there's several people working in the same general area as the advisor. But thinking creatively about how we can essentially tease apart these relationships that exist and how we give purpose to students is really important. And the final thing I will say on purpose is career purpose. There was a lively discussion and a Q&A period regarding COA's discussion yesterday on career development, and are we as a university doing enough about supporting graduate students? And I think in particularly master's students who have basically non-academic futures planned for themselves, advanced technology or advanced subject matter, but not necessarily to become a professor or a research kind of faculty member. That's something that we need to give a lot more thought to. And I'm happy to say that we can do things with like graduate internships. We can do things with all kinds of special sort of functions. An etiquette dinner, for example, might look very different if you're talking to people who are going to go to a finger food kind of reception at Google headquarters than going for a job in a large corporation. But we can also, I think much more about career education and counseling. What are you doing this for? Where are you going? What's your real purpose? And surface those questions, okay? And with graduate students who are mature and sophisticated and a little bit world-wise, I nearly said world-weary, Freudian slip, world-wide, maybe you are world-weary too. It's possible to engage in those kinds of discussions, right? I mean, it's possible to really, this is not about going to a job fair. This is about seeking out opportunities in a particular, because the world is after you. I mean, the world really wants our students. And so I think if we push ourselves and help you to push yourselves in a constructive way, that's actually going to be that's actually something that we really should do in a more direct way. Now, I just want to say in closing that you can actually apply this technique for new programs. I mean, graduate education really stands or falls on the quality of our academic experiences. And we are offering new programs. For the first time for several years, we've created several new programs. We have a new PhD in biology. It's about to start, PhD in bioengineering. We're designing master's degrees in areas like data science. We could go on and on and on. The question is, why? Right? What's the purpose? And one reason that underpins all the others, but this isn't the reason, is economic sustainability. We have to take a hard look at the programs that we're dreaming about and the programs that have existed for some time and say, what makes them economically sustainable? This isn't a question about whether they are or not. So the question is, how do we make them economically sustainable? This is a possibility-oriented question, because everything depends on that. Having accomplished that, or having addressed that, we can turn our attention to what is it going to take in terms of a balanced academic community in that department or across the departments that are offering an interdisciplinary program to really provide the program in a way that supports the people in it. Okay. Do we have the expertise in certain areas? And one of the decisions we have to make as a relatively medium to small sized university is picking our areas of excellence. There are departments where, I think I mentioned psychology a couple of times, is a very good example. General psychology is a huge diffuse field. And we're not going to compete ever with Carnegie Mellon or Michigan by doing that kind of thing. We'd have to grow like tenfold. What we can do, though, is we can be the CMU of a particular sub area, and we are known nationwide for occupational psychology, for example. And I think doing that kind of thing, that's not a recipe, that's not defeatism, that's not saying we can only do something. That's being positive and saying, here's where we're excelling. If we try to be all things to all people, we will fail. If we try to be the Stanford of X, because Stanford isn't the X, then we can do it. And I think that kind of balanced academic community about how we have a thriving community of several people who are noted experts in a particular area, who seek out students, who are magnets for the best students, that is the way forward. And finally, there's the notion of impact. You know, we are a university of science and technology. That's our mission. It doesn't mean that we only do science and only do engineering, but that is our goal, to be a science and technology university. We are Missouri's University of Science and Technology. We are not Roller's University of Science and Technology. And by focusing on our impact, and that can be narrow economic impact by giving benefits to companies, or it can be the intellectual impact of saving society from itself in terms of the work that we're doing in sustainable energy and materials, for example, and critical infrastructure. Right? The overall purpose and impact has to be foremost in our mind. So all of the talk about getting support for students, getting grant income and so forth, I want us to really leave here acknowledging that while that's fundamental, it's not the meaningful purpose why we're here. The purpose why we're here is to support the improvement of society through science and technology, and to imbue in our students a thirst for accomplishing those kinds of things. And I hope that we leave this conference with an enthusiasm to take these goals forward, because life's too important to concentrate on the low levels of the hierarchy. Okay? Thank you very much for your attention.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Potts, for that great introduction and the discussion of Maslow's hierarchy. That really segues us nicely into this next session on social and cultural integration and support of our graduate students. And so I'm Barb Pruitt. I'm Assistant Dean of Students, and I'm a co-moderator today. And I'd like to ask my other co-moderator to introduce herself. She may be stepped out of the room for a moment, but oh, there she is. Charlene,
I'm back here. I'm Charlene Keene, and I am a student support specialist in the Office of Graduate Education. And I'm going to be running the mic to people who have questions. So I'll be back here watching for your hands up.
Perfect. Thank you. Well, we have an esteemed group of panelists today, and we'd like to have each of them introduce themselves, give a brief overview of their area. We have a few slides, and then we'll move to the next panelist, and then we'll engage with the audience in some discussion. So without further ado, we'll get started here with
clicker. Good morning, everyone. I am Amy Campbell. I am the tourism director with the Rolla Chamber of Commerce. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to share some information about Rolla. Yes, many of you know about Rolla, but maybe some resources that students can use, even, our own citizens can use for what there is to do in Rolla. So let me figure this out here. Okay, so first of all, did you all know that there is a visitor center in Rolla? Yes. Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Also located inside that visitor center is the Rolla Chamber of Commerce. So the Rolla Chamber does run the visitor center. We are located just off of Kings Highway, kind of with the 72 exchange over the last several years. It is a little bit difficult to get to us, but does everybody know where Tater Patch is? We are located right across the street from Tater Patch. So we are there Monday through Friday from 8 to 4:30. We do have a beautiful facility that is there to service our
citizens, but also our visitors that are traveling through the area. We have information on everything Rolla, everything Phelps County, but we also have information on the whole entire state. So if somebody's looking to maybe make a trip out somewhere in Missouri, they're welcome to stop by and get information on Missouri. And the cool thing about the property, it is a historical grounds. It was built back in the 1930s by the Civilian Conservation Corps. So it is a pretty cool property. There's some really neat buildings on there. So we invite you to come out and take a look at that if you are ever bored and want to see what's going on. We do have a website. Obviously, the Rolla Chamber has a website, but like I said, there's kind of two sides to the chamber. There's a Rolla Chamber that kind of services our businesses, but like I said, there's our tourism side. That's more than just tourism, but we have a website called visitrolla.com. There's all the information of anything and everything there is to do in Rolla. So, and when you're bored sometime, I invite you to go take a look at that website. It's not only a great source for visitors, but it is a great source for citizens as well, because it has information, has a calendar of events on the front page. If there's an event going on and we know about it, it's on that calendar of events. The great thing about the calendar, if you're having an event or wanting to plan some sort of event, look at that calendar and cross-reference it to see if there's, 3 or 4 other events already happening that day and maybe you need to move your event to another day. So again, great source of information. We have a couple of pages that are dedicated to things going on in the area, like live music, 5K races. Those seem to be pretty popular. And then there's also, we call them the little bubbles. On the last page, you can kind of see, whoops, go back. Those little bubbles there, those kind of change seasonally with like seasonal events, spring, summer, fall. So again, you can click on those pages to see what's going on for the season. We have some e-communications. We put out a monthly newsletter. Anybody can sign up for that monthly newsletter. You just go to visitrolla.com and click on that sign up for newsletter button. And then we also have text alerts. So you can sign up for our text alerts. You text that number that's on the screen and you'll get weekly text alerts on what there is going on in the area. Or if for some reason some event is canceled or rescheduled, we send out text alerts for that information. We are on social media. So like I said, the Rolla Chamber has their own social media pages, but Visit Rolla has their own as well. Again, great source of information for what's going on in the area. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and we are even on TikTok. So follow us on those pages. We're a lot of fun. And for our visitors, we do have, some people still prefer print. So we still have visitors guides and we have Phelps County maps. Again, I realize everybody uses apps, but a lot of times those travel apps aren't always accurate. So a good print map is always useful. And then we have a visitor's guide. We're actually just in the process. It just went to print yesterday of a new visitor's guide. It's called A to Z, What There Is to Do in Rolla. So super excited about that. And that's a resource available to see what's going on. We have these nice little tent cards that have our QR code on them. So if you are ever in need of those for anything, we have those available. You can set out for a meeting or conference or whatever. And it has a link to our website if people are looking for places to eat, places to shop. Again, all that information is on visitrolla.com. And then, that's the basic information about Rolla. There's so much more. I will say, as the Chamber of Commerce, we are there to help, like I said, not only our business community, but if anybody has questions on the areas, if they're trying to find jobs, if they're trying to find something to do, or just, housing, want to know where can I rent a place, we are a great source of information. And what I love about our staff is if we don't know the answer, we're going to work till we find it. So again, feel free to stop by and see us. Again, we're located right across the street from Tater Patch, but be sure to check out the website, visitrolla.com. Again, it's a great source of information.
Hello, my name is Lily Sorensen, and I am the director for the Center for English Language Learning at the University of Missouri in Columbia. And I appreciate being invited to talk about cross-cultural communication. So right now, since this is all about communication, you get 30 seconds to talk to the people at your table. Maybe I'll give you a minute about a situation where you may have been in talking to someone from another culture and you did not understand them or they did not understand you. So you can begin now. So this is I've done that. Had a communication. Really? I just did that. This room said that I had somebody they didn't know and anything. I mean, there's no part they're traveling in 60s and they're not popular. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. What do you do? Right. No, yes. Okay, the time is up. You can continue at another time, and I hope you do continue to talk about this. Cross-cultural communication, we run into this all of the time, more than you may think. Even within the U.S., there are different cultures. People say things differently. I had a faculty member who called a drinking fountain a bubbler. I didn't know what bubbler was. So all kinds of things that you may run into that you may not know what someone is saying. Why is cross-cultural communication important? Why does it matter? The hope is that we can all build and strengthen the community here at S&T, that we can be, just as was mentioned earlier, that everyone feels that they have a purpose, that they're understood, and that they understand each other. It provides just a welcoming environment where you can feel like this is where I belong, and you will be able to communicate with one another. But there's something that has been very helpful for me in looking at. Richard Lewis in the 1990s came up with a diagram that looks at different cultures, and he divided it into basically 3 different areas where one culture might be multi-active, or another culture reactive, and another culture linear active. And kind of put on this diagram, the scale of showing where different countries, people from different countries, they may fall. Now, this could be stereotypical. That does not mean that every single person from every country falls exactly where that says. But it may give you an understanding of a little bit better of why communication may break down. And on here, so if you look at with this, which group, reactive, multi-active, or linear active, if you're looking at it, which one do you think talks all the time or most of the time? In this case, it would be more like the multi-active. They're probably talking the most. Which one that you say, which one listens the most? It's probably more towards the reactive. Which one's half and half? But also on this, they may be doing, like if you've ever met somebody, if they can multitask a lot, they may be talking all the time, answer the phone, come back to your communication. They can keep track of it all. But maybe if you're not from a culture like that, maybe that's not the way that you function. And you may be offended that they're talking to you and doing all these other things. But that may not be the case. That may be their culture. So part of this, even as teachers, as students, in staff situations, how do we react? Do we communicate our expectations of how we expect students to act or behave? Are we open to them behaving a different way? So there's many things to look at on there's a website that I've included at the bottom. You can go there. You can see many different an explanation of the different areas and what you may want to consider. So this is just a tool that can help. Another helpful, if this goes on, it's not going. So the next slide talks about cultural shock and to be aware of when students come from other cultures that they will most likely experience cultural shock of some kind. And that can even happen going back to their country and reintegrating in their own culture. So on these things may seem great at the beginning. Then they may all of a sudden become depressed and then it goes back up. You may have experienced this yourself if you've traveled and stayed in another place in another culture, but just something to be aware of. And also in a class, if you're teaching a class with lots of students from other cultures, are they just sitting there? Does that mean they're not participating? How can you get them to participate maybe the way you expect? There's things you can do. I've given students assignments that they had to speak in class once, twice, 3 times every class period. They had to ask a question. They had to make a statement, comment about something else. They may not realize that this is this is what you expect. So just helping students realize expectations of a different culture, being explicit about that. And I'm happy to answer questions. So thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Betts, and I'll get my slides up here. I apologize. I was on vacation when the slides were due, so they got to do a little dance for me. So my name is Bridget Betts, and I am the Senior Director of the Student Financial Services Office. If you are unfamiliar with that office, it's a newly named office. We combined the financial aid and cashiers and student loan collections offices as of June 1. And so it's really going to provide a more one-stop shop for those financial services that our students use while they're here. So we're very excited about that merger, and we're moving forward in that way. I do want to... What I'm talking about today is really about financial wellness for our graduate students. And I'll be honest, the financial aid office in particular, up until this point, has not done a whole lot for graduate students. We are here for loans, we process aid, we help students, pay their bill, that kind of thing. But the mindset has been in the past really that graduate students are self-sufficient, meaning that they went through their bachelor's, they may have started a career and a family, and we know that that's not necessarily true now. Graduate students need just as much help sometimes as undergraduates do. And so I'm really looking forward to, during this merger, having a more active role in helping graduate students. But I wanted to be upfront in saying that that's something that definitely needs some work here at S&T. I put up here the cost of attendance, just so you have a reference of what students are paying for while they're here at S&T. This in particular is for an engineering and computing student, but students who have maybe a different major or maybe living on campus or have a different housing situation might have a different cost. But this is just kind of a snapshot from our website that you can see what our costs are. We are a state institution, so you can see a different cost for Missouri resident, those who are coming outside the state of Missouri but are within the U.S., and those who are coming to us as an international student. Our graduate students, we are charging per credit hour, and you can see here, this is what 18 credit hours would look like in tuition. On this chart, you can see that I've broken it down by direct and indirect cost. Direct costs are what could be billed to a student. This is what you might see on your billing statement that just went out this week for the fall semester. Indirect costs then are basically the cost of being human. These are the costs that you're going to have regardless if you are if you're a student or not. You're going to have housing and food costs. You're going to have transportation costs, personal expenses, etc. I show this information because one of the pitfalls I see with graduate students in general is that they are afforded the ability to maybe borrow way more in student loans than an undergraduate student could, or they may find that it's easier to cover this with loans either through the federal government or through private loans, and they try to cover maybe their whole cost of attendance. As an undergraduate student, students who are living here, they're devoting all their time to being undergraduate student. Graduate students may have other expenses and other priorities in their life, like family or maybe they're still working, those kind of things. And so I find sometimes that students may overborrow. And I was one of these examples. As a graduate student, I'm like, I'm working full time. I've got a family. This could really ease my burden. However, that really hurts students in the long run. And so our office really tries to counsel students on responsible borrowing when it comes to loans in general, because you don't necessarily need to borrow for all of these things, especially if you are a working student. You may have already accounted for how you're going to pay your mortgage or how you're going to pay for food. You don't necessarily need to borrow for that, but it is something that needs to be considered. I wanted to briefly talk about funding. Now, Provost Potts did a really excellent job talking about the material support that is needed and what the material support we have now for our students. A PhD student most likely will have funding from the university or from grant funding, but a master's student won't necessarily have that same type of funding. We do have some master's student scholarships, both for international and domestic graduate students, depending on majors. And I've kind of listed those there, but it doesn't cover the student's cost. It doesn't cover the full tuition and fees. More than likely, students are going to have to piecemeal their financial aid to help cover those expenses. Really, they need to cover those direct costs, but if they're also looking to cover indirect costs, that comes into play as well. We do offer loans, and so this is where I mentioned that a lot of pitfalls happen. Federal loans for domestic students and private loans for both domestic and international students become a barrier for students while they're here, and in future, after you've graduated, that becomes a part of your debt that you need to repay for a good chunk of your life after you've moved on from here. And so that's something to consider. One thing I wanted to mention that I don't know that everybody knows about is our a discount, our minor alumni discount. If you graduated here from S&T with your bachelor's and you're not receiving any other kind of support in your graduate career, we do offer a 15% discount on your graduate tuition, and you can find more information on our website. So I really do think that this is something that I know we are and we should be promoting to our undergraduate students to help kind of build that graduate pipeline to kind of keep them here in the graduate school as well. As I mentioned, here are a few of the mistakes I see that are pitfalls that students fall into with financials that we talk about when we talk about financial wellness. These kind of things can really put a stress on students. And up until this point, we've been here for assistance if students need it, but usually students aren't reaching out to us. So we want to do a better job of providing this information up front. I did want to point out one of the things that students in general, but graduate students as well, do not think about when they They think, oh, I have to borrow a student loan. The interest rates are very, very high right now. For federal loans, you're looking at a little over 8% for the normal federal unsubsidized loan, and for a Graduate Plus loan, it's over 9%. And so private loans those are based on students' credit generally, and those have increased as well. Maybe not as high as the federal loans, but the private loans are increasing as well. So students will blindly borrow, thinking that they need to cover their entire cost when they may have had other funding to cover that. International students, we also find, will borrow. They will try to borrow a private loan to help cover everything that they think they might have in terms of expenses for a year, not considering that they may have got a scholarship that covers part of those expenses. And so in conjunction, they need to look at their total financial aid, and that's where our office comes in to help them discuss those kind of things. In general, we tell students to not expect the same lifestyle as a working professional as a student. So when you're a student, you should be living as a student rather than what you would be if you were a working professional. And I think that's kind of another pitfall that graduate students experience, because if let's say that you got your bachelor's and you went into your field and you are working and making a great salary, if you decide to come back to graduate school and you are coming back to Rolla, Missouri, more than likely you will not be working if you're doing that. You'll be focusing specifically on your studies and on research. And so that means that you then have to kind of reverse your thinking and live then as a student, because your future self may not want all the debt that you might incur in that way. The other hand is if you don't come to Rolla and you continue to work, you may be taking classes virtually. And in that way, that provides a whole nother a set of situations that you have to navigate. How do you take care of your family financially, and how do you pay for your school? And so those are all things that students really need to look at when they decide to go back to graduate school. Just a few financial tips I threw out here for any graduate students we might have in the audience. Really, I've talked a lot about debt, but really minimizing debt and not having that when you leave. Try to stay organized and keep good financial records. Have a habit of saving. So really thinking about how you're using your money and how you use it wisely would be the advice that we would give from the Student Financial Services Office. And then lastly, just a little bit of information. I mentioned at the top that we did merge with the cashier's office. So our office now, the Student Financial Services Office, now handles all the financial aid, the billing, and the payments. And so really, we're hoping that this really helps students get one area where they can get that information and get that help if they're having any concerns with financials. In terms of what we can do better with funding, we do have some, as Provost Potts mentioned, there's not a whole lot of appetite right now for increasing graduate restricted scholarships from our donors, because they really want to focus on that undergraduate experience. But we do have several restricted funds that are geared towards graduate students that have been piling up some money. So over the next year, we will be focusing with the academic departments to try to spend down that money to help our graduate students, because that money can go to graduate students. We have a scholarship database, scholarships.mst.edu, where we focus all of our students. We ask them to go there to apply for additional aid. These funds would be in that system. So if students are looking for additional aid, please direct them to scholarships.mst.edu to help them. And this would be for all graduate students, PhD and master's. And lastly, we do have on the Student Financial right now it's on Financial Aid website, but will be Student Financial Services website, a list of tools. So we can help with budgeting and saving and those kind of things. And they're geared for all students as well. All right. Thank you.
See your clicker.
Yeah.
How's everybody holding up? I'm here for the donuts. I was told there were donuts and bagels.
I just didn't mention everything. That's right.
Now the cashier's office will do a short song. The Yeah, I don't need them if you don't have it. There you go. Hey, good morning. My name's Doug Roberts. I'm the campus police chief. Been here for a little over 8 years. It doesn't seem like it's been that long. It's flown by. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the University Police Department and maybe a little bit about the parking operations for campus. And then at the end, I think we're going to go around and answer questions that any of you may have for all of the panelists up here, including myself. The University Police Department is just that. We are a police department, and our sole mission is to take away the safety and security considerations for the faculty, staff, and students at this university. That way, you as students can perform your function as students. The staff and faculty can perform their functions to support you and get you through here as successful as possible. With that, we have a lot of different roles within that. We have a law enforcement role where we'll go out and enforce laws. We are police officers. We've all been through law enforcement academies. We're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's always 2 police officers on duty patrolling campus. We patrol in police cars like you see on the television screen there. If you see the pickup truck driving around, that's me. I'm the only one that drives the truck, so wave and I'll wave back at you. But we drive a lot of different police cars. The parking department also has vehicles. They're marked parking. If you see them, go put money in the parking meter or move your car to the right lot. But the point of that is that we have a lot of different ways that we patrol campus, and we are always patrolling campus. Sometimes you'll see us walking around, specifically during the school year, you'll see officers walking around, including me, and please say hello to them and talk to them and get to know the officers. The Rolla community, as you can tell, is a very close-knit community. We are about an hour and a half away from a Target. We are an hour and a half away from a Chipotle. So we're kind of on the island, right? We're on an island. And on the island, we look out for each other. That's the island mentality. We look out for each other. And I shop at the same Walmart that you shop at. I shop at the same Kroger that you shop at. And we will see each other out and about in the community. In fact, you're probably going to see most of the people you see on campus, you're going to see them walking around doing the same thing that you do when you're not in school. So build those relationships up. Those are very strong. But more importantly, what I'm asking you to do is be a force multiplier for my department. If you see something that doesn't look right, get law enforcement involved and let us address it. And in the same circle, I'm going to take care of any issues that I don't see as right. I'm here to look out for you, and I ask that you look out for me. My family lives in this town too. So we look out for each other, and that way we are a safer community. We're a team, and we're a family, and that is the mentality here. The University Police provides normal police services. We patrol campus, like I mentioned, but anywhere on the island of Rolla, if you need a jump start, if you call our department, we'll come to your location and we'll give you a free jump start of your car. If you lock your keys in your car, which happens a lot at the end of semester and at the beginning of semester, we will come and unlock your car for you for free. If you have a flat tire and you don't know how to change your tire, we will come out there and we will help you learn how to change a tire. If you don't have a spare tire, we cannot come up with a spare tire. So that's incumbent upon you. But generally speaking, we're here to support you in a lot of non-traditional ways that a lot of campuses don't necessarily do anymore. We try to still build that relationship up. You'll see us in different events in the community. We try to participate with our local partners. We are officers for Rolla Police too, so we answer calls on campus, but also off campus. The benefit to that is we have a lot of students that don't necessarily live in campus housing, especially graduate students. And when they have a problem and they call the police, that may not be as easy to handle as a normal call is, because those students might have some other concerns that aren't necessarily as cut and dry as a regular call for service. So when you call the police, if you should call the police, you let them know that you're a student. A university police officer is going to be one of the officers that's going to be dispatched. And we're going to be familiar with what the resources are on campus. And if there's something that we could connect you to on campus, we are going to do that. In addition to that, for anything in the community, I'm part of a crisis intervention team for the community. I sit on the board of that. And so if there's a need that I can connect you with a resource in the community, I can help you with that as well. So there's a lot of benefit to our response to things in the community, just as much as there is on campus. We have a lot of great technology that we use to keep this campus safe and secure. We have about 600 security cameras that we watch 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We share those images with the Rolla 911 call center, which is where my officers are dispatched through. We have the images we can look at on our phone. And if you were to walk in our office, pretty much every desktop in our office has the camera images there too. So if their officers are not on the street and they're writing reports, they're watching cameras too. So that's a force multiplier as well. We don't have blue emergency phones that you may have seen on other campuses. That was state of the art back in the 80s when I was in college. We embrace a little bit more relevant technology. And so I encourage everyone on this campus to download the Rave Guardian application. It is in the App Store for Android and Apple devices, and it's free. And if you log on to it, it's got several really cool features on it. One button press to contact my non-emergency number, one button press to call 911. It has all the campus security information preloaded in it, including where all the campus AEDs are for the area. And you've got all the security brochures loaded. It's got all the phone numbers for campus preloaded on it. So you don't have to be searching on a website to try to find out who you want to call. I preloaded all of those as well. And you can text my department 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from anywhere. So if you're at Walmart and your car's dead, you need a jump start, you can text my department and tell them that you're a Walmart and we'll need a jump start. If you're in Rolla and you don't know where you're at, if your GPS is enabled, we see where you're at and we can send an officer to your location to help you out. If in doubt, there's different considerations for what's an emergency and what's not. If in doubt, call the police. Nobody's ever going to tell you not to call the police. Call the police and let us try to help you out. The Rolla community is a very safe community. You have within a mile of campus, there are 4 police departments. Our response time to a call for service from when we're dispatched to when we arrive for anything on campus is between 1 minute and 1 minute and 40 seconds. It's very quick. So if you need help, you can text us, you can call us, but I encourage you to get us involved. If in doubt, get us involved. And I'm going to, if we respond, if it's during the day, it's probably going to be me or one of the other officers that we have. We're going to thank you for calling us. During the day shift, one of my officers is a paramedic. In the evening shift, I have an officer who's an EMT. So I also have advanced first aid trained officers. And we provide CPR training. We provide AED training if you'd like it. And we have some really cool services that we provide in addition to what you would normally associate with a police department. The point of this is to get us involved and let us try to help you. General theft prevention. So everything that you do back home, do it here. Lock your doors. Don't put valuables in plain sight. And don't give people that are looking at an opportunity to take something the opportunity to take something. The same precautions you would take at home, take those same precautions here. It's pretty simple. If you have a problem like that, if something gets stolen and you don't know who to call us up and we'll get you connected. But we really prefer you not have anything stolen. If you have a bicycle, please buy a bicycle lock. There are people that will borrow your bicycle if you're parked somewhere and they need to get somewhere quickly and they see an opportunity. We even call it aggravated bicycle borrows. and we have to find the bike later on and track it back down and get it to the owner. But buy a bicycle lock. If you have a bicycle, consider registering it with our department. We'll do that for free. We'll take a picture of it, and then if your bike gets borrowed, we can connect you back with it. Just things like that. The general crimes on campus are pretty simple like that. They're general thefts if we have any, and I like to prevent those by discussions like this. The biggest component I see, especially with our international students that don't understand the complexities of the United States government, are internet scams and swindles, where you'll receive an unsolicited email telling you that you failed to register something or failed to sign up for something or failed to pay a fine. And they in turn threaten you sometimes on an email, most oftentimes now on a phone call, with jail time, with being kicked out of school, with being expelled from the United States. All of those things are very scary to someone that doesn't understand how the system works in the United States. And so the scammer will in turn direct you to go and buy a gift card or buy a Bitcoin card or buy Bitcoin and send it to them, and not tell anybody about the internet, the scam, or not even get off the phone. They'll even stay on the phone with you the entire time while you go do all of this. If you get contacted and told that you owe money to somebody and directed to go buy a gift card or something like that, don't do that and come over and talk to our department. We can verify it. Government doesn't work like that. If you have a warrant, they're not going to call you and tell you that you have a warrant and ask you to pay money. The government's not going to call you and tell you that they're going to kick you out of the country. The government is not going to send you an email and tell you they're going to kick you out of the country. If you get something like that, let us know. Also, if you are lonely and you go on the internet and you decide you want to fall in love with someone, understand that you can be anybody on the internet. I can be a very attractive young man on the internet. I'm an old guy. I can be a very attractive young man on the internet. And the scammers like that too. They like dating websites. They will sometimes convince people to send provocative photos. And when those provocative photos are sent, then they get those, and then they tell the victim that they're going to reach out to all of their friends and family on Facebook and the university that they go to school at and send those photos to them unless they send them money. It's extortion, right? They call it sextortion. So just be wary that there's a lot of fraud out there on the internet, and it's got a lot of value, and it's used for a lot of really great things, but there are criminals out there that are taking advantage of that technology as well. If in doubt, get a hold of us. Let us help you. And if you hear of someone, one of your friends that's falling victim to this, stop them and get us involved. That's what the Rave Guardian app looks like. It's a little bit more tailored to what the university's marketing has. It's green and it's got the S&T logo on it, but you have to use your university address, and it's going to ask you to approve location accuracy. That way we can have your GPS enabled when the app is used. For something that's very scary, we have a lot of different. My three big ones are fires, weather emergency, and an active shooter, right? The most likely emergency is going to be a weather emergency. So no matter what building you're in, you should know where you're going to go in the event of a weather emergency. I pay a lot of attention to the weather, and I try to communicate weather concerns to the campus community through the mass notification messaging system that you're automatically signed up for when you become a part of this campus. So pay attention to that and know your location and know where you're going to go in any building. For a fire, obviously, the best thing to do is get out of the building in the event of a fire. It's pretty simple. But for an active shooter, that's something that a lot of people hear about on our 24-hour news cycle that we have. There's something that happens almost every day across the world, and it's a scary thought because there's no way to really plan for it. So what our campus has done is we filmed a video called Run, Hide, Fight. And we filmed it on this campus, and it gives you basically the three options that we recommend in the event of an active shooter situation. You can run, you can hide, or you can fight. Now, we are an engineering school, like Provost Potts mentioned, so we have a bit of a linear thinking to us, right? You don't have to run to hide to fight. Sometimes you might have to fight, to run, to hide, right? So you practice those things. But I encourage you to go on and watch this video. We have almost 1.5 million people that have watched this video since we made it. It's filmed on this campus, and it kind of gives the perspective from the students, from the staff, and from the faculty. Those are our three constituents. So I encourage you to watch that video. Understand too, though, that we have a pretty quick law enforcement response. And again, you have 4 police departments that are within a 1 mile of this campus. Any incident on this campus would provoke a tremendous law enforcement response. Very quick, tremendous law enforcement response. I am very confident in the response up here, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't be aware of your surroundings and be familiar with what to do, right? So the app, the Rave Guardian app, has this video preloaded on it too. So again, another benefit to the app. That's my contact information. That's my cell phone number. I only have one phone. I answer it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I give it out. If you have a question, you can always call our office and talk to any officer in our department. If you see the truck out front and it's during the workday, I'm in the office. Come by and ask to see the chief. If I'm not on the phone or on a Zoom, I'm happy to meet with you. If not, I'll make an appointment with you. I am very accessible. I work for you. We work for you. And we have a lot of really cool officers and a really great staff members that are dedicated to serving you. Whatever your role is, student, staff, or faculty, we serve you. And we are here to make sure that you can fulfill whatever job is you have on this campus, whether it's student, staff, or faculty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, panelists. That was some great engaging discussion. We'd like to open it up to the audience to ask questions. Charlene or I will bring the microphone around. So who can we start with? Who has a question for one of our panelists?
Hi, everyone. Sir, you mentioned that one application. Could you please tell us the name of the application again?
There you go. It's called the Rave Guardian application. It'll look like a shield at the App Store, a blue shield. And again, I buy that. My department pays for that, and the brochure should be in your folder. Please, please, please get the Rave app. We were the first campus in the University of Missouri system to have an application. Now all the campuses have to have the Rave app. I'm a bit competitive. I like it.
Thank you. My question is as regards the internet fraud and the scam online internet, and I was going to ask, like, do you pay attention to how grad students, international students who come to the US for the first time, how they register with some banks, like some online banks? Because you made mention, I saw there's a slide that says they take advantage of the fact that international students are not aware of how credit cards work. But then one thing I'm familiar with, because I have friends from other campuses who have actually fell victims for some of this, because there are so many kind of freebies. Register with $100, bring a friend, referral, and as international students, because like funding is important, everybody wants to survive, get funds, and many persons are always big on the fact that to try to like use this online banking to get more funds. So, and I've realized that some of these online banks with no physical buildings are actually fraudulent. So, how are you going to help incoming grad students to like be aware upon? However, thank you.
I think I understand what you're talking about. So, in addition to the romance scams that we have out there, and in addition to the scams that are trying to to swindle students, staff, and faculty, telling them that they're potentially going to lose their citizenship or lose their ability to go to school. There are also scams that target people that are seeking employment. And one of those is, hey, listen, and you'll get this on an email, and it'll look like it's coming from someone that's from the university. If you were to go up to the email address and hover above it, you would notice that it's a Gmail or it's a Yahoo Mail or a Hotmail, because you can be anybody. You can be Mickey A. Mouse of 111 Disney Boulevard and have that email address. There's no verification process. So even though it might appear in the subject line to be a legitimate email from someone on campus, it's if you just check that one block, you'll see that it's not. And then they'll offer employment to students, and it'll be something that just does not seem like it's possible. I can work from home and make $500 a week by just answering a few questions every day, and all I have to do is supply my banking information. There's a couple of ways they're going to defraud you there. Number one is they're going to have your banking information. So if you give them your banking account number, routing number, what they'll do, and they'll tell you, we're going to deposit your money, your paycheck into your banking account for this job that you did not apply for, right? And so you give them this, and now they're going to deplete your banking account. If you give them your identifier information, your social security number, or even your passport number and your dates of birth, they're going to use that information to sell on the dark web, where people will use that information to obtain loans and credits in your name. There's a lot of different mechanisms that people use. Banks are another thing where they'll provide you with a check. Hey, we're going to send you a check for $20,000 for doing $1,000 worth of work. What we made a mistake. We need you to deposit that check in your banking account and then send us back $19,000 because we overpaid you. The bank will get that check. They'll verify that that routing number is a legitimate routing number. Routing numbers are really easy to find on the internet, and they may credit your account with that amount. And then 5 days later, when that check makes it to the bank that has the routing number attached to it, that bank will say that's a counterfeit check, and they'll reach back out to the bank that issued it to them, your bank, and then your bank's going to go to you and probably to law enforcement for depositing a counterfeit check and for withdrawing money that you don't have in your bank account. So you're going to be out $19,000 and potentially get in trouble with the law. And it may just be something you just didn't understand. There's an adage in the United States that I was brought up with, and a lot of people that live here were brought up with. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right? If you see a job that looks like this is the best job in the world, they're going to pay me a lot of money for doing absolutely nothing, it probably is a scam. They're probably looking to rip you off. They're trying to find victims. If you see a job that's not posted on a normal board for the university's employment opportunities, if you see some professor sending you a job application or a job notice, I'm telling you, it's probably a scam. Do some work on your own. Confirm that it's a legitimate job offer, because there's normal protocols within the university system for applying or for posting employment opportunities, whether it's for a student, staff, or a faculty. Did I answer your questions?
Yes, but then I was particular about becoming international student when I tried to register with online bank. There's some online apps. I won't mention it because we'll talk about it. There's some online apps that say you refer other students, you pass somebody and you register. And my friend from that school experienced the kind of they have an issue whereby they had to complain to the bank, and what they were writing email, and they got like $400 gone in that bank. The app is so legitimate because as international students, we use some of these applications to convert money, convert funds, and
I would be very suspicious of any online bank. And I'm going to give you free advice. And I have no relationship with any financial institution, right? But if you're going to school here, I would certainly recommend that you have a local banking account. because then if you do have an employment opportunity, you're dealing with a local institution. But more importantly, if you have a problem, you have an institution that you can go to, see someone in person and address the issue in person versus dealing with a virtual assistant, right? That may not understand your situation, may not care to, and they can hang up the phone. It's tough to tell someone face to face that I'm not going to help you. It's easy for me just to hang up the phone. So consider getting a local banking representative to support your request. That's what I would do. I would avoid an online banking resource for anything that I have to do in a university. You can close that account once you leave. Just that's my recommendation.
Can I add to that too? As being part of the chamber, most of all of our banks are chamber members, and we've had the opportunity to work with all of them, and they are great to work with the students. So I agree completely. Go into the bank, walk in and talk to somebody. And also there was a recent incident where one of the local banks, they were customers were getting text messages with the bank's logo. Hey, there's a problem with your login. Log in using this link. And I've always suggested, and what they were suggesting to us, don't ever click on those links. If something comes to a text message and says there's an issue, then call the bank directly. Don't go through that link. Don't use that number. You contact your bank directly, because that's another scam that came about. So
my background is I worked a long time in federal law enforcement, and I investigated these types of crimes. I've been to most of your countries. I've done these crimes, and I'm telling you, they can do a lot of different things to rip you off and steal your money. Spoofing my logo, spoofing the university's logo, spoofing governmental agencies. They can call you from a phone number that looks like it's a legitimate phone number. There's a lot of different ways. What she said is exactly true. If you don't know, first of all, you can always come and ask us, and I'm going to tell you from experience what's going on. But you can also do some personal research, find the legitimate phone number or legitimate contact person for these places, and do some self-verification. Don't rely on the phone number that the scammer's giving you, and never open an attachment that you don't know where it's originating from, because there's a couple of problems there. Number one, you're probably going to open an attachment that's going to infect your computer. You've introduced a virus into your computer system now. Congratulations. Now your banking information, and you may have a keystroke logger that every time you go into your bank account, it's capturing your account information. I mean, I can really get into the weeds with this, guys. I won't, but that's a whole nother presentation I can do. The purpose of this, just don't open up an attachment. Don't open up an attachment that you don't know where it came from. She's dead on with that. And please, if you don't know, let us help you. Come in and say, I need to talk to the chief. I want to get his opinion. And I'm going to give you my opinion, and it's going to cost you this much. And we're going to be friends when you leave. I might even give you a bottle of water or a Coke if I have one. I'm a nice guy.
Got another question here.
Thank you, speakers, for your for this discussion. I have questions for Bridget Breeze, who she said she's the student financial service director. And my questions are particularly for prospective students that are not yet here in MSRT. So the first one is what can be done about international students, particularly undergraduate students, who are not able to provide funding for their schooling here, that is, who are outside. This is particular for undergraduate students, like I said, and this is not including like the loan you spoke about and the provost scholarship that they will get. So what other alternatives do you, can I say that the institution as well as your it might not be in your it might not be in your jurisdiction to actually like implement things, get things done, but I just want to know what can be done about that one. That's one. Then two, why are late fee charges applied to students? Because I have seen that this late fee charges affects particularly international students? That's 2. Then 3 is, why was this enrollment fee, that is enrollment fee for prospective students, increased to $500? Because I know it was initially $300. I'm not sure if my what I'm asking is correct, but I feel this is quite challenging for international students, particularly for Africans. So what can be done?
So thank you for your questions. Hopefully I can remember them all. Your last question, I'm not familiar. Did you say roommate fee? Is that enrollment fee? I'm so sorry. Enrollment fee. So the enrollment fee is determined by enrollment management, and it's basically for graduate international students. It's basically a way to make sure that international students will be serious about attending S&T. That funding then is applied if once a student pays that funding, then that is applied to the first bill. So basically, it's an advanced tuition payment to help pay for their first bill for that $500. In terms of what was the fee that was charged? The second question.
I want to add something to
Yeah.
this. I think basically the school your department also has to know the like how, because $500 in my home country, Nigeria, is a whole lot of money. It's like 4 months' salary for someone.
Yeah.
So asking a student to pay such an amount for enrollment fee is quite challenging. That's where I'm going to. So where I want to direct this thing to is that for students who are paid this enrollment fee and who are not able to secure, they have the admission, but they've not been able to secure the remaining funding for themselves. Is that enrollment fee refundable? Or
It is non-refundable.
so that means if they don't get the extra funding that will bring them here, it means that the $500 or $300 has gone.
Correct. Yep. It is an enrollment fee. It's a deposit.
But don't you think it's going to discourage a lot of Africans because they are paying for what they are not receiving?
And honestly, that enrollment fee is not charged by the Student Financial Services Office. So I would invite you to maybe to speak to the Enrollment Management Division about your concerns, or maybe international admissions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But what I would suggest is, from my own point of view, I feel that fee should be reviewed because we have to be considerate. The exchange rate there is very high, and Africa now, the continent now is in economic crisis. So I think the institution also has to consider this. So that's what I can say.
Thank you for your feedback. And I do think that was somebody going to answer that? Oh, I was going to answer that first question if there was. Provost Potts. Oops, sorry.
Thanks. I understand that this is it can be a problem for students. It is, of course, something that is basically here's the problem that we are addressing. We have in the past several years seen a very, very large increase in international applicants who have no intention of coming here, and many who are accepted and ghost us. In fact, there was an interesting article in the Times Higher Education Supplement the other day saying this is becoming a national problem. And they go to other universities. And we have to be very careful not to be used as essentially a vector for international students obtaining visas to enter the United States and then going to other schools. It makes us look bad, and it also really disrupts our planning. It means we can't devote our attention to legitimate applicants. So obviously, any decision you make, like this one, has countervailing disadvantages. We realize that there are going to be some students who find it difficult to pay that fee, but they are students who are going to find it difficult to pay the enroll. I mean, basically, it's a good faith gesture that the application is serious and it will be applied to the actual costs of attending the university. And we made that decision with a lot of thought about what the downside would be, and we understand what you're saying about the issues here. We want serious applicants. We want to take them seriously, and this is an incentive on both sides to make that happen. I would be very, very open to hearing other suggestions to address the problem that I mentioned that is becoming a serious problem. And this seemed the best thing to do.
Thank you so much, Provost. Yeah.
Okay, this is Patrick. Mine is not a question, it was a suggestion to the question Olamide asked about how freshmen are being spoken about doing opening bank accounts and other stuff. What I suggest is when I came in, I was new to the United States. So my supervisor told me a specific bank I have to open an account with. So I think supervisors can also play a role when the students come from maybe any other country. They can speak to them on the bank, the kind of bank they should open an account, and also doing matriculation. I think you can speak on this, doing matriculation, so that they will not fall victim to this. And I'm also suggesting to we the graduate students here. I, for instance, I've gotten a lot of friends asking me to register for some of these online banks because they give some credit and other stuff. Because of past experience from back home, I have not registered, but some will come who fall victim to it. So we, the graduate students, we can also speak to them when they come around. Thank you.
If I can add back to the first question that we had in terms of other funding that's available for international students, and it kind of goes along with the question about the scams that we see. There's not a whole lot of additional funding for international students. However, I do encourage students to apply for additional scholarships through scholarships.mst.edu because we do have some that can apply to any student, undergrad, grad, domestic, international. But what we see a lot of times if international students are not able to come up with the funding that they thought they were going to have to come to the U.S., they are taking out private student loans. And a lot of times they are going through a third-party service to help them find a U.S. cosigner. And that third-party service is fraudulent. They are stealing people's identities, and they are finding U.S. cosigners that they did not know that their information was being used. And so then that becomes a fraudulent loan that students can no longer, they are not eligible to borrow those loans. So I would say if international students if you are going to borrow private student loans, please work with the Student Financial Services Office. We can kind of point you in some areas that we know would be helpful. And please don't use a third-party service to help you find that U.S. cosigner unless they have been thoroughly vetted in that area.
And just to add to the online bank versus a local bank. So a United States financial institution is it's called FDIC insured, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. So all the money in the bank account is insured for up to $100,000, I believe, and then I think it goes from there. If you've got $100,000 and you're in school, I don't know why you're in school, you're doing something right somewhere else. But your bank amount, your money is insured, and any bank account's going to help you with credit, right? So I don't necessarily agree with the point of the online bank. The online bank is, first of all, how do you verify that it's a legitimate bank? How are the funds that you put in that online bank, how are those secured, and how are those protected from poor investments by that online financial institution? Those are questions that I would ask for anyone that invests in an online bank. It's just like why Bitcoin isn't insured. It's a gamble, right? An online bank, it may be something that a lot of people use, but it can go under just as quick and your money's not protected. I would be very concerned about that. I don't use an online bank. I use online banking services from a reputable United States bank that's insured with the FDIC.
Thank you so much. I have a question for the Chamber of Commerce. Yes, but then I want to in support of what you said, because I realize that most of these international organizations in MS&T, or student groups, are mostly dominated by graduate students in terms of their officer position. So, it's true that this is the first time. In fact, I've never attended any events whereby banking is being particular about on recommended kind of banks to register with. So I want to use this moment to encourage the grad students that belong to different groups, International Students Club, Indian Student Association, and so many. When they're trying to have their welcome events with these incoming grad students, make sure they are particular on the kind of on talking about these banking issues. And you can't force people to decide what they want to do, but then let them know these are the pros and these are the cons. So advise them to register with local banks that have physical or entity in rural area. So that's my addition to that. But my question for the Chamber of Commerce is, how can students partake in that particular Chamber of Commerce, and what are the benefits that they stand to gain, and what are the modalities of joining? Because I understand, I'm not very clear on what it's all about, but then I know we have members, people joining across the city, and so for students, how would you encourage students to join, and what are the benefits they stand to gain by joining? Thank you.
Okay, so you're asking what the benefits for a student to join the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce is an organization of businesses. Businesses can join, but also individuals can join. We do have a lot of opportunities. We host educational seminars, so students can partake in those. And even if they aren't a member, there is those opportunities as well. We have member fees, non-member fees. So it's just something that as a student, you would have to investigate and see, was what we're offering beneficial to the student? But we do have individual rates too, that a student can take care of that, and we have a membership director that can explain all of that. Her name is Robin. So if somebody is interested in that, we invite them to come by our office and look at that. But we do so many different things in the community, and students are always welcome. We encourage students to be a part of that. We do a monthly chamber luncheon where we have usually some sort of speaker from the community. Usually there's anywhere from 150 to 200 businesses in attendance. It's always the third Wednesday of every month. If a student would like to attend that, we've had student groups attend that to see what's going on, or there may even be a speaking opportunity for a student group. I love the fact that the students want to engage with the businesses. I think the businesses love that, so always welcome to do that. On the fun side of it, we host parades. We host community events. One that we have coming up is called Bulldog Pride Night. It's kind of a tailgate party for our local high school, their first home football game. And all that information is on rollachamber.org, because I can't remember the date of it right offhand, but it's on that calendar and on Visit Rolla. But students are welcome to come out to that. We usually have 100 or so businesses set up, giving out free Bulldog merchandise. And again, it's just a great way to integrate into the community and see what's going on. That's just a couple of things I can think of offhand. But yeah, we always encourage the students to get involved with the chamber. Again, it's a great opportunity to join the business community, see what's going on. So does that answer your question? Perfect.
You should be involved in every type of organization you possibly can. You're stronger through involvement, right? There's some really cool international student groups, and there's some really cool student government groups. Get involved, because if you have a question or a problem, you can run that by other students. You may be a little bit more comfortable talking to other students before you talk to someone in an authority figure on a university, and that will help vet some of your questions and problems through them. And you're making friends and building relationships too. There's some really interesting and fun groups here, and in clubs and organizations. Get involved, have fun while you're here, but you can make some really good contacts as well.
I'll add to that. A lot of those student groups do get involved in a lot of the community events too. So if it's kind of like you're just one person, how do I get involved? Yes, those student groups get involved in just the activities, the events that go on in the community. So definitely. And there's a lot of nonprofit organizations that could use volunteers. So if that's something that the student would want to get involved in, get a hold of us. We'll give you a list of them.
Yeah, so I'd just like to ask the chief of the UPD what's the requirements to partake in the CPR and the defibrillator training.
What are the requirements to take advantage of the CPR training? Email me and ask me, can we do the CPR training? That's it. So it's free. If you ask for a National Red Cross, International Red Cross card, we have to charge you for that because I can't afford to pay all the cards for everybody on campus. But we provide the training for free. We have 2 people that are instructors, and they are happy to do that. We have all the mannequins, and we'd love to do that. It's a lot more of a benefit for us if you have others that want to do it with you, like a group of 4 or 5. Therefore we can do 1 session with 4 people instead of doing 5 sessions with 4 people, 5 sessions with 5 people, if you know what I mean.
Sorry for the question again. So I have 2 questions. So my first question is still related to prospective students. So one is, can the institution create opportunities, that is openings for international prospective undergraduate students to do research? Because ever since I came here, I've not seen any opportunity created for international students. Maybe I may be wrong. So that many prospective students can actually dive into fulfilling their their goals in terms of participating in research, and also creating opportunities for them as well as supporting them. That's one. Then secondly, I have a question for Chief Doug. Thank you for your presentation. So and the University Police Department creates opportunities to train international students on driving. It's optional for me, as well as organizing driving workshops training. So I would like to know that. Thank you.
I'll answer the number 2 first, and then I'll turn it over to you, I guess, for number 1. Yeah, we do driving training. I'm not going to teach you to drive. But what I will teach you to do, and we do these usually twice a year, and oftentimes it's either coordinated with the International Student Association, sometimes the India Student Association and the African Student Association will ask us to do it too. But we'll take you into a parking lot, and we'll explain to you what happens if a police officer stops you, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. We'll show you how to change a tire. We'll show you how to jumpstart a car, and explain the laws in the United States and laws in Missouri as far as driving. But I don't have the resources to provide driver education. If you do have a license in another country, oftentimes that transfers to the United States, and so that might work out for you. But I don't have the staff to teach people to drive. But I give people, we do a couple of courses several times, 2 or 3 times a year. We'll do courses in one of the parking lots where we'll show them what it's like to be stopped and give basic understanding like that.
I don't know that I can provide a good answer to your first question that's not in the Student Financial Services Office. I am aware of undergraduate research opportunities through OURE, for example. I'm not aware that if it's just for domestic students, I would have thought international students could be a part of that too, but that would be probably something to speak with those that provide those opportunities. Yes.
Let me provide some thoughts to that. Basically, before a student is probably admitted into, let's say, a research status by faculty, the faculty has to be assured that a student, can execute the research. And so internationally, it makes it difficult for undergraduate students, prospective undergraduate students, to participate in research unless the faculty knows the background of the student and they are prepared to engage them while they are in foreign countries. But I would say that that is very, very virtually difficult. I haven't seen any faculty on campus that have engaged prospective undergraduate students in research here. Okay, so that is virtually probably it's not impossible, but it's non-existent. Yeah. Now, I wanted to ask Lily a question. Communication barriers are really a fundamental challenge for especially international students. And coming from Colombia, Colombia is bigger in terms of the international student population. What are you guys doing to facilitate communication across campus, and what can we learn from you?
So, as far as what we're doing, I'm the director for the Center for English Language Learning. We have courses for students that happen before they come. Before they matriculate into a degree program. We have an intensive English program that's full time. We also have courses for students after they've matriculated. But I also highly encourage international students to be aware of their own weaknesses, which they may not. And I say that because most Americans will do everything they can to try to understand. And even if they didn't understand the complete sentence, I think it's even happened today. So I would say that most Americans will not tell an international student, you didn't say that right, or they won't correct you. So I would highly encourage international students to find friends and ask them to help them be aware of where communication is breaking down. But I'd also highly encourage instructors and staff to give students, tell them expectations. Like, when they walk in late, do they knock on the door? Do they talk to you? Things that we don't actually think about that may drive us crazy when they do it differently. Tell them why it's different and tell them what they should do. Should they walk in quietly? Should they sit down? If they take something or interrupt you and you don't like being interrupted, tell them, because they may not know. And opposite, if somebody does something that you didn't expect, ask why. So be aware of finding ways to communicate more clearly. Don't be afraid to ask, you know what? I don't think I understood what you just did. Why did you do that? Don't be offended. Just ask why. So those are some suggestions I have.
That concludes the time we have for questions. And we are going to move to the next panel. Sorry, let me read the panel name. So we are going to move into Forum 5 Graduate Student Perspectives. And let's give a round of applause for our panelists. I just wanted to do a quick introduction and then we'll move on to slides on CGS and then the panel discussion. So this is Forum 5. We're going to talk about graduate student issues from a graduate student perspective. So the panelists for today, we have Raghu, who's a PhD candidate from ECE, Dr. Borak, who's the Vice Provost and Dean for CEC, and then we have Rebecca, who's the President for Graduate Women in Science, and then we have Dr. CUNY, who's an Associate Professor in and department chair in psychological sciences. Now, I would like to request our Director of Administration, Abdullah, to come and talk about CGS in further detail.
Good morning, everyone. Uh, so, uh, um, uh, it's our privilege from CGS to present our goals and intention and purpose before you with the insights and solution for student success, balancing the grind. So, can I have this is one? Okay. Before proceeding, let's know a little bit in a brief what is CGS with a promise and purpose. CGS serves as a chief representative body for students, especially the graduate students, and to help everyone to strive to improve the quality of life of Missouri S&T graduate students by representing them at the administrative level. That helps everyone to keep informed about the relevant issues, and the members of the CGS serve as a graduate student representative on various campus communities and recognized student organization to protect the interest and the interest of the graduate student in S&T. So let's know the officers as the voice of graduate students, and as the officers are really grateful to have the opportunity to represent the graduate student and present the rights and appeals of the students before the university. So we have Manoj as our president, Sai Ganesh as our vice president, and Yogendra our secretary, then Ganesh, our director of finance, and Ajuko as our director of communication. And I am privileged to work as a director of administration for CGS. Then we have our guiding light, our advisor, Dr. Claire Cuny and Dr. Javier Valentin Civico, and we are thankful for their presence, their precious presence to help us and guide us throughout our journey as a team. So we have our efforts that help us to serve the students and S&T with our efforts to empowering the and in graduate students, envisioning the life in S&T. We had our election recently. So before proceeding to our current goals, I would love to present our previous efforts from bills of rights. Then we worked on stipends that we and successfully we helped to increase it by 6% by the previous year. Then we started work on the campus transportation, health insurance, then enrollment issues for classes. We worked on the graduate forms approval workflow that's successfully going around the system, and various our other committees. Then for our current efforts, we are working on along with the bills of rights and health insurance. Our current goal is work on the on-campus employment, then on-campus safety and security, and the campus housing, and many more we will discuss with our team and the advisor accordingly. So we did some event and for as the encouragement and enlightenment for the students around the campus. Previously, we have done the poster competition, the photo competition, alumni seminar series, student gatherings, student workshop, help from the training from student well-being in Missouri S&T, and there are many other events and ceremonies are in the pipeline. So let's know about some briefly about the bills of rights for graduate students. Bill of Rights defines a guiding document that's striving to improve the quality of correspondence between the graduate students and their peers, the faculty, the academic advisors, and the administrators, while supporting Missouri S&T's mission statement to the excellence. So there are several sections for Bills of Rights. One of them is regarding academic progress, where it helps to sustain the rights of students to pursue activities, research, collaboration for academic and professional development, to work in a professional conduct environment without any disparity and toxicity, and it helps them to allocate time for their dissertation research, right to refuse any non-academic activities, and having the defined degree requirements. Apart from that, they have their right to graduation upon fulfilling the requirements of the university, having the knowledge of time to degree, fair assistantship, work expectation, and support for any alternative supervision if needed by the department. Besides, they have the right for the performance notification and remediation and take agreed upon time off. Proceeding to the next Bill of Rights is regarding the information, where the student have the right to having the awareness of rights and responsibilities, participation in decisions impacting their well-being, access to clear written program and departmental requirements, with advanced knowledge of department-funded stipend amounts and written notification of assistantship contract changes and funding contingencies. Then we have regarding Bills of Rights regarding professional development, where students have the representation on key campus committees impacting graduate students to present and discuss their rights and their appeals, and they have the right to have the authorship and acknowledgement in scholarly publications properly, with the recognition for innovations and intellectual ideas under system copyright regulations. Besides, they have the right for faculty advisor change if needed, with departmental guidance and access to financial aid or resource allocation details via website or email to the respective person. Finally, we have the Bill of Rights regarding freedom from discrimination and adverse conduct, where we have, as graduate student, the freedom from discrimination based on protected characteristics in research, teaching, and university activities. Then we confidentiality and professional treatment from academic colleagues or in the lab, and then academic freedom to express ideas, critically evaluate beliefs without repercussion, providing that we have the right for reasonable accommodation for diagnosed disabilities, participation in a diverse and inclusive academic atmosphere, and a safe environment promoting mental and physical well-being for work and study. So we have received several letters of support from the office of the provost and several other college around the campus that are supporting the bills of rights. So it's we need to focus on bills of rights to understand and know the bill of rights properly, so that we can make them in practice and make them in motion to take necessary actions and initiatives. Thank you so much. So you can follow us in our social media for getting all the updates from Council of Graduate Students. And this is another organization, Graduate Women in Science, where you can join here through minor link as a member, to be a member of this organization. So Thank you for your time. I'm concluding, passing this presentation to our President Manoj to start the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay. Uh, so before we start the panel discussion, we would like to take a few minutes to introduce our panelists. Let's start with Dr. Borak.
Maybe we'll do All right, we'll figure that out. That's step one. All right. I'm David Borak. I'm the Dean of the College of Engineering and Computing. Um, I think you said 5 minutes. I'm going to try to do it 3 minutes, so move things along. I was thinking about introductions, and I'll give you a little bit of my history and background, so you, I guess, know a little bit about me. But I'll do it from the perspective of, I guess, grad student education and how I developed my perspectives. And one was certainly as a student, I graduated from here, unbelievably to me. Next year will be 30 years ago as an undergrad student. And then I actually did grad work at the University of Michigan. Part of that was actually at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa as well. So I had a little bit of those kinds of experiences. And then worked 6 years and went back and was a grad student again. But I think for the grad students here, many of you might be able to resonate with this, is at that time, I made the decision to go back and get a PhD, but I had a house and a pretty high paying job and a couple cars, and I went down to one car and no house, and then moved to have an academic stipend at the University of Notre Dame, which was great. They treated me really well. But during that process, we had our second child, and I always remember, again, I'm sure this resonates with some of the grad students here, a time going to the ATM and realizing there's no money in that account. And you still have 2 weeks left before you get that next paycheck. So I do remember that vividly. And then, of course, I served, as a researcher at University of Texas at El Paso, had a lot of graduate students, mentored a lot of graduate students, moved to the University of Louisiana at Lafayette as a department chair, basically, and also was mentoring grad students. One thing I can say is we all get better at that as faculty members. As you get to move along, you learn personal lessons and hopefully become better mentors. And then moved here as a department chair and saw it from a whole nother perspective, an associate dean for research, another perspective, and now as dean. And so I've seen almost all the things that can happen at this point in those relationships. So I'll stop there. Just wanted to share my perspective. Thanks.
Right. Hi, my name is Rebecca Herndon. I'm currently a civil engineering / scientist on some days. I'm a PhD student, and I've been here actually for 8 years. I haven't been working my PhD for that long. I went here for my undergrad and I graduated during COVID. So the world was kind of crazy at that point. So I stuck around and I'm very glad that I did. I've been able to serve in a lot of leadership positions. I'm currently the president of Graduate Women in Science. We had our minor league up there. We also have our elections tomorrow. So if anybody's interested in that, it'll be at 12:30 at Panera. A shout out. I've also served on CGS. So I've been involved with these issues for the past couple of years as well. And I've also been a graduate student. So I've been on a research team of scientists and engineers for the past 4 years. And I've also worked with a lot of undergraduate students as well. So I've really enjoyed my time here to be able to work on my leadership and my mentorship skills. And I feel like I've kind of seen, the good, the maybe not so great of also being a graduate student that we've all kind of been through. So I'm really excited to talk today. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Many of you might have seen me yesterday. I'm Dr. Cuny. I'm the chair of psychological science here at S&T, but I've also been the faculty advisor for Council of Graduate Students for the last 4 years. Specifically, I got tasked into it fall 2019, which proved interesting when we went to spring 2020. I have seen a lot in terms of advising graduate students. I've mentored graduate students at other institutions outside of this campus, even though I've been here as an instructor my whole time. I've advised online students. I've advised graduates, on-campus students. I've co-chaired dissertations. So I've really pretty much mentored a graduate student in every aspect, an example of what it can mean to be a graduate student on this campus. And then now seeing it from the department chair's perspective, in addition to continuing as the advisor, I've learned a lot about what it means to be a grad student across all the disciplines on this campus as well, ranging from the humanities, social sciences, to the scientists, to the engineers. So I like to think that I can sometimes, not all the time, we all have our biases, but can kind of think about the perspective of the graduate student from all of these different angles, just through my years of experience with that.
Hi, I'm Raghu. I'm a grad student with the CE department. I worked as a former vice president for CGS, and I've been with them for the last 2 years. Well, I guess I should conclude.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. That's Raghu.
Okay, thank you for the introduction. And let's kick off the panel discussion. So these are the topics that we are going to discuss today. And so first is everyone's favorite topic, health insurance. Yeah.
So let me give you a brief idea like how this panel is going to work first, because so if you have any questions, just please hold it towards the end because we'll have a different Q&A session so that the panel can go forward smoothly. That's what we ask you to keep the questions for towards the end. So let's move on with the questions. So the first question is mostly directed towards the graduate students, not the faculty. So why is health insurance is a pressing issue for the graduate students? Rebecca, if you would like to start, or Raghu?
Yeah. So this is one thing that's often asked by a lot of students during any events that we conducted. So we kind of like did some digging to figure out how things are going on. Can you share this slide? Yeah. So if you notice, first point of contention is that the cost of premium for domestic students is twice the amount that international students would pay. And the second thing is on your tables, you should be having a document which has the fee evaluation and other things. So when you look at students, you have to classify them into two categories: one who are funded and the other ones who are not. So the cost of tuition fee and everything is quite expensive, and then insurance adds on, and it's usually not communicated very well when they're joining the university. So most of them kind of find it a little bit difficult to pay, and it becomes extremely hard when you're looking at when you do have a family member. So that's one of the reasons why it's always brought forward. So that's how it became somewhat pressing in that sense.
A follow-up question on that to the faculty panelists. How aware are you of this issue, and what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm very aware because of the CGS activities. I think that the faculty range in their awareness. I think for those who primarily work with terminal master students, it's not as large discussion amongst those students, just because, especially if they're distance or online, it's a bit of a different mentoring experience and a different discussion. I think it's primarily a huge discussion with your on-campus masters, especially those who are hoping to continue on to the PhD, and then your PhD students. I think that competitively, to retain and recruit graduate students, S&T is going to have to figure out a way to address this issue, because we already are aware that students are communicating to peers at their home countries or at other institutions or things like that, that if they're going to get an offer from an institution that includes health insurance, even subsidized to an extent, that they should take it. I've been hearing that increasingly more so in the last year. And we're out of the pandemic in this sense of like how curriculum is offered and things like that. So from a competition perspective, it's going to definitely raise an issue. However, it's important to recognize that, again, most of the time this is a discussion that those offers for subsidies are only for GTAs or GRAs. And as we can increase our enrollment, it'll probably be in terminal master students who may not even be in those roles. So there's a discussion of maybe we'd have an influx of tuition and fees come in from terminal master students, and ways to then figure out how we can offset costs for our doctoral students who are here as GTAs and GRAs.
Yeah, I think that was well covered. So I don't have a ton to add. I think on the front end, I think things need to be really, really clear, and maybe there are, but I think sometimes communication can get lost. So when students are coming here, they need to be made aware of this immediately, right up front, so they don't have those surprises that were talked about a minute ago. And then secondly, I feel like a really quick thing that we should be doing doesn't address all the students, as Claire just mentioned, but for the research students, it should be written or unwritten rule, some sort of a rule, that every single grant and contract that comes off this campus where the agency allows it, those dedicated fees are written into that when you're proposing that. And so we shouldn't have things coming off our campus where faculty, have a grant and it could have been written in, and then suddenly there's no money for student insurance. So that practice needs to stop if that's going on. And then the other thing, I guess Claire mentioned too, is that there'll be others that sort of slip through the cracks, so the GTAs, and then maybe self-paying master's students that may be out there. And I think there's an effort afoot, I've heard this from our chief financial officer, to figure out a way to start supplementing that, but I don't think we're there yet. But it's being analyzed, and we're trying to figure out where that money's going to come from. So that's all I know right now.
Okay, thank you for that. And so now we know the perspective of graduate students and like the awareness of the faculty. The next question would be, what approaches can you think of towards solving this issue? Like everyone can answer that. Slide next. Okay.
There are a couple of things that were suggested previously. One is subsidiary program within UM system. It's Mizzou. UM Columbia has a policy of subsidizing student insurance. If I'm not wrong, it subsidizes to 50% based on GTA position or GRA position and the full-time employment equivalent. Can you change the next slide? The one after that. It's the same program. Okay. So another other thing that can be done is like allowing for outside, allowing students to enroll in outside programs, say not within the vendor, like UM system follows and Anthem Blue Cross, if I'm not wrong, and Blue Shield. So some of the universities which are comparable to S&T in terms of population and student pool, they allow for, along with subsidization, they also allow for enrolling in different programs, not just the one that university suggests. So this could be somewhat cost effective for students if they're trying to enroll. Those are the two suggestions we do have.
I think that this is something that definitely affects the students here. And I know that we've been trying to, I think, do things for a while, and I think that there's solutions for it. I know that policies in universities usually take a while to try to figure out. But I think we're trying. And I think that we have students that have opinions about it and that we're working towards it. I think the other thing that I guess the next session will better talk about as well is that as graduate students, we're also performing a job. And part of that job is also to make sure that we get properly compensated for that at some point. And I think that it's really important as we talk about that open communication that we do start to put policies around that. Because if people are coming here and if they don't have the funds to be able to support themselves, and if they can't even get health insurance, we have a really big problem. So those are my thoughts.
More thing to add, if it's possible to bridge the gap between or make sure that both the insurance costs for domestic students and international students are almost the same, that would be really good in a way. So it's one of the things that probably can change or resolve the issue to a certain degree.
I'll just reiterate what Dr. Borak said, which is I do believe that the senior leadership is looking at different funding sources. So, we mentioned this a little bit yesterday in the health insurance questions that were asked, but if you look at all of these universities that are offering this coverage, you have to figure out where that money is coming from. They're not just magically waving the money away. So that is why it does take some time, like Rebecca mentioned, is because we have to identify what the sources of funding is going to be that's going to cover these costs, which is just the reality of the situation. I will say that, one approach is through research grants, but not all disciplines have large research grants available. So then you have to think about, well, what's the equity going to be there? So it's just a really complex issue that when I was a grad student, I just was like, oh yeah, that's just waved away, ta-da, and I didn't think twice about it. Now as a chair and an administrator, you realize, well, it's just there's somehow someone's paying for that. So I think that that's an important thing to keep in mind. I absolutely think it's that competitive direction we need to go. But we do have to figure out how to do it sustainably so that we don't overpromise to students 1 year and then fall short of it afterwards.
So, given all of that information, how do you think we can raise awareness on this issue to the faculty, the administrators, and especially prospective students coming in who have no idea about all of the hidden costs?
For the prospective students, oftentimes when they just join the university, they're about to join the university, they're given a list of documents, and then they usually receive it with the admission letter and a few other documents. So if there's a possibility of getting the breakdown of the cost, that would actually give an idea about like what's going on with the insurance and what are the expenses they might actually incur over the time. Usually this is communicated in some degree, but not completely clear. I joined in 2017, so when I joined, I was just given an information that I'm going to spend a total expense of some amount towards tuition and then other expenses, which didn't communicate things clearly to me, and had to. I've come here and then I figured it out, but like it's not always possible that students would be able to do that. So um, it's good to have such communication happening beforehand when they're just about to join and accept the admission.
I think, I guess from a faculty perspective, the message that might resonate with the faculty and things that I hear a lot are things about we need more graduate students and we need really great graduate students. And I think the message then is how would we attract more and great students if we don't have these things taken care of that we need to take care of? And so that's the message I think I would bring to the colleges and chairs and departments and faculty, um, that this is an issue that will benefit them across the board in their endeavors. And a lot of it in my college is very research focused and things like that. And how are you going to get that done if you don't have the grad students that you need to do that kind of work? So that's the kind of message I would take.
I think doing more things like this can also be really helpful. I do find it maybe a little bit interesting how I think this is the only student-led panel and we're talking about graduate student issues. So I think it's really important to try to get more people involved in the conversation. And that can be really difficult because as a graduate student, and pretty much I think as all of us, we all have a fun time management time, I think, sometimes at this university. It's really hard to find time to meet with everybody. And so to try to hear all the voices that are out there, and sometimes there might not be a solution immediately, but I think at least presenting the issues, talking about the obstacles, and at least getting the right people in the room could be really, really impactful. But also realizing that trying to find the time for this and trying to figure out, okay, how can we get more graduate students to come to these things? It is really difficult. I have experiments running today. It's a lot. So just trying to, I guess, understand everybody's perspective on these issues, especially the graduate students that they affect.
So then I'll give another shout out to Council of Graduate Students. That it's great if students could continue to show up to their events because they're the ones pushing a lot of this. In the 4 years I've been their faculty advisor, this has been on the table. And while it has been slow, the issue has progressed. And senior leadership is taking more action now than 4 years ago. So it's hard to see sometimes as a student because you're in it, you ebb and flow. But it is progressing and we are making progress. So continue to get involved with CGS or other things. And then on the flip side, I'll give the same shout out I gave yesterday, which is CGS struggles to get representation or support from faculty across all the colleges. So continuing to engage with your faculty to have these conversations, and for the leadership in the room, the same thing, to get the faculty to engage on these conversations is really helpful.
That's a hot potato mic here. Just one more quick thought. I think that there's been a lot of great work done on the slides, and particularly the slides that have data from other places that demonstrate that there are things in place at other universities, and some of our peer universities and peer plus universities. I don't know who has the time, but if you had the time, collecting even more data and putting together a series of graphical, or putting the information in a graphical format where it demonstrates exactly where we are relative to, let's say, 20 of our peers out there, I think would be a really great way to show people who are very, very data focused that we're not where we should be relative to the other universities. So just a thought.
Thank you for your thoughts on health insurance. Next, we move on to Bill of Rights. So everybody has a copy of the Bill of Rights on their table. So please go through that.
Yeah. So yeah, we got some really nice suggestions and all that for the previous topic, which was the affordable health insurance. So moving on to this one, I would like to start off with asking what are the challenges that Bill of Rights is trying to address, so that everybody are on the same page. That can I
All right. So I've been here a while. I've seen the Bill of Rights kind of being pushed through, and I think right now it is set as a recommendation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And I think recommendations are cool, but they don't necessarily hold anybody to anything. And it's also maybe not on everybody's radar. So I just wanted to go through a couple of the things on there. I think if you have them there as well. But I think this is very basic human rights and very basic worker rights. And I think that we really need to shift the conversation about, hey, you're a graduate student. You're here to perform a job as well, and you should have certain rights to be able to perform that job. Some of the things just kind of pulling out, there's the 4 sections. So for academic rights, having specific and concrete requirements for achieving a degree, like knowing what you're doing. I know for a lot of research, it can be really hard to set those goals. But as researchers and as leaders in fields, we should be able to start to define what that looks like of, okay, you should have X number of papers and you should go to X number of conferences, or you should be involved in this, or however that is set up for each department. There should be an attainable goal, or else we're just kind of waving a carrot at our students until we're able to, I guess, until they're finally done with things. And being a graduate student, that can be very, very stressful. And I think a lot of the things around the Bill of Rights is about opening that communication. There are a lot of different cultures at this university, both faculty and students. And so sometimes that communication might look a little bit different. Yes, we can go and talk to, our department heads or even some deans about our problems, but for some cultures, that's not necessarily their primary way of dealing with situations. And we really need to make that known to students that, you are not here to basically slave away at your work. You're here to be a student. You're here to learn. You're here to grow as a professional. We want people to leave and to go and do great things. And you can't necessarily do that if you have that mentality, at least I believe. Other things, have clear and reasonable work expectations. All of these things are just, hey, can you be a student? Can you learn? But also let's make sure that you're protected in your ability to learn and in your ability to work. As far as information rights, no stipend amounts funded. If you are doing a job, you usually know the amount of money that you're going to be making. I understand that changes depending on your research project. I understand that funding changes a lot and that it's a crazy world out there. But it's also the responsibility of the university to know where that money is coming from and how to use it properly. For professional development, having authorship and acknowledgement for what you've done for your scholarly work. We should be acknowledging the work that we're doing here. We want to reach an R1 institution. That means that we need our researchers to be empowered in the work that they're doing and to feel safe doing so, and giving them the acknowledgement of that. And then finally, freedom from discrimination. That's in any type of job that you're in. You should be able to do the work that you're doing with confidentiality and professional treatment. That's how we should be treating students. That's how we should be treating everybody at this university. We are all here to do a job. We are all here to learn. Okay, those are my thoughts.
Raghu, if you have any.
No, she basically covered everything.
Okay. Yeah, she covered most of it. Yeah. Manoj.
So, are the faculty aware of what exactly the Bill of Rights is?
Like speaking to the majority of the faculty.
I think the answer to that is yes and no. There's been a lot of discussion about the iterations of the type of feedback and recommendations made to improve upon it or things to that effect. There's sort of 2 camps. There's one camp that wants it to be a rights and responsibilities document. There's another camp that says, this is a registered student organization created this document, and this is how they want it to stand, but that absolutely there should be responsibilities outlined, and those are better served in writing like assistantship contracts and structured, and templates have been circulated reflecting that side of the discussion. I don't think yet we've reached a consensus on this campus across faculty. I think that those 2 camps are still pretty firmly in their ground. I don't think it's CGS's responsibility to bridge that whole ground. I think that there's like students can do some grassroots stuff, but I think also we, as leaders on campus, need to figure out how we're going to help faculty come to consensus on this. I have my personal stance. I'll leave it at that. But I do think, it's a discussion of what is the concept of this document. It purposely was designed to serve as recommendations. And so understanding that then, because anything enacted into policy requires much deeper reflection. And this, I think at the time, the students wanted just something established that they could use as guidance to talk with leaders, with advisors, with faculty as they felt they needed to do so. So with that in mind, sometimes I don't think I think that that's not necessarily what faculty think of when they look at the document. They look at the document and think that this is policy and that they're going to be forced into doing these things. And no one's technically forcing them to do these things, but it would be good to take a step back and reflect on, is this really an enforcement ask? No. So I think right now the stance is there's different interpretations of it in terms of if it should be a rights and responsibilities or just a rights document. At this point, in terms of where it stands, it received a resolution of support from Graduate Council. It received letters of support from the offices of the provost, the vice provost of graduate studies / education, because that name changed, and then letters of support from all 3 colleges' dean's offices. But it technically has not received a resolution of support from the graduate faculty.
Well, that's probably more information and more detail than I have, but I can give you my perspective on it. I had to, I guess, smirk just a little bit because I feel like the idea that people wouldn't vote for it because now I have to actually treat someone fairly seems a little odd to me. I think we should be treating people fairly, as a matter of policy and as a matter of ethics and a matter of everything else anyway. So it doesn't give me any heartburn just to see those things. There might be other details that may have been giving other people heartburn, but I mean, things like, if your advisor's asking you to mow their lawn, that's a pretty bad faculty misconduct violation in itself. So we don't want any of that. And so I think the one of the challenges that's out there in these camps that were mentioned that some might be resistant to it is just sort of a difference in understanding the spirit of it. To me, when I first saw it, it's a high level outline of the way people ought to be treated, and that's the spirit of it. And there are others who get into the weeds and say, well, one time I had a situation where this happened and it doesn't really address this, or it might say this, and then it may not work because of this. And I don't think that's what it's about at all. I think on those fine details where things happen within that framework, that's when you go to the chair or the dean or the provost or whatever, and you work these things out. Obviously, start with your advisor and committees, but I don't see anything in there that gives me heartburn. I already signed off on it before, and so I think what needs to be done now is for department chairs as well as deans and others to talk with faculty about it and do our best to see if they can get comfortable with it and ultimately get the grad faculty to sign off on it. That's my thought.
Yeah, the last question actually reflected on the statement of Dr. Borok lastly. So how can we increase the visibility among students and the faculty? Like if we say the new coming students, they don't have an idea about the Bill of Rights, and how can we make the Bill of Rights visible among them and the students and the faculty as well?
Same again, prior communication to the grad students who are joining the university, and clearly listing it on different websites for like prospective students, that will allow them to check the information and know what Bill of Rights is, and maybe forums or workshops that are conducted like during the workshops and forums which are conducted for prospective students. If Bill of Rights is communicated, that probably would help for its dissemination amongst the students or thinking to join the university.
Um, I think all the issues that we're talking about today are all very hard to address in general. But for this, especially as we're talking about communication, um, it's very hard to get people to look at things sometimes, especially if you're not quite sure how to use it. So I think it really needs to be a continuing conversation, and really it's up to the people who are making these decisions and enforcing these things, and also doing some things that might be violating some of this. It's really hard as a student sometimes to know, for lack of better words, that you're getting screwed over because you're kind of surrounded by an environment where you're expected to continuously almost sell your soul. And that's kind of the environment that at least some of the research students have at this university. And that's something that needs to change, because this isn't just a worker relationship. This is now a mentorship. Like, these are the people that are going to go into the world and they are going to reflect on this university. And if we want them to have a bad taste in their mouth, that's one thing. But it's something where research is something that happens best when there's great communication, when there's great people that might come back and might be interested in funding research projects or funding programs, things like that. And so I think this really comes down to, yes, the graduate students need to know. Trying to probably tell somebody who's moving to the middle of nowhere for the first time of, hey, here are the things you need to watch out for as you're trying to find a place to live, finding health insurance, looking at your classes. It's a lot at once. But if we also start to hold faculty members accountable for making this part of their daily practices, if there is a template available, making that something of, hey, you don't have to make this look pretty, but at least go over this with your students. I know it's really difficult too, because faculty members also don't have a whole lot of time. I fully understand that having time at this university is very difficult. Both of my advisors are both also admin. So trying to find time to talk about things can be really difficult. We've kind of found out how to. I just kind of send them lots of calendar invites, and at some point they accept one, and it works. But that might not be everybody's cup of tea. That might not be everybody's way of communicating about these things. But it's something that we need to start pushing forward, because if a graduate student is in a situation where, whenever we were talking yesterday, we were hearing that, graduate students not eating, not being able to sleep, having so much stress about things. This stuff is stressful. I mean, I think that we've all had experiences of times where, the papers due, the grants due, I have paperwork due, some things due. It's a stressful job. And so making sure that we can at least do that with the knowledge that we are protected in some ways against some of that stress, to have open communication, to have those boundaries also set. Those can be really hard to set with your advisor whenever you're expected to be in the lab consistently. It's not just as an undergrad where you have your classes and you go home. You might have to come back, check on your experiments, set up your experiments, write a paper. There's a lot going on there at all times. So I think from both perspectives, we really need to handle this situation, both from informing faculty members and kind of pushing this a little bit, because if the faculty members that are going to immediately adopt this are not the ones that need to hear this. And the students who are immediately going to be drawn to this document, that have the time to look it over, are not going to be the students that we need to read this. So really finding those ways that we can have some free lunch and learns, or if you have food, the graduate students will probably come. But not all the time, right? Time is hard. So making this available, sending out the emails, then emails get, lost away. Websites are hard to read. Some links don't work. It's a lot, but I think all of these are strategies that we can use to hopefully the person that needs to get this will get this.
I'll just give a shout out to CGS because I think they hand it out at every meeting that they host. I think every time they host a workshop, they've just got copies of it and they just are like, and on your way out, grab one. So I do know from a student perspective, they're pushing that a bit. I think it would be helpful. The Office of Graduate Education, the staff do an amazing job coordinating a lot of events and new admissions, new student programs. I know does that as well. And the more we can get CGS, as I mentioned yesterday, formally incorporated into some of our structures on campus, I think would be helpful to do that because I know they're very eager to reach all those students, especially again, going back to not all of our students are research students. So they're also, I think, eager to get in front of your terminal master students who attend orientations and things like that. And I think that we're doing more and more of that, which has been good. I've seen a lot more of that in the last 2 years as their advisor than the first couple of years.
Thank you. That was great. Let's move on to another area of focus, university transportation. And with regards to that, the first question is to everyone here, what are the challenges faced due to lack of transportation? Maybe your personal stories or stories you've heard.
I think we can start with these slides. We do have some data which we collected over time. Um, oh, yeah, the pie chart. I think we should have it somewhere, but just give me a minute. One more. One behind. Okay. So, for a lot of students, when we did the survey, this is an open survey. The survey is still open, and anyone who's a student or interested in um, doing it, they can. We had around like 242 respondents when we got the information for the slides. What we found out is like around 60% of the students do not have a vehicle or a mode of transportation to go to reach to different places on campus from their houses if they're living off campus or on campus. And one of the most important concerns they pointed out is access to food and groceries and reaching out the healthcare facilities. Or leaving the town to a different or city to a different location within Missouri or outside. So these are the things often pointed out, and it gets really worse during winter. If you do not have a vehicle and you don't have a way to go out, you probably won't be able to reach and get groceries in time. That's a big problem, and probably it has to be solved in one way or the other.
I'll just say that I mean, looking at the next topic too. I mean, it's what's the next topic? One of the topics, housing. If we don't have enough housing on campus, and more people, or grad students, are having to live further away from campus, and we also don't have transportation, and the problem sort of compounds itself. So I totally agree that those are the issues, and that's the reasons you want transportation. But it's only going to get worse if we don't have some sort of transportation system. I've spoken to someone who uses the bus all the time as a grad student.
Any more thoughts? Yeah, yeah, right. So, so moving on to the next one, this is kind of a longer one. So, what are the university's initiatives towards transportation, given that one of the objectives of the North Star goal is to increase the student enrollment to like 12,000 students? So, what does the university have as future plans?
I think it was briefly touched on yesterday in Fred Stone's presentation, but I think an initial first step is to partner with the local SMTS transportation service in Rolla, which traditionally had not been even it had even been a limited community service, but they've since expanded their business model to include beyond just individuals in financial need. It was sort of like an OATS transportation system. And now they're expanding their business model to be more inclusive of all different people who need transportation needs. And I believe they're hoping to establish a campus location that could pick up students. I think the next stage of that will be to just make sure that those routes and timings make sense for student schedules, which are are fairly haphazard. I think one of the limitations of that service in the past, it had limited weekend, which would be counterintuitive to a student schedule. But I think that the university is working through those things, just based off of what I've heard in the last month or so. I will say that another thing to keep in mind that I think this university is very well aware of, and I think that they factor that in, is that because of our structure as a community, there's a lot more proneness to not quite food deserts, but there's not like your little corner grocery stores the way you have in major cities, right? So the concept of, oh, I'll just walk down the street, grab a few groceries and walk back, it's just not something that is in this type of structure, this type of community, versus like when I lived in St. Louis for grad school, yeah, I could just walk a couple blocks and grab a couple days worth of groceries and walk it back. But here we have students who are grabbing like a week's worth of groceries because it's, you can only get to a few miles down the road once a week and a few miles back. And so you're not just talking about, can you get there, but then like how many groceries are you bringing back? How are you going to be able to transport it from your bus stop to your apartment? Those kinds of things. So because of the structure of our community, this is not city living. We have to think about not just, getting from point A to point B, but are they going to be able to then get from the bus stop to where they're staying and things like that. And I'm not an architectural engineer or civil engineer, and I don't understand how cities work. So I'll leave that to the experts, but just some things to keep in mind.
So, a follow-up on that, and it was touched upon a little by Dr. CUNY. So, what are the existing resources available, and what are the recommended solutions here?
Okay. Well, I think you pretty much handled that. And yeah, I think living in Rolla, Missouri might not be everybody's first choice. But I've really come to appreciate this town. Again, I've been in this area for 8 years, which is an amount of time. But there's a lot of really great things around us. But yeah, for most of those things, you probably need a car to get through. If you want to go to St. James, there's really nice fishery. If you want to go to St. Robert, there's a couple of things out there. But all of those things are pretty far away. And so transportation is super important. I know mentioning some of the kind of like the solid structural things that are happening as far as if you're able to call in a place. But I know that there's a lot of also chats set up to try to get a ride with your friend. And something that I've been pushing a lot of, like, why don't we just get a graduate student chat going? We all have questions about housing and transportation, and we need to make sure that we're being safe in those things. I really appreciate Chief Roberts and his Rave app. I think that's something that's super important. If you don't feel safe and you need to get a ride with somebody, that can be a really great resource for you to be able to. There's a setting where if you're in a place, you can like have your phone on the screen, I think, and if any point you don't feel safe, you can press a button and it'll call your contacts. So I think that there are already solutions starting to occur, just kind of in the little subsects of graduate students. But having this as a campus supported initiative would be super important, and I think would also be a very competitive edge, especially depending on the location.
Also, we would like to point out one of the survey results.
I can speak about it. So one of the results we do have is that roughly 70% of students are willing to pay for the if there's one or the other form of service that university can provide, they're willing to pay for it. Maybe paper ride through bus service, or annual deductible per semester deductible in some sense. So It's also suggested as one of the solutions, if I'm not wrong, to partner with SMTS and um, have a campus shuttle service, or maybe work with local Uber drivers or um, Lyft drivers who can provide rides. And the other possibility that kind of like I've heard quite recently is like it was pointed out by one of the faculty members. So having applications which let people or students to communicate amongst themselves and um, provide rides so that they can actually do like shopping or go around. That would be a good option too.
Not transportation, but I worked with a student in the last year or so who worked and I gave her some driving lessons and it was terrifying. And I don't have little kids, so I'm not ready yet to be in that stage of giving driver's license to, or driver ed courses to people. But there is some driver's ed available in Rolla, but it is tricky to find. So it might be a good thing to add to a resource page somewhere is if we can get those details and get them in a location. Because then that made it available for her to at least be able to borrow someone's car if needed once she was able to get her driver's license. So it's not transportation, but it's another consideration. I don't have to give any more driver ed lessons.
Okay. Great thoughts on university transportation issue. And next topic is the quality of life. So this can be considered as the like the academic and like outside the university. So the first question is that um, some of the students there's this concern that lack of available courses for them to complete, or maybe like lack of available seatings for a specific course. So what are your thoughts on expanding the scope of system visiting graduate program by integrating it into all graduate degree programs rather than having it as a standalone program? Like, because we know that there's a existing program like the system visiting graduate program, which is in the grad website.
Quick note here, there is a resource on campus called the system visiting graduate program available on the Office of Graduate Education website. So this program allows you to register courses across system campuses.
This has to go back a little to an anecdote. Like, I did my MS here, so during my MS, I'm supposed to take 7 courses, and I took all the courses within my department. I literally ran out of any courses to enroll. As a PhD student, I had to reach out my chair and request them so that I can enroll in out of department courses. There's a limitation for the number of out of department courses that you can enroll as a grad student. That's 3 if you're a MS student, and should be 6. No, it still is 3 if you're a PhD student, if I'm not wrong. That's at least with in the context of EC department, as far as I know. Most often it used to be the case that I need to either enroll out of department courses or there were chances that the course would get cancelled due to less number of enrollments. And sometimes those courses are offered across system, but were not considered towards the enrollment for credit in the S&T. So expanding such an expansion would actually allow for doing that, and counting for credit would allow students to enroll with courses with different universities within the system. But it's not that it doesn't have any caveats. One thing that's very possible is students might actually enroll in other university courses if it turns out to be much more lenient and easygoing. I mean, this is mostly the case with maths department courses. Our course curriculum is really rigorous and good, but so if that were to happen, there has to be a mechanism to cap the number of enrollments that are allowed for happening around. So placing such restriction would actually allow for like students who are really in need of enrollment would enroll in such courses, and those who do not probably can skip it.
I'm not fully aware of all the logistics of that program. I did read about it a little bit, so I don't know, for example, whether there's a sort of higher level things that could be put into place that make this more available to students across the whole university. But I suspect that in addition to that, if that is an issue, that at the department level, that's something that departments and faculty controls which courses they want students to be in. And so I think that in situations, and I know we've actually had some because enrollments in some departments have been going up dramatically, and we've had some situations where I think there have certainly been limits on the numbers of courses at the grad level that were available and caps on some of those courses. In those cases, I think it makes a lot of sense. Let me put it this way, a better way to say it would be, I think it's almost imperative that we allow that to happen if it would jeopardize someone's time to graduation. I think it almost has to, because that's on us at that point. We need to make those courses available somehow. Now, if there are alternatives and the department thinks that this particular course is better than another one at another university, I think that's a prerogative, and I don't know if we could change that.
Okay, thank you. And final question. With respect to the university's North Star goals, what initiatives can be taken towards housing, either temporary or permanent, for grad students or faculty or staff, especially with families, right? Dr. Borak was talking about housing in the previous section, but yeah, so again, this is something very important and tied to transportation as well. Housing and transportation is very crucial because when we have the goal of increasing the student enrollment to 12,000, we also need to discuss about how we can sustain that growth. So, your thoughts?
I do believe the master plan has been updated to include that some family-based or non-traditional, like non-dorm based housing, will be part of campus. But I think yesterday the way it was presented was 5 to 10, more like 10 years out. So I think for temporarily, I think that is a challenge. I know I am not an expert, but Fred Stone explained yesterday about partnering to make it, because then students were asking about, well, rent rates are less expensive off campus than compared to on campus. And so they were also trying to navigate that as well. So I do want to say, though, that I think the idea that, a grad student is a single individual who comes to campus to learn for 5 to 7 years, and that is kind of out the window. I think, I've probably had, even just an internal master's program over the last 7 years, I think I've had half a dozen students at least, and most of them were on campus, who started families during their time, even in that 2-year period. So I think we do need to be very proactive on this. But I don't know, like temporary housing wise, I'm not sure what campus can do.
One idea, maybe, I'm not sure, but working in collaboration with real estate agents like Investment Realty would be a fair option, because one problem with them is that they do have lease which they want for like 6 months to a year, if I'm not wrong, almost a year, if I'm not wrong. If university can somehow work with them, and that's one of the reasons why most people do not actually go to them, to those agencies. And if someone's looking for like short term, maybe for like a couple of months, they probably have to go find a place around like St. James or other places. If they want to stay in Rolla, probably they have to work. University has to work with one of these real estate agents. But it's just a thought.
I also was working in the dorms for a while. I was an RA for, I guess, about 3 years. So I know that, the residential life program here is pretty extensive. And at the time of COVID, I know that it was also hit pretty hard as far as layoffs and as far as what kind of their staff look like. And so I think this is all, I haven't really heard about this as much, but it's really exciting to see that there would be potential housing options, but to also realize that what the current master plan of everything is looking like is that it is taking down a lot of housing options as well, that we're really close to campus. I actually live kind of by one of the areas where they're taking out a lot of houses between the hospital and the university, which is fine. It'll be a very pretty area. That's cool. But to realize that for some students, it is very nice, especially graduate students, if you're running things late at night, if you don't have a car, it is very nice to have housing close to campus and have livable housing as well. Not just some of the weird buildings that are by UC that may or may not have fun things happening. But the other thing that I kind of wanted to address is that whenever we talk about families, to realize that, yeah, a lot of students have families, and also as a woman, it's kind of terrifying in the world. I'm not going to lie. Being a graduate student and at some point wanting a family and trying to figure out how all the moms do it here, I have no idea. I've asked. It sounds like a time. But to also find ways that we can support those families. I was working with a couple of women initiatives, and we had people come up to us and say, hey, I'm feeding my child in my car or in my office, and I'm praying that nobody comes in. That's a lot. That is, trying to make sure that you can feed your child and not having a place to do that. And so we were able to kind of partner with some of the different initiatives on campus and to be able to kind of identify more lactation rooms available. But the only one that's really advertised is in the library between two sets of stairs. And I don't know if y'all have ever pushed a stroller upstairs, but it is not fun. So I think that those are also things that we need to start addressing, that it's not just, oh, hey, we have a faculty member, they have a couple of rugrats running around, but that's their life now. And whenever we have programs that we're trying to do to support them, we also need to be supporting their families as well. And so I know in the past they have had family days. That's super cool. And I think more things of kind of bringing awareness to, yeah, we're all adults in this room. We are working adults and we should be treated as such. So thanks.
Thank you. Any final thoughts before we conclude the session? Yeah, so we've come towards the end of the questions that we had for the panel discussion, and the floor is now open for Q&A from the audience. So if you raise your hands, I'll come up to you with the mic. Yeah.
Thank you, speakers, for this wonderful section. I've really gotten a lot of information from you people. So I have series of questions. So my first question is pertaining to the student health clinic, which is why is student health clinic not run for 24 hours? Like in my home country where I'm coming from, my university where I work, the student health clinic there is run on a 247. That when there's emergency, students don't need to be going out of the institution to look for medical to look for medical services. It's just more of like students in school just call the medical service and they come there, pick them and take them to the hospital, which saves time. So that's one. So two, what plans are made for prospective graduate students to secure temporary housing? And I'm going to point out something. where I'm coming from, my home country, the institution there, they have what they call a postgraduate hall, as in dormitory for married people. So the institution does not want these people to spend a lot renting a house outside. So they had to like create this like info grad, because most of the graduate students, PhD degree holders and masters, they are married with kids. So they created these hostels for them particularly, so that they can subsidize for them and they can have easy access to going to the lab and coming back. So that's two. And I really thought about this thing, and I said, I'm sorry, that's the second question. Third question is, I was sitting down thinking of something one day, and I said, in my home country, when foreigners come to work, they work on, we give them this 100% full time to work. That's from Nigeria. But over here, the policy, I know we international students are on F1 student visa, that's fine. But because I thought about something, when anytime I look at my offer letter and I see 50% full-time employment, I'm always like, are you people like, it brings up a different thought in me. Like, I'm from Africa. We accept people, internationals coming from other countries, and we don't make life so tough for them. Although this place, they make life easy for us too, but I think there's something that needs to be done about that. I don't know if it's a reasonable question or stupid question. I don't know, but I think there's something called equality. Because I also do the same research that the local people are doing, and we international students, we are doing our best to produce the best and quality research. So I don't see equality in that. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, I will jump in because there's three big topics here. So the first one, the health clinic. We had a great panelist yesterday who presented on the student health clinic, and she is with us in the audience now. So Yuga, if you could give your microphone, she can address the student health clinic question.
Hi, I am Minnie Bryson. I'm the director of student health. So I'm going to answer your first question, why we're not open 24/7. And it is cost. So I can't speak to the cost in your country and how they can afford to have a 24/7 clinic or what that looks like for the university. But I know for us, it would be so expensive that you could not afford it. So that is the answer.
Yeah, the cost of opening a clinic 24/7, basically what she's saying is it would eventually go back to the patient themselves, and then the cost of healthcare would be prohibitive and not available to anyone. Like, I don't know about temporary housing. Anyone? I don't think we have anyone from facilities here right now. But Fred Stone, he probably doesn't want me to give out that name, but I just did, because he presented yesterday. So, but for the visa situation, so the F1, that cannot change. That is a government immigration designated policy. We cannot change that for the university. If you are here on an F1 student visa, it is because your primary focus is to be here as a student, to learn, to get an education. And while some practical experiences and working can help facilitate that, it's not the primary purpose. International students can get CPTs, and then after they graduate, OPTs. Especially, you can get a 2-year OPT if you're in a STEM designated degree program, which includes pretty much everything out of CEC, and the majority actually of degrees out of CASE even, because heck, even IO is a STEM degree. So what you can do is you can work with your department to determine if a CPT would be appropriate for your degree program. And I believe in some instances you can be in a 40-hour-week CPT in the summer, or for one semester, but you have to also maintain some part-time enrollment. And there's a lot of complexities around that. I have helped some students navigate it over the years, and Shauna Howe in International Affairs Admissions, who is the person who's navigating that. My understanding is, and I've seen this form once, and it was easier. They are making that process a little bit easier to navigate using SharePoint forms, and that did help a lot with working with your department about that. But you're here on a student visa, and that primary focus is to get an education, and so the U.S. Immigration has decided that that is the amount you can work.
Hi, my name is Tatiana Reinbold, and I'm a graduate student here at Missouri S&T. And I was an undergrad here as well. I know in my undergrad, I was a part of SWE and saw all the resources and programs that were available for women in science in an undergrad position. And going into my graduate degree, even though I was often the only girl in some classes for my undergrad, that got much worse in my graduate degree, where like you're often the only woman in your lab or even like sets of labs. And I would love to hear more about the resources that might be available through things like Graduate Women in Science that could help with things like career advice, mentorship, and more.
All right, so you're gonna answer this question, right? Okay. So again, so I'm the president of Graduate Women in Science. We're roommates. Thank you for this question of a free promo for Graduate Women in Science. So yeah, I mean, throughout a lot of my years here, I feel like I've tried to push a lot on trying to show more support for women on this university, from undergrads to graduates. And I think it's important to address both of those because in both cases, the stigma is kind of the same. And it gets really difficult because whenever I was first told, or whenever I first decided that I was coming here, I was told to learn how to write a when you keep people away from, what are they called? Keep people away from you. Yeah. Brian wants some peppers. Peppers. No, that's not what they're called. Oh man, I can never remember the word. But I was told to be prepared to for people to be stalking and for guys to not know how to act and for that type of thing, right? And we are at a very nerdy university. Is that okay? Are we okay with that word? I'm a nerd. We're all probably nerds. It's fine. So sometimes it can be really uncomfortable whenever you come into a university and it's mainly a lot of guys, right? That's we all know that the percentage is a lot different. But it's been really difficult to try to find ways to build that support because there are just a lot less women on this university. So I actually, Graduate Women in Science was removed from the student council body because we couldn't have enough people to attend their meetings. And I tried to fight for that tooth and nail to the point where I came to their meeting and was like, we're still having events. We still exist. We just don't have time. And we had gone through multiple emails. And so all of that to say is this is also my pleading of like, hey, can we find a way to be able to support women more on this campus? I know that there's a lot happening as far as political wise goes. I know that the world is an interesting place, but know that we are trying and that we have tried. And I think that we really just need to see the support also from the university. I was part of an initiative to also put pad and tampons in all of the bathrooms. Those have since been removed. So there's a lot there, and I don't really want to get into that right now. But know that we have tried to push this, and that I hope that people continue trying to push this. But I would never want somebody to be in the position that I've been in for the past 3-4 years, because it's exhausting. So please talk to women in your departments, in your labs, and try to really understand what the problems are and how you can best support them. Because things like this are great. We also did a welcomes women brunch, which will also not be continued. We've really tried to push a lot of things. So where I've landed is Graduate Women in Science still exists. We're still very strong. It's open to really anybody because I know that there's also a lot of professional members at this university where it's really hard to figure out where you fit in, right? You're like, I'm not an undergrad. I'm not that young energy, but I'm not like a faculty member or dean over here, you know? So trying to find those professional opportunities. I know there's also a women's ERG, which is great. If you're fully employed, I think they're also very open to whoever wants to come to that as well. So there are things on campus. We have tried to do a lot of things, but also know that there are a lot of barriers as well. And it is very exhausting. But Graduate Women in Science, Friday, 12:30 Panera, it's happening. The next week, we're also getting ice cream. So I'd really encourage anybody who's interested to get involved. I know it can feel very lonely, like you're kind of maybe the only women in a lot of situations. I know that I've been. And it's really hard to try to describe that to somebody else. As in, I can't really fully get somebody to grasp about how people look at me when I speak, or how they second guess things that I say, or how they don't really respect my leadership. And that happens in research, that happens as undergrads, that happens in your labs, that happens everywhere. And that's really not an attainable way that's really easy to go up to people and say, hey, we need to stop this. Like the Rolla Princess syndrome, like all of these things that are just kind of terrible terms to be called. So thank you.
Okay. Well, I have a note first and then a question. The note is on the health insurance side. As a domestic student, I was presented with the option of paying, what was it, like $15,000 or $10,000 a year for the health insurance, and I was like, no, you do qualify for the marketplace insurance, so you can go ahead and do that. I don't know how the university could compete with the options in the marketplace for the domestic students, but it is very complicated for us as domestic students to say like, oh yeah, I'm going just to take the university insurance when it's like so much more expensive. And the other question is more on to my colleagues from CGS, on if we could incorporate some of these things that we had mentioned into the website. I know that would be work for Raghu when he was working on that. But some of the different realty places and renters options that are available out there, just to have it in a drop-down menu if it's possible and stuff like that. If it's already there, then it would be great.
Probably need to add that.
Also, the Office of Graduate Education website has a resources page, and the QR code is in the slide deck from yesterday. So, they have I think they have housing on there, or like I don't know, maybe not. They have lots of stuff on there though. But yeah, we can, and I do think there are links on S&T's website that for future it says like future students, and then it takes you to like different housing and things like that. So you do have to click around a bit, but yeah, it's always a question of centrality. For the health insurance point, because I see Mindy staring at me. One thing is yes, domestic students, you can do the marketplace. You're not required to do the university health insurance. And I think you got it down, right?
Yeah, so starting August 1st, the domestic insurance will be the same as the international students in price, but we are currently working on for domestic students. I would never encourage domestic students solely to buy our insurance. I might be able to get you qualified for Medicaid, so we might be able to do that, and then I would tell you to go to the marketplace. So the hardest, if somebody can tell me how to communicate with graduate students in a way that they would actually get information, like that's the hardest part. I think everybody here can relate to that, and I know why that is. We all have way too much stuff in front of us. And so trying to get you to hit that one email that says, hey, if you're looking for your health insurance, please talk to me because I just want you to pay the least amount possible. So you're absolutely right. And I'm glad that you bring that up, that the school insurance is probably not the best option for most domestic students. It just isn't.
Thanks for that feedback. I think we can work on a resource guide to put on the CGS website. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a long session from the panelists. But then, before I ask my questions, my recommendations, and some other things, I just want to hope that at the end of this conference, everything that has been discussed from yesterday, because there have been a lot of talks, a lot of very, very nice opinions. I just hope, hopefully, or there will be results. All of these things will be taken into consideration and be worked on. And so my first observation would be this is a very good document. This is a very good document. Well done to the team for giving us this, because on the front page I realized that aside the 50% FTE, there is a place which was actually stated that we have student health insurance, international student fees, so many other fees are not covered by the 50% FTE. I think personally for me, I want to say from my own opinion, maybe it's there, but I didn't pay attention. This is not always expressly stated when you're trying to get admission, like when you're paying some fees or you're applying. So I think if all of these kind of statements are made known to the applicants, incoming students from onset, like, okay, even though you have a 50% FTE, you still have like insurance, some other fees to cover up. People are always happy to have this mindset of awareness. Not when you come into the system, you begin to say, oh, this is not, because most times international students come on board and be like, funded, okay, also all fees covered. Some persons are not even, they don't even know that there will still be some little fees that you still have to pay for. Even no matter how little it is, information is important. Like, let them know that this, when you get in here, you still have to pay for some other fees. So I'll just like call the attention and try and work with the admission body or the graduate admission body to work on that. And I have some observations from the Bill of Rights, and I appreciate what we have here, but then I want to suggest that it's not enough to come here and there are so many important informations and rights that you are trying to make the graduate students know that they have. And like someone said, David, he said that you're in the process of trying to make sure that the faculty members are comfortable with it. And like my own personal opinion as well, I agree, because it's not enough to say we have the rights. There are so many rights that people have in this world and they're not even able to exercise it. It's not about having the rights or I know I have the rights. You can have the rights and you might not be able to exercise it. So what use is the right? So I want to like try and suggest that we try and work on how the faculty members are comfortable enough to like understand this and accept it wholeheartedly, and the students as well are not able to like abuse it. So one recommendation I have is, while we're coming here, I've realized that there were some workshops that were mandated to take, like the Title IX or training, some other trainings, like as students, some old will not leave your portal. All those workshops and trainings, they might be very stressful for persons. Like, you might be, because when you resume here, you're caught up in the middle of so many things and you don't want to do all those things. But then, because it has a kind of way that you cannot progress with whatever you are doing on campus, you cannot register. There's like a old, you have to just take it and you pay. Some persons just take it, don't pay attention. But I paid attention, and I can say today, so many things I've learned from that workshop and training online, mandated for us, has been helping me to today, because I'm just so much aware that, okay, you don't do this here, you don't do that. And so if this Bill of Rights can be in form of a mandated way whereby like students, while they're coming, they're able to be aware. It's not like a workshop, but then like something incorporated on the portal in such a way that you're able to come across it and you learn. It can be like a form of quiz, because on that portal we have, after you learn, we have like quiz answer to be sure that you are following. So I was going to recommend that. And concerning on the page 2, let me go to like yes, on the page 2, like section B4. So you made an important statement like that. This particular part of this document is very important. Like, I love it so much. Like, it's about clarity and information. Let the students know what they are coming on board for. So many students are funded, and so many students are admitted and given funding based on the supervisors just having just a 1 year, just 1 year is assured at that point in time why the supervisors are giving that funding. And the supervisors is just because it's been hopeful and we all like this positive mindset. It's just having a positive mindset that along the line, he or she is going to secure more funding for the grad students. All this kind of information, the students are not always aware, maybe because you don't want to put them in a position whereby they're like not comfortable enough, they're not focused on their research, and they begin to like bother on funding. So I think this particular point, if you can actually make it enforced in such a way that the faculty members and the grad students and incoming grad students, like, they're able to let it be very be a form of agreement, let it be mutual. Like, this person is aware that you'll be trying to get your funding every year. Your funding to the end of this program is not assured. Let people know what they're coming into, because there are so many cases whereby people just come on board and nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows tomorrow. We're only just trying to be positive and be hopeful, but then nobody knows tomorrow. But then once we are from the place of information, people are able to like prepare their mindset and put in effort on what to do. And the last one is on C, section C, professional development rights, C1, representation on all campus wide. That's a very good one. And I would say, because yesterday you mentioned the fact that all departments have a member in the student or council of graduate students, every department. I don't know how active these members are, and I don't know how much they are playing their roles, because personally I don't think I've not seen any impact of from my own department. I'm speaking for nuclear engineering now, and I'm sure so many persons from their departments they will say the same thing. Maybe they can't even recognize who the person is. Maybe I only know that we have members only when there's like election. I just see people we have these people. I think the last time I didn't even see anybody from my department. So if this is going to work, because another way this will work is that once we have members from departments on these bodies, they can also help in making people aware of this Bill of Rights, because we are not closer to us than them. They're in the department, they see us day to day. So I think we should be very big on this particular point, and letting people like be on this campus administrative position. And the C5 as well, changing their faculty advisor under the guidance of changing faculty members and advisors. I know there's some discussions that we always shy away to like discuss about. There is I've not gone so much in academia, but then at this point in my life, I've realized that just as we have politics in the world, we have politics in religion, so many places, we also have politics in academia. So all of these things are very sensitive. So when you're trying to make grad students aware that they have rights, they have this, are you also working on, there's a thin line between how people use their rights, how people feel like, okay, now we are empowered to our rights, and because you will not be the one to suffer, I don't want to say suffer, but then to witness the consequences when the consequences begin to fall on the grad students or those people, flexing their rights. So how are you going to like help manage that situation? And for transportation, I was going to talk about application. Like you mentioned, application. For me, Vola is a small community, but then very awesome. And application will work very well, because even students, they try to like help each other. And I think I must give that to students. People try to like give rights to each other, offer them rights. But then if there's like a platform whereby people can always announce, I'm available to pick up, people are doing it. People are actually making some token, take people to the airport and like charge them a little bit. If you can just allow them, give a platform whereby people are able to come in and register and say, okay, if you're a student, you want to be doing this. They can also be using that to also like make some little amount of money for themselves. And if they register that way, if somebody is having a free right to go somewhere, he or she can just post on that particular app, and anybody who's available at that point, you can just always connect. There's a way you can always do this kind of match or car matchmaking or something. I don't know how to like put it properly. And the quality on housing, you mentioned the fact that it's not enough for us to have housing close to the campus. And what kind of houses are we having close to campus? Are they of good quality? And I realized that people, it's not like grad students are happy to always want to stay far from campus. It's just that most of the housing close to the campus, they don't have the facilities, the resources that you want to live or have a comfortable life. As a grad student, there are so many things you want to do. You want to have like a workstation, you want to have your workspace, you want to do research. But then most of these houses close to the campus, they are very maybe just they're not really structured for grad students in that kind of way. So what role do you play in trying to make sure that the housing close to the campus, they are of standards that you actually desire that they get to, and just for us to like have a very good quality life? I think for now. And the last one will be the documents. I know I've said a lot, but the documents, someone mentioned if all of these things can be on the website. Yes. And I also want to use the opportunity to like say that if all of this information is not because we'll not always have this avenue to always gather and listen. In fact, as I've gathered now, the number of grad students here, the percentage is not even like up to 20%. So if there's a platform whereby there's a document, a kind of living document, whereby all of this information, things you are working on, because things you're working on, they're there, people are aware of what is going on, it should be, because I'm aware of International Students Club as well. There's a living document that's being worked on, whereby everything that the club plans to do, they're working on that document, and to be shared with all students, so that these are the things that you need to be aware of as an international student. And the okay, I think I can't remember for now, but thank you.
I think it should be the last question. The panel can answer that. Yeah.
No.
So there's a lot. I'm looking. Rebecca took a lot of notes, so I'm looking. She's on it. So, I think the biggest takeaway from that is, and this panel is that this panel in particular is to raise awareness of all of these things that you've said. So I don't necessarily, I think, right, we don't have the answers to all of these things that you just said, but there are a lot of people in this room who got to hear all of these concerns raised on the panel, raised in the questions, raised in the comments that I believe are going to walk away with those notes, right? So, for example, as we mentioned, we don't necessarily have the answers yet on housing or transportation, but some good ideas have been mentioned about maybe we can start some centralized discussion boards or things like that for grad students. CGS could help tackle some of that. Office of Graduate Education could help tackle some of that. Same with the Bill of Rights and the concept, and we don't want to say that not using it results in consequences. I think what you're trying to get at is we get to a place where this universe, it's instilled, right? And it is second thought, is not like a really purposeful action that has to be taken. And I think again that there's a lot of leadership and faculty and students in this room who are all engaged and ready and wanting to make that happen. And so we're going to continue to work towards those things. We don't want students to feel like there's retribution or retaliation, which are the words that the official words that are used oftentimes in these situations for expecting these things. And so I think that that's what we're all working towards. So my answer, I guess, to all of those points is yes, these are all absolutely things, and one of the reasons why the panel focused on these is because they continue to be risen. That's not the right, but whatever. They continue to be the points of discussion for students, and I'll just reiterate again. When I started as CGS faculty advisor 4 years ago, I was a baby and I didn't know things. I mean, I was not a baby, but I was a graduate coordinator of my program, and I knew a lot about my program, and I learned a lot over the years about lots of programs on this campus, lots of different student experiences, and then taking on the role of chair and things to that effect, you learn a lot about then the administrative side of things. And I will say that we are moving in the right direction. Health insurance has taken steps that hasn't taken in the past. The concept of housing was so far on the back burner 4 years ago, and now it's like actually at least estimated into the master plan, right? Which doesn't sound like a lot, but I am here to tell you that progress is being made. So I think that's about that, and even with the Bill of Rights, like there's been progress in all of these areas.
But yeah, so I think it is. Okay, so I guess I'm between people and lunch, so this will be fun. But real quickly, I think you did a really good job of summarizing kind of what we talked about today, talking about transparency of cost, talking about the Bill of Rights and why that's important. I understand trying to figure out ways of like getting people to read it. I don't know how people would feel about taking extra quizzes, but I think that that's something that we do need to start just talking to people about. And maybe it just starts in the labs. I think it could be really helpful to include some type of like pamphlet or something that we can just put in all the labs, because you might not be getting the emails from CGS, but let me tell you, they sent them out. And it's really hard sometimes to keep up with that, because I know at least my inbox, I get lots of different emails from lots of different places, and I get to choose maybe 2 or 3 that I look at a day. So we really have to maximize, the visibility of all of these things. And maybe it's just, are you interested in CGS? I think you should be considering it, because I think we need more people who are interested in these types of things and want to push them forward, because I guess I'm kind of out of CGS here. So they're being very humble. It's a lot, and it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of frustration meeting with people and talking about these things and finding solutions when currently there really aren't a whole lot that can happen very quickly, but they affect all of our lives. And even if it's not you specifically, that you don't have a house, one of your students might, the people who are producing the research of this university, they really need to be taken care of, because if we want to get to R1, that's the important thing, is that we have to make sure that people are comfortable being able to come in and do great research. If you want great people to come, you have to have great facilities. I know, at least in my experience, I've seen a lot of labs that may or may not be in the best conditions sometimes. And there's a lot of devices that go out, and there are technicians that may or may not want to stay in certain lab conditions. That's huge. If we are outsourcing all of our research potential to other places, we are taking away from our hopes of moving to that higher research position. As far as transportation and housing, yeah, these are all issues that are continuing to be here. But I think the most important thing is to spread the word to have other graduate students know. But again, at the end of the day, it's hard to find time. It's hard to get people really excited about these things until they have to face it. And for a lot of students here, you're kind of just focused on finishing up your degrees and then hopefully maybe leaving one day. So I think things like this are super important. I think the people who do this type of work should be very much celebrated because this is not easy stuff to do.
Okay, we've run out of time. If we have any further questions, we can take them outside. I would like to close by thanking all the panelists and my team, Yuga and Abdullah. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.